Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Iron Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What if Aizawa found Deku first? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Hizashi enjoyed his walks home from the radio station after broadcasting the late show. It was different from being on patrol. Out of his hero costume, few people recognized him, and he was able to walk through the city as a casual observer. As much as he loved his fans, it was nice to have a break from the scrutiny. Tonight's show had been a good one, and Hizashi was in a good mood. He'd stayed late after the broadcast to work on next week's schedule, meaning he was walking home close to 1 a.m. The streets were quiet, but not empty. This part of town never completely shut down. 24-hour convenience stores and the occasional bar ensured a certain amount of foot traffic, but the commercial district also attracted transients, homeless people, and petty criminals. The noise echoing down the alley as he passed could have been any of these, or it could have been a stray cat. Hizashi paused, but didn't immediately put up his guard. If he stopped at every suspicious noise on his way home, he'd never get there. Once he heard small sobs and a pained whimper, however, he sprung into action. Whether he was on patrol or not, in costume or not, he was always present. Mike. A hero never clocks out. And he certainly wasn't going to ignore someone, from the sound of it, a child, in pain. He moved as quietly as he could down the alley, listening for signs of a struggle. As far as he could tell, the person making the pained sounds was alone. The sobbing was getting quieter, but Hizashi tracked it to a shadowed alcove behind a large dumpster. The street lights didn't reach that far, so he couldn't make out any features, but the figure curled up on the ground was small, almost certainly a child. "Hey there, listener. What's the matter? Are you hurt?" His only response was another whimper, even quieter this time. The person's breathing sounded laboured. Now truly concerned, Hizashi pulled out his phone and prepared to turn on the flashlight. Not wanting to startle whoever was curled up in the shadows, he announced his movements. "I'm pulling out a flashlight so I can get a look at you, okay? I need to see if you're okay." When he aimed the light at the alcove, he paled and he swore his heart stopped for a moment. Curled up behind a dumpster in this dirty alley was a child, pale as a ghost and bleeding from 2 long, angry cuts on their wrists. Izuku's day had gone from bad to worse to devastating so quickly, he felt like he had whiplash. Kaken's suicide baiting, the sludge villain attacking him, All Might telling him to give up. He didn't remember how he got down from the roof after his conversation with All Might. 1 minute he was watching the hero fly away, the next he was wandering streets he didn't recognize. Take a swan dive off the roof and wish for a quirk in your next life. He'd been right there on the roof and hadn't taken Kaken's advice. Stupid, he thought, wasted opportunity. When did it get dark? He felt like he was forgetting something. His backpack, probably still on that roof. Izuku supposed it didn't matter anyway. All that was in it was homework and his analysis notebook. School felt like a very distant concern right now, and hero analysis for the future? He tried to laugh, but it came out as a wet, painful sob. Stupid. He looked around, assessing his surroundings. He really had no idea where he was or what time it was. When did it get dark? If he had the kind of mother who cared, she'd probably be worried right now. As it was, she either didn't notice he was gone or was grateful to have him out of her hair. At the thought of his mother, another sharp pain shot through Izuku's chest. What a terrible son, always making his mother's life more difficult. If he'd given up sooner, she wouldn't have to pretend not to see the burns he came home with every day. She wouldn't have to spend money on a worthless son, who would likely be a burden on her until one of them died. He'd never really considered suicide before Kaken suggested it. Sure, he was aware of the statistics. Suicide was the most likely outcome for quirkless kids. He frequented a few quirkless support forums online, and it wasn't uncommon for users to disappear after complaining of particularly bad treatment at school or work. No one really mentioned it, but they all knew what was most likely. Izuku hadn't seen himself going down that path, however. He was going to be a hero, the first quirkless pro hero. His optimism and resilience were his greatest strengths. He was going to be a hero and show other quirkless kids, and kids with useless quirks, that they could do it too. After All Might always said, anyone can be a hero. Well, apparently Izuku wasn't anyone. Izuku was nothing. He didn't even register as a person to his greatest idol. And who had he been kidding? He was weak, physically and mentally. He couldn't even stand up to his childhood friend. How did he expect to fight villains? He had always pictured himself fighting quirkless by using weapons, support items, and hand-to-hand skills. But he'd wasted his time muttering and filling notebooks instead of developing skills. He had wasted his life. It struck him. It wasn't just that it was impossible to be a hero without a quirk. It was Izuku. He was weak. Even if he had a quirk, he would have been weak. There was something broken in him, he thought, something rotten. He broke, then, and the tears overtook him. It wasn't his usual emotional crying. These tears were silent, punctuated by gasping breaths as he tried to rein himself in. It was futile. Take a swan dive off the roof and wish for a quirk in your next life. He'd lost his chance at the roof, but that wasn't the only way. Plenty of people did it without jumping off roofs. Pills, hanging, slitting his wrists. Some muffled voice in the back of his head told him he wasn't thinking clearly, but he ignored it. Right now, he didn't want to think clearly. He didn't want to face these thoughts with a cool head, because he was afraid he'd still feel this pain but lack the strength to do anything about it. He knew his mom had sleeping pills at home. He wasn't sure what kind of pills it would take, but he figured sleeping pills made sense. He'd have to go home, though, and see his mom. She didn't like having him around, but he wasn't sure how she'd react if he showed up like this. He didn't want to see her. He didn't want her to stop him. He didn't want to know if she wouldn't stop him. And no matter how little she cared for him, he wouldn't make her deal with the aftermath of her son's suicide. Nope, no going home. What could he do then? His wallet was in his backpack, so he couldn't buy anything. He could steal. It's not like it would matter. A small crime could be forgiven, he figured, in a desperate situation. As if the universe was listening, a 24-hour convenience store drew his eye across the street. Not allowing himself a moment to think, Izuku stepped into the street. No traffic, he thought, too bad. Izuku slipped through the sliding doors and looked around. The harsh fluorescent lights were a sharp contrast from the warm street lights outside. There was soft music playing, and no other customers. The cashier didn't look up from her phone when he entered or give any indication that she saw him come in. Still, Izuku's palms started to sweat. How did people steal? This was totally nerve-wracking. He looked down at himself and was somewhat surprised to see that he was covered in dirt and had a small tear in the bottom of his t-shirt. When did that happen? He tried to scrub the tears off his face, belatedly realizing his hands were also covered in dirt. He'd looked even worse now. Good thing the cashier was still ignoring him. He considered what to get. Pills? He wasn't sure which pills could kill you and which would just make you sick. He patted down his pockets but realized his phone must be on that rooftop with his wallet and backpack. So, no research. Izuku really did not want to risk getting the wrong pills. Not only would he have failed, but what if he was too sick to get home and too sick to try again? No thanks. Izuku had heard of people hanging themselves, but that was unrealistic right now. Where would he even do it? And it's not like this store was going to have sturdy rope on the shelves. Cutting. He shivered involuntarily at the thought. That was way scarier than taking pills. He wasn't sure he could go through with it. It was one thing to jump or swallow pills, and another thing entirely to cause immediate pain. If he chickened out partway through, he'd be in pain and he'd have visible evidence of his attempt. But failure slitting his wrists wouldn't put him out of commission the same way pills would, and he could try again with the same blade, without having to go back to the store. You're overthinking this, he told himself. He tried to summon up the resolve that had drawn him across the street and into the store. All he could find was a broken, hopeless feeling, but it did the trick. Before he could change his mind, Izuku beelined to the personal hygiene section. Without totally processing what he was doing, he slipped a package of refill blades into his pocket and headed for the exit. The cashier didn't look up, just mumbled a lazy, "thank you," and kept scrolling on her phone. I can't believe I did that. I'm a criminal. I'm going to die a criminal, Izuku panicked. His breathing picked up even more and he stumbled down the sidewalk in a daze, not really paying attention to where he was going. His tears started back up, quiet as before. Was he really doing this? Was he going to kill himself on a random street in the middle of the night? Wish for a quirk in your next life. Izuku didn't believe in reincarnation, but he didn't really care. It wasn't about getting a quirk. It was about not pretending anymore, not fooling himself. He couldn't bear the thought of going back to school and finding spider lilies on his desk, trying to hide burns from mom, wondering if she even cared anymore, graduating and working a shitty job because no one would hire a quirkless Deku like him. Watching Kaken become a hero would be painful. He was always going to be a great hero, and Izuku would be his biggest fan. But the thought of coming home from a long day making minimum wage, only to see Kaken on the news? It made Izuku's stomach turn with ugly jealousy. He saw now how stupid he was to think he could be a hero without a quirk, but that didn't make the feeling go away. It's not wrong to dream. However, that you need to be realistic, kid. Stupid Deku. Weak, useless. Wish for a quirk in your next life. Izuku's chest felt like it was breaking open. He was sobbing now, overcome with shame and embarrassment that he had held on to such an unrealistic dream for such a long time. He never had any chance of becoming a hero. He couldn't live his life watching his bully live his dream. He didn't want to be a burden on his mother, to see how long it took for her to give up on him. He didn't want to feel this pain anymore, to feel anything. He took stock of his surroundings through eyes blurry with tears. He was coming up on an alley. Izuku stumbled down the dark pavement, nearly tripping over a pile of rubbish. The air was thick and rancid. Izuku stepped in a puddle, soaking his shoe. He slumped against the alley wall and opened the stolen package of razors. Don't think about it, just do it. Useless fang Deku, at least do something right for once in your life. Gripping a razor, he pressed against the inside of his left wrist. He'd experimented with cutting as self-harm a few times in recent years, but never found much relief in it. It at least taught him what to expect when the razor broke his skin, and he avoided flinching away. The first cut wasn't nearly deep enough, and the pain wasn't sharp enough. I deserve much worse pain than that. Fang useless, can't even slit my wrists right. Fueled by self-loathing, Izuku repeated the motion with more force. He cried out as the pain hit, much sharper this time. He felt blood dripping toward the crook of his elbow, but averted his eyes. He had to keep going. His grip was weaker with his injured arm, but he did his best to cut into his right wrist. The cut was shallower, but still enough to let loose a shocking amount of blood. This time Izuku didn't look away, and he was struck with sudden nausea as he saw what he'd done to himself. His arms were covered in blood, dripping down his forearms and onto the ground. He let out a whimper when he realized he could see the fat of his arms in the cuts. He thought, I actually did it. He felt lightheaded and his vision was getting blurry, fast. He let himself slide down the wall until he landed on the filthy floor of the alley. He scrubbed the tears from his face, feeling blood smear on his cheeks but not caring. This was it. He wondered if his mom would know what he did or if she'd just think he ran away. He wondered if Kaken would get in trouble. Not my problem anymore. Rather than feeling relief, the pain in his chest only hurt worse. He was crying harder now, his sobs becoming louder and harder to control even as his body grew weaker. In his last moments before he lost consciousness, he registered the sound of movement in the alley. He heard a voice but couldn't make out what it was saying. His vision went dark and he felt his muscles relax involuntarily. Wish for a quirk in your next life. He hoped there wasn't a next life. Hizashi panicked as the figure in front of him slumped over. Kid, hey, stay with me, don't fall asleep. They didn't react. As soon as he'd seen the kid's wounds, he'd pulled off his jacket and ripped it in two, pressing the soft material to the cuts in an attempt to slow the bleeding. He knew time was of the essence here, and even as he panicked internally, his hero training took over. He checked the kid's pulse, weak but still there. Holding the cloth to the kid's arms as well as he could with one hand, he pulled out his phone. First, emergency services. He wasn't sure they could wait for an ambulance, but he'd call anyway before doing anything else. As a hero, he had the ability to bypass the usual 119 operators, instead directly sharing his location and inputting the code to request an ambulance. No need for a conversation. When that was done, He checked the kid's pulse once again and tried again to wake them. No response, but their pulse hadn't decreased by any significant amount. He'd take any small blessing at this point. Next, he called the person best suited to help, and to support Hizashi. He didn't think he could handle this alone. "Shoyuta, I need you now, my location please," he choked out. His husband's patrol had only just started, and he would have left from their apartment only a few blocks away. As an underground hero, Shoyuta had much more experience with this kind of thing. Patrolling at night, especially on the rooftops, he encountered more than his fair share of suicide attempts. Hizashi had talked him through the aftermath of multiple rescues, too many of them. Unsuccessful. He'd seen his usually stoic husband break down every time and he knew how hard it hit him, but Hizashi had never had to deal with it firsthand. Right now, he needed his husband as much as he needed an experienced pro. "Hizashi, breathe, tell me what's going on. I'm on my way to your location, I'm close, no more than 10 minutes. Are you hurt? What's your status?" Hearing his husband's voice calmed Hizashi down considerably. Although Shoyuta was clearly trying to maintain professional protocol, Hizashi could hear the fear in his tone. Of course. If he'd gotten the same call from Shoyuta, he'd be fearing the worst. "I'm fine, uninjured. I found a kid bleeding out in an alley. I think they did this to themselves. I called emergency services already, but who knows when they'll get here. I've staunched the bleeding and they have a pulse, but it's weak. The kid lost consciousness right as I got here. I don't know what to do, This is a child, they're so small." His voice was wavering and he felt close to tears, but he did his best to stay calm. "Okay, it's okay, I'm close. Stay on the line. Do you know how far medical is?" "No, I called through the Hero Network but I haven't looked back at my phone. I knew you'd be close and you have more experience with this kind of thing. Should I?" "I'm here, hang up and check your phone again." As soon as the line disconnected, Hizashi saw his husband drop down from above, landing only a few feet away. Thank God for modern technology and location sharing, Hizashi thought. Looks like the closest ambulance is 20 minutes. There's something going on up north blocking roads and probably taking resources. Hizashi's heart sped up as he spoke. The hospital is closer than that. I know what you're thinking, but I need to check them first. Depending on their condition, moving them could do more harm than good. But I can get there in under 10 minutes if it's safe to travel. Shoyuta kneeled down next to Hizashi and got his first look at the kid. Heaving in a breath sharply at the sight of the teen, blood smeared on their face and covering their arms. With practiced motions, the underground hero checked the kid's pulse and lifted their eyelids. He examined their arms without disturbing the fabric pressed against the wounds. He also checked the rest of the kid's body and gently examined their head and neck, something Hizashi hadn't thought to do. Apparently finding nothing noteworthy, Shoyuta turned back to Hizashi. It must have been only a few moments, but to Hizashi it felt like an eternity. He looked desperately back at his husband, feeling completely useless. He was much more accustomed to large-scale villain battles than delicate situations like this. He had rescue training, sure, but it came up so rarely in his usual work. He would be refreshing his training after this, that's for sure. We need to get to a hospital right away, and I don't think waiting here will serve any purpose. It won't be comfortable, but the most logical thing would be for me to carry them to the hospital and you follow behind. Look for a phone or ID. Without waiting for a response, Shoyuta gently wrapped the kid in one end of his capture weapon, carefully immobilizing their arms against their body. Pulling the child against his chest, he turned to his husband. You found them and you got help right away. The hospital is close and I can move quickly. I'll see you there. I love you. Once again Shoyuta didn't wait for a response, immediately using his scarf to pull himself and the kid up to the roof and taking off at a run. Hizashi, thanking the universe for the millionth time for his incredible partner, called out an emphatic, I love you. Even as the two disappeared into the night. Alone in the alley, he let himself cry. Awareness returned to Izuku painfully slowly. He faded in and out for an indeterminate amount of time before he was able to keep his eyes open, and even then the harsh overhead light was painful. He shifted and immediately cried out as pain shot through his arms. The sound came out quieter than he expected, broken and gasping. He squeezed his eyes shut again. Not dead then. Failure. What had happened? Where was he? Kid. An unfamiliar voice questioned hesitantly. Izuku turned toward the voice, trying to see who it belonged to. He winced again at the light and shut his eyes once more. His head hurt terribly and moving made it worse. Bright, he croaked. Immediately the light went out and he reopened his eyes. The room was lit by a soft glow, lights on the wall behind what he realized was a hospital bed. He was in the hospital. Someone found him. He couldn't help the flare of resentment that rushed through him, but it dissipated just as quickly as it appeared. Of course someone found him, he'd gone about this completely wrong. How could he blame them for saving a dying kid? He should have just found another rooftop, or somewhere more secluded. He could have slit his wrists and jumped. Foolproof. Kid, are you awake? I really want to know how you're doing. As his eyes adjusted to the dim light, Izuku made out the figure seated in a chair to the right side of his bed. The man looked a bit rough, with messy black hair and a generous amount of stubble. He was wearing all black with yellow goggles around his neck, and Izuku recognized the scarf on his shoulders. He tried to ignore the rust-brown stains. Even in his current state, he felt a twinge of excitement. Your Eraserhead. It came out flat and raspy, his voice worn out from crying, or maybe disuse. The man, Eraserhead, looked surprised but quickly schooled his expression. People don't usually recognize me. How did you know? Scarf, goggles, Izuku said simply. One of my favorite heroes. Eraserhead didn't bother trying to hide his surprise this time. Izuku figured underground heroes didn't meet many fans, but it had only taken a few grainy videos to rocket the Erasure hero to near the top of his list. All Might would always be his idol. Don't think about him can't be a hero, but Eraserhead fought essentially quirkless, and Izuku had fantasized about using a support item like the capture scarf to make up for his lack of a quirk. But Eraserhead was skilled in hand-to-hand combat, something Izuku could never be. And he still had a quirk. Izuku had been an idiot to think he could emulate a skilled hero like Eraserhead. Well, I'm impressed, kid. My name's Aizawa Shoyuda. He/him, you can call me whatever's comfortable. Can you tell me your name? Pronouns? Izuku paused. He wasn't sure of his situation. He was in a hospital, there's no way they didn't know his wounds were self-inflicted. He was here with a pro-hero who seemed to be the one to find him. Izuku couldn't think of any other reason for him to be there. But they didn't know his name. He didn't have anything with him, so they had no way of knowing who he was or, most importantly, of contacting his mother. He might be able to salvage the situation. Somehow. Maybe. He/him. Izuku, said Izuku, but didn't offer his family name. Eraserhead, Aizawa, waited a moment, but when Izuku didn't say anything else, he let out a small sigh. Izuku it is. You gave us quite a scare, but the doctor said you're going to be fine. Us? My husband found you bleeding out in an alley and called me. We got you here just in time. In the time you've been out, you've had transfusions to replace nearly a third of your blood. That's a lot of blood, kid. Izuku looked down at his arms and the clean white bandages that covered them from wrist to elbow. He felt a mix of anger and relief thinking about how close he'd come to dying. Rather than address the elephant in the room, Izuku stuck to the small details. How long have I been out? If he'd lost that much blood, it had probably been more than a few hours. It's been about a day and a half. You've been in and out, but this is the first time you've spoken. Aizawa sighed. It's good to see you awake, kid. Izuku felt awkward. It wasn't exactly good to be awake. He said nothing. I was supposed to call the nurse if you woke up. I also. My husband has been really worried about you. If you're up for it? Izuku swallowed thickly around the lump in his throat, then nodded. He may not be happy he was found, but he couldn't imagine how traumatic it must have been for a stranger to stumble upon a kid bleeding out in a dark alley. Yeah, that's fine. Aizawa nodded and leaned over to press the call button for the nurse, then pulled out his phone and typed out a quick message. Leaning back in his chair, he kept his eyes on Izuku but didn't say anything else. Izuku found the silence somehow comforting. He didn't have it in him to answer any questions right now, although he knew they'd come eventually. He still wasn't sure how he was going to keep this from his mother. He'd been gone for a day and a half, she must have noticed by now. She might have even reported him missing. She may not like him very much, but she always did her duty as his mother. There was no way she hadn't gone to the police. That meant it was likely only a matter of time before she showed up, or the cops took him home. Izuku sighed. So much for that plan. He still wasn't going to make it easy on them. He'd put this off as long as possible. A nurse entered the room and shot him a small smile. The man checked his vitals with minimal fuss and asked Izuku about his pain. He considered lying but didn't see the point in hiding anything, and his arms hurt. Apparently he was still under the effects of some pain medication he'd asked for while he was still only semi-conscious, but the nurse left with the promise of a fresh dose in about an hour. Aizawa's eyes followed the nurse out the room. He looked down at his phone, then got up to poke his head into the hallway. Izuku heard low voices but couldn't make out the words. His head still felt fuzzy, and he closed his eyes for a moment. It felt like only a few seconds, but when he opened them again he saw another man had joined Aizawa in a second chair. He didn't look familiar, long blonde hair tied back, dressed casually in a t-shirt and jeans. The underground hero appeared to be asleep on the newcomer's shoulder. The stranger, the one who saved you, was looking down at his phone, but seemed to sense Izuku's eyes on him and raised his head. "Oh," the blonde man exclaimed, startling Aizawa awake. "You're awake." Aizawa glared at his husband and the blonde looked a little guilty. He continued in a softer voice, "You were asleep when I came in, but it's only been a half hour or so. How are you feeling?" Izuku was glad it hadn't been longer. He still wasn't sure how long it would take for his mom to find him. Surely it was standard procedure for the police to check hospitals for kids reported missing, right? He realized he'd been silent for a beat too long. "I'm fine." Even he could tell he didn't sound fine. The blonde man didn't remark on it. "My husband here said your name is Izuku. I'm Yamada Hizashi. Call me Hizashi, or Yamada if that makes you more comfortable. I use he/they pronouns." Izuku could tell he was concerned and likely restraining some strong emotions, but he was doing a good job of keeping his voice even and addressing Izuku calmly. Izuku thought about how much blood Aizawa said he'd lost, and vaguely remembered smearing some on his face. A fresh wave of guilt rushed through him at the thought of what Hizashi must have seen when he found him. I'm sorry," Izuku whispered. "You found me. Oh little listener, don't be sorry. I'm glad I found you. I won't lie, you gave me a real scare, but finding you was a good thing. You didn't look good, but it's not the first time I've seen a bit of blood. Part of the job, you know?" Izuku took a moment to process that information. Part of the job? Was he an EMT or something? That would explain how he acted quickly enough to save Izuku. Although he didn't remember the rescue, he knew from Aizawa's words and how quickly he passed out that it must have been a close call. Hizashi being some kind of first responder or health worker would explain it. Then Izuku registered another part of what Hizashi had said, and his eyes widened. The man had called him Little Listener. He was blonde, married to a pro hero. Used to blood. Oh my god. He felt his face turn red. Both men looked concerned and leaned closer to his bed. "Izuku." It was Aizawa who spoke this time. "Kid, are you alright?" "Oh my god," he repeated. "Why you're present, Mike?" Hizashi, pro hero present Mike, chuckled softly. "I think that's the fastest anyone's figured me out when I'm out of costume. You've got a sharp eye, little listener. Are you a fan?" Izuku nodded fervently, momentarily forgetting the pain he was in. It caught up with him a few seconds later and he inhaled sharply, wincing and squeezing his eyes shut. "Careful, kid. Are you in a lot of pain?" Keeping his eyes closed, Izuku tried to calm his breathing. "No, yeah, but it's just my head and my arms. It's just when I move, but my head is kind of fuzzy." At the mention of his arms, he looked down at them as though he'd forgotten why he was here. He saw the two heroes exchange a glance out of the corner of his eye. "Izuku," started present Mike. Hizashi, he said to call him Hizashi. "It's okay if you don't feel up to talking now, but I'd really like to know what happened that led to me finding you in that alley." "Hizashi's right that you don't have to talk now, but I have to let you know that you will have to talk about it eventually." Since we're heroes, you can just talk to us, or the hospital has someone on staff. Your safety is our priority, and this is something we have to do to ensure that. Okay? Izuku nodded, keeping his eyes on his arms. He knew there would be no getting around this. He was embarrassed, and he didn't want his mother to know, but he wasn't as upset as he thought he'd be. The more time he had to get used to the idea, the less he cared. He was upset that he'd failed, sure, but it's not like it was the end of the world. He'd get out of here eventually, and then he could make sure he did it right. Another few days wouldn't make a difference. He was pretty sure they wouldn't make him go back to school right away, so he wouldn't have to see Kaken, and he wouldn't get hurt. That struck him as ironic for a moment, that he hurt himself to try to avoid getting hurt. But he rationalized that a single instance of severe pain, that he was in control of, was worth it if it meant ending all future pain. It made sense. He looked up at Hizashi and Aizawa. He owed it to them, Hizashi especially, to explain himself. It's not like he knew them. It might feel good to tell a couple strangers, and he didn't have to tell them everything. He looked back down at his arms before he spoke. I mean, you can probably guess, he started. Stupid stutter. He took a deep breath and continued. I did it. Tried. I was there because... Izuku trailed off. He couldn't say it. Why couldn't he just say it? They knew already. Aizawa took pity on him. You tried to kill yourself, he stated in an even voice. It wasn't a question. Izuku nodded, keeping his eyes downcast. I can know it wasn't the best way, but I did. He gritted his teeth in frustration. Stupid, Deku. He took another deep breath and closed his eyes. I didn't mean for anyone to find me, obviously, and it seemed like the quickest way. He looked up to the two heroes and saw naked pain in their eyes, no attempt to cover it. Pity, the voice in the back of his head spat at him, they're sorry for how weak you are. Izuku flushed, and his next words came out all jumbled up in a rush. I'm really sorry, Mr. Present Mike, I didn't mean for you to find me. I know you said it was okay, but it must have been really upsetting and I didn't want to cause trouble for anyone. I should have considered that. I should have just jumped when I was up there. He left me right there and I couldn't even do that right. I don't know, I didn't mean. I'm sorry, please see, I'm really sorry. Izuku gasped for breath, the familiar tears that had been conspicuously absent since he woke up rushing out all at once. He felt like he was choking on the pain in his chest, and he involuntarily curled in on himself. The motion made his arms erupt with pain, but he was unable to control his movements. A part of him felt like the pain was a good thing, like he deserved it for causing so much trouble. He latched onto the thought and gripped his wrists with either hand, squeezing hard. It felt right. Quickly, one of the heroes, he couldn't tell which, lurched forward and grabbed his hands, prying them apart. Fingers laced between his own to hold them steady and away from his arms. Izuku looked up into Hizashi's concerned face and cried harder. Hey little listener, I can't let you do that. I don't want you to hurt yourself more. Is it okay if I hug you? I think it would be good for both of us. Izuku nodded and didn't even register the pain in his head. Hizashi gently but firmly wrapped his arms around Izuku and held him close to his chest, making gentle shushing noises. Izuku only hesitated for a moment before wrapping his arms around the hero, burying his face in the man's soft t-shirt and crying himself hoarse. They stayed like that for a long moment until they'd both calmed down. Hizashi loosened his grip but kept Izuku close, resting his cheek on the boy's messy green curls. Feeling any better, little listener? Izuku nodded, not trusting himself to speak quite yet. But you've been asleep quite a while without food. Do you feel up to some soup? Izuku wasn't sure he did, but he thought it might be a good distraction. He nodded again. Okay, I'm going to go find something for you to eat. Are you okay staying here with Shoyuta for a minute? He pulled his head away from Hizashi and glanced at the other man, meeting his level stare. Aizawa's face expression was mostly calm, but Izuku could see the concern in his eyes. Rather than upsetting or embarrassing him, it made him feel calm. He nodded again in response to Hizashi's question, and swallowed. Yeah. His voice was hoarse. Yeah, that's okay. Hizashi stood up and smiled at Izuku. All right, kiddo, I'll be back soon. Izuku watched him leave and turned back to the underground hero, suddenly feeling like he had been left alone with a dangerous animal. Aizawa seemed kind, and Izuku appreciated that he hadn't talked down to him at all, but he could also tell that this was a man who wouldn't stop until he got answers. "Hey, I can do this." Hizashi paused outside the boys' hospital room. He felt bad for leaving so soon after the kid's breakdown, but he didn't trust himself to keep his cool. He didn't want to work Izuku up any more than he already was. The kid had apologized, for goodness sake. It wasn't that he was upset he almost died, or mad that he was saved. The thing that drove him to tears was that he caused trouble for the person who saved his life. This kid clearly placed no value on his own life. He supposed that was obvious from the suicide attempt, but the fact that his biggest concern was for Hizashi was heartbreaking. They would figure it out. Between Shoyuta and him and people who were trained on this sort of thing, they would make sure this boy was okay. Hizashi was making it his mission. He had to keep a level head as much as possible when he was around the kid, though, to keep him from putting any more guilt on himself. He was just such an emotional person by nature. He was known for wearing his heart on his sleeve. It was one of the things that made him popular as a hero and as a radio personality. And as much as Shoyuta groaned about it, he knew his husband loved that part of him. But Shoyuta was also aware of the toll it could take on him, and the fact that his emotions got the best of him. It was the reason Shoyuta was waiting at Izuku's bedside for him to wake up, and not Hizashi. When Hizashi had caught up to them at the hospital, he'd rushed to see the boy as soon as they were allowed in his room. He'd needed to lay eyes on him, to know he was alive, to hear the steady beep of his heart monitor. He didn't know what he'd do if he'd been too late. But after a few hours and no sign of him waking up, Hizashi had started working himself into a frenzy. What if the kid didn't wake up? What if there was something really wrong with him? If Hizashi hadn't hesitated at the entrance to the alley, would he have been better off? If he'd left the station sooner, could he have stopped the kid before he started? He was so stupid for not acting on his instincts right away. How could he call himself a hero if he didn't immediately respond to trouble? What if he had called Shoyuta first instead of the ambulance? They didn't even end up waiting for the ambulance. It had been a waste of time. He just canceled the call right away anyway. That was time he could have had Shoyuta on the line, time he could have been putting pressure on the kid's wounds. He hadn't even thought to check the boy for other injuries. He was a sorry excuse for a hero, especially compared to Shoyuta. It had taken his husband prying his hands out of his hair for him to realize he'd been tugging on it and digging his nails into his scalp. Shoyuta had tried to drag him out of the room to get something in the cafeteria or just go for a walk, but Hizashi made him promise to stay in the room. He didn't want the kid to wake up alone, not after what he'd been through, not when they didn't know his mental state. So Shoyuta had agreed to keep watch in the room if Hizashi promised to step outside, eat some food, and breathe. He had to admit, it was what he'd needed. And he needed it now, too, if he was going to be in the best condition to help Izuku. He trusted his husband to keep watch over the kid for now. He may seem gruff at first, but he had a big heart, and he had a soft spot for kids in trouble. Hizashi may be the more expressive one, but Shoyuta had an uncanny knack for getting kids to trust him. Hizashi was confident that at the very least, Shoyuta wouldn't make things worse. So he went off to search for some soup for a troubled kid, and maybe some coffee for his amazing husband. Shoyuta kept his eyes on the kid, but tried to look as non-threatening as he could manage. He knew how his face looked. He'd spent a lot of time cultivating it to be as unapproachable as possible. He could turn it off if he really tried, but his natural expressions weren't much more lively. The kid didn't seem too bothered as he held Shuta's gaze. In fact, it seemed a bit too calm. Unfortunately, Shoyuta was familiar enough with suicidal thinking to know that Izuku was probably already planning a second attempt. Having an attempt interrupted against their will did not magically make suicidal people not want to die. Often, feelings of failure, inadequacy, and guilt made the impulse stronger. Shoyuta had stopped more suicides than he could count, but he'd never lose count of those he'd failed to stop. It was common for underground heroes. That didn't make it easier. He was no stranger to dark thoughts himself. There was a time, in high school and for a while after that, well, things hadn't been easy. For him, the catalyst had been his friend's senseless death. He'd talked people down who'd lost jobs, lost loved ones, made mistakes they felt they couldn't come back from, and people for whom nothing had changed at all. It all just became too much. Shoyuta wondered what had brought this boy to the edge. He looked 13 at best, and that was being generous. Shoyuta was under no illusions that kids couldn't feel this way, but it broke his heart to think of such a young kid suffering so much. His face must have reflected his thoughts, at least to some degree, because Izuku averted his eyes and broke the silence. I was wondering, can you tell me what happened? I don't remember anything before I woke up. Sure, kid. I can just tell you what I know, though. Zashi's the one who found you. Izuku nodded and Shoyuta took that as his cue to go on. Well, I know he was walking home from the station and came across you in the alley. He wanted to stick to the bare facts as much as possible. The poor kid didn't need to know how freaked out they were, or what it looked like. Shoyuta had tried to stay confident for his husband, but he really hadn't been sure if they'd make it in time to save the kid. He'd lost a lot of blood and it was all over him. It hadn't looked good. He called an ambulance and then called me. I was on patrol nearby, so I got there first. We decided that I could get you to the hospital faster than the ambulance could, so I did that, and Hizashi met us here. That was the night before last. One or both of us has been here the whole time. We didn't know when you'd wake up. Zashi couldn't find anything in the alley, no ID or anything, so we didn't know who to call. Izuku looked uncomfortable at the mention of calling someone. Shoyuta filed that reaction away for later. There were lots of reasons a kid wouldn't want anyone to know he'd attempted suicide. They'd have to contact someone eventually, though. He just hoped the kid's family wasn't part of the problem. Shoyuta wanted to ask, but he held back. Izuku seemed like a kid who would shut down if you asked him the wrong questions or pressed too hard. The fact that he was talking was a good sign. He would wait till the kid was ready. He didn't have to wait long. Izuku was looking at Shoyuta as though he was going through some heated internal debate, his mouth in a tight frown as he chewed on his bottom lip. He seemed to come to some sort of conclusion, and a look of resignation came over his face. Can I tell you some of it? I just feel like if I wait, I won't get it out, and I feel like I can talk to you. The boy flushed. I mean, it's just, it seems like you won't judge me. You're right. I'm a non-judgmental sort of person. Hizashi wouldn't judge you either, but I know he has big reactions to things. He's got a big heart. I'm happy to hear whatever you want to share, kid. For Shoyuta, that was quite the speech. He mentally patted himself on the back. I think I could talk to Hizashi too. But if you'll listen, I kind of just want to get it out right now. Shoyuta nodded, encouraging Izuku to go ahead. Whatever the kid wanted to share, he'd listen. Izuku wasn't sure where to start. He didn't know how much he wanted to share, but he was bursting with the need to let something out. He was afraid of how the heroes would react if they found out he was quirkless, and he didn't think he should mention All Might. The hero had made him promise not to say anything, and he didn't want to get the man in trouble when it had been Izuku's fault for asking such a dumb question in the first place. At least he hadn't jumped off that roof. That would probably have hurt All Might, or maybe damaged his reputation. If he even remembered the quirkless stalker kid. If anyone even noticed. He didn't want to get Kaken in trouble either. Although his admiration for the other boy was tempered a bit after he crossed the line into suicide baiting, he still firmly believed that Kaken would be a great hero, and he didn't want to get in the way of that. I don't think I can say everything, but basically it was a really bad day. Aizawa nodded, but didn't speak. It's just, I've always been bullied at school, but it was extra bad. My friend said some things that really hurt. More than usual. The hero looked like he wanted to say something, but held back. Izuku was grateful. He wasn't sure he could start again if he stopped now. And then I got attacked by this villain, and it was really scary, and I felt so weak. But I got saved by a hero, and obviously that was good. But I've always been really into heroes, and I know I can be creepy and I mumble and I guess it's kind of stalkerish, but I keep these notebooks of heroes and quirks and stuff. And this hero, he signed it for me without me asking, but I wanted to ask him something. When he went to leave, I stopped him and the memory had Izuku burning with shame. He'd almost said All Might's name. Stupid. Useless. He held back his tears and continued. I asked him and he said no. And I knew that already, I knew it was stupid, but something about hearing it from my favorite, from a hero I admired, it was like it was real for the first time. and I felt like I was so stupid for even asking and wasting his time. Everyone has always told me I'm a waste of space, and I knew it, and I know I'm useless and weak and stupid, a stupid Deku. He was pulling at his hair and biting his lip, and he felt Aizawa's hands gently pry his hands away from his head. I don't want you to hurt yourself, kid. Pull on the blanket instead? Or want a pillow? Izuku twisted his hands in the rough hospital blanket. It wasn't as satisfying as his hair, but it would do for now. He took a deep breath and went on. I don't really remember how I got down from the roof. I was really out of it for a while. Like, it must have been hours because the villain was on the way home from school, and by the time I realized what was going on later, it was dark. I'm pretty sure it was really late. I don't actually know where I was. I didn't recognize anything. He looked up at Aizawa for reassurance. He wasn't sure for what, but he felt better when he met the man's eyes. They were calm and understanding, but he didn't look like he was pitying Izuku, and he didn't look like he was going to interrupt. I remember thinking I should have Jaja jumped off the roof. That was hard to say. He wasn't sure he could get all the way to the end. He looked back down and twisted his hands in the blanket even tighter. There was just so much in my head, so much had happened, it was such a weird day. And I was just overwhelmed. It was late enough I couldn't go home without Mom saying something, and I just couldn't face her. He was tearing up again. He was so sick of crying. Weak, pathetic. It just didn't seem worth it, and I guess it was a moment of weakness, but I did what you saw. Izuku tried to shake off the guilt he felt when he started lying. I'm so glad you found me. I'm sorry I did something so stupid. I was being weak. But I feel better now. I think I'm going to be okay. He felt sick. He was lying to a hero, to a pro-hero he admired. He was lying to Eraserhead. But he needed them to let him go. He looked up, reluctant to meet the hero's eyes, but he had to see his reaction. Izuku was surprised to see Hizashi standing by the door holding a tray piled with food. He hadn't heard the other man come in. Seeing his surprise, Hizashi spoke, softer than he had up to this point. Hey listener, sorry for barging in. I hope you don't mind, but I had all this food. No, Izuku hurried to assure him. I don't mind, I wanted to tell you too, but I just had to get it out. Did you? How much did you hear? Everything after you said, told you no. I didn't catch who that was though. Aizawa spoke up. I don't know if you're up for it, but there are a few things I wanted to ask. I promise they're not all big, and you don't have to answer anything you don't want to. Izuku considered it, and thought he'd be okay with that. He could always say no. It seemed like these two would respect that, even if he said no to everything. Before he could respond, his stomach made a noise louder than he knew it was capable of. For what felt like the millionth time since he woke up, Izuku felt his face heat up. That's my cue, exclaimed Hizashi, swooping toward Izuku's bed with his loaded tray. He set up a tray table over the bed, and Izuku pushed the button that angled his bed upright. He wished he could sit up and eat normally, but he wasn't sure he'd be able to stay upright on his own. Hizashi had said he'd go looking for soup, but he appeared to have cleared out the entire cafeteria. There was soup as promised, but also rice, some kind of fish, 2 mandarins, a pastry that looked far too sweet, and 3 different sports drinks. Hizashi also produced 2 cans of coffee, handing one to Aizawa and opening one for himself. The amount of food was daunting, but he was happy to have a selection. Izuku looked up at Aizawa and back at the food. I doubt if you want to ask anything, can I eat while you do? I'm okay with some questions, but I'm also starving. Sure, kid, if that's what you want to do. Remember, I won't be upset if you don't want to answer something. But the more you tell us, the more we can help. The more you tell us, the more we can help. Shoyuta wasn't sure the kid wanted their help, but too bad he was getting it. He didn't buy Izuku's claim that he felt better now and was going to be okay. There's no way waking up in a hospital with 2 strange heroes and no psychiatric care was enough to turn him around. But either way, he had questions. The boy was clearly leaving things out of the story, and Shoyuta didn't blame him, but there were a few things he needed to know. He decided to start small. All we know about you so far is your name. Could you tell us how old you are? Oh, sure. It looked like the boy had expected something much more serious. He ate a piece of mandarin. I'm 14. Shoyuta was surprised but kept his features still. He'd really thought the kid was younger than that. He wasn't sure if it was okay to feel relieved that it was a suicidal 14-year-old in front of him rather than a suicidal 11-year-old. He considered it and decided they were both equally terrible. Hizashi spoke up. Cool little listener. Shoyuta and I are both high school teachers, and our kids are just around your age. What grade are you in? Izuku looked uncomfortable at the mention of school, but slurped his soup and answered anyway. Last year of middle school. Shoyuta decided to avoid the subject of school for now. You said you didn't recognize the area where we found you and you didn't know how you got there. I'm curious how far you traveled to get here, since you were out of it for so long. What area did you come from? He tried to word it carefully to avoid spooking the kid. Of course he wanted to get the kid back home, if it was safe, but he didn't think Izuku was ready to share that information yet. He just wanted to know what he could about those lost hours. Izuku hesitated for a moment, but seemed to decide the question was a safe one. I came from Mizudafu. I don't know if we're still there, since I must have been walking for hours, but I could have been going in circles I guess. I don't think I got on a train because I lost my wallet, but who knows, I really don't remember. Shoyuta interrupted his mumbling as gently as possible. We're still in Mizudafu, so you must have just been wandering for a while. He inhaled deeply and let it out slowly, steadying himself. This might be where it got tricky. He waited a moment for the kid to get a few bites of rice and a swig of yellow sports drink. You said your friend said some mean things to you, more than usual. I don't think there should be a usual for friends saying mean things, but if you want to share, I'm curious what they said to you. You don't have to say who said it if you don't want. But sharing something might make you feel better. Izuku thought about it for a moment, pressing his lips tightly together. I don't want to say who. And it's not like he was the only one, no one likes me. But I guess it's relevant, because he told me I should. The kid trailed off, and Shoyuta got a sinking feeling in his stomach. He had a feeling he knew where this was going. He told me to take a swan dive off the roof. That was upsetting. Suicide baiting was no laughing matter, especially if it was an ongoing thing. And a swan dive? What kind of kid was saying this stuff? Did he need to be so descriptive? Shoyuta tamped down his anger. That's a really terrible thing to say to someone. I don't think anyone who would say that should be considered a friend. He was wrong to say that, understand? Izuku did not look like he agreed. There's more to it, but I'm sorry, I don't want to talk about it. But he didn't say it out of nowhere. I know it wasn't nice, but he had a good reason. Shoyuta was 100% certain that was false. There was never a good reason for that. But Izuku said he didn't want to talk about it, so he wouldn't push. Okay, thanks for telling me that. I stand by what I said, but it's okay if you don't agree right now. Izuku looked a bit startled by Shuta's acceptance. His body language showed that he wasn't closing off like he had before. That was good. Shoyuta shared a brief glance with his husband, sitting in the chair beside him. He wanted to keep the kid relaxed as long as possible, but he had to ask. He and Hizashi had nearly perfected the art of having entire conversations with just their eyes, and right now his husband was encouraging him to go ahead. He steeled himself and went ahead. I'm curious about the villain you said you were attacked by, but I'm more interested in what you said happened after. You said you asked a hero a question and he said no. Would you be willing to share what that question was? Izuku visibly tensed. Shoyuta kept a sharp eye on the boy's hands, ready to step in if he started aggravating his wounds again. He knew it was a gamble, but if it didn't set him off, this could really help them figure out what was going on. For a while, it seemed like Izuku wasn't going to say anything. He looked up at Shoyuta, his eyes desperate like he was pleading for something. The look broke Shuta's heart. What did that sad excuse for a hero tell this boy? He would never admit it out loud, but Shoyuta was a bleeding heart, and right now Izuku was tugging on every heartstring. Izuku turned that pained look on Hizashi next, and held his gaze for longer than he had with Shoyuta. If he was so affected by it, it must have been 1,000,000 times harder for Hizashi to control his reaction. The kid just looked so broken, like he was certain he was about to be beaten by the two pro heroes in front of him if he said a word. Something in his husband's gaze must have reached the boy, because he in an unsteady breath and forced the words out. I asked if he thought, if someone like me could be a hero. It seemed like a monumental effort just to get out that one broken sentence. Shuda's unspoken question must have been clear to Izuku, because he shook his head and responded, I don't want to say, but I already knew. I knew the answer was no. I guess I just hoped he would tell me differently. Like maybe I was wrong. Or maybe he would lie to me and I would feel better. That would have been wrong. Heroes don't lie like that, and I would have known, but it would have felt nice. Shoyuta could not just let this one go. Kid, Izuku, I respect your right not to explain yourself. I won't push, but I have to disagree with whoever that hero was. He's obviously not a very good one if he's going around telling people they can't be heroes, especially right after meeting them. I can already tell you're a good kid with a big heart, and that's an important part of being a hero. It's something you can't teach. I can put a kid on an exercise plan, I can help them train their quirk, I can teach them to fight, but I can't make them care. For someone to tell you you couldn't be a hero, I think he was wrong. Hizashi leaned forward and added his bit. I feel the same way, little listener. I don't know why he would say that to you, because what he said was wrong. It wasn't just unkind of him to say it, it was factually inaccurate. If you want to be a hero, you can. Izuku did not look encouraged by their words. If anything, he looked guiltier. Shoyuta should have known not to bust out the big speeches, but he couldn't let that slide. Not disagreeing right away would be the same as agreeing, and whoever this hero was, Shoyuta wanted to distance himself from the guy as much as possible. His immediate concern, however, was the way Izuku appeared to be shutting down. He wasn't hurting himself, but his lips were pressed together and his eyes were squeezed shut so tightly it looked painful. Shoyuta took a chance and reached out toward the boy, calling his name first to hopefully get his consent. Izuku. No response. Izuku, is it okay if I touch your head? I just want to help you feel better. Izuku opened his eyes and hesitated only for a moment before leaning his head toward Shuda's outstretched hand. Shoyuta immediately started gently carding his hand through the kid's hair, keeping his movements steady and predictable, doing his best to soothe. He scooted his chair closer to make it more comfortable for both of them. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to get worked up, I just feel really strongly about the subject. But we don't have to talk about it if you don't want to. I just need to make it clear that I disagree, because I couldn't stand you thinking I feel that way about you. I'll drop it for now, okay? Shoyuta was relieved to see Izuku relaxing under his touch. He was so not good at this part. He was glad the kid was responding well so far, but he felt like he was one step away from pushing the kid into another meltdown, and he didn't know where all the triggers were. Well, he was picking up on a few of them, but unfortunately he had to keep going. This was too important. He took a deep breath and braced himself, but Hizashi spoke up before he had a chance. I hate to press you, Izuku, but you mentioned something about a rooftop? Did you meet this hero on a roof somewhere? Maybe that's where the villain took you. Shoyuta let out the breath he didn't realize he'd been holding. His husband had asked exactly what he'd been about too, but in a much gentler tone. He was doing a good job of controlling his volume. This was probably the quietest Shoyuta had ever heard him, actually. Surprisingly, this question didn't seem to bother the kid as much as the last one. He hummed in what seemed like agreement. He didn't, I wasn't up there until after. After the villain, I almost drowned and I passed out, so when I woke up I don't think I was totally with it, you know? But the hero, he was leaving and I just kind of grabbed him without thinking? And he landed on the roof. That's where we talked. It wasn't his fault I was up there, I just grabbed on like some kind of stalker. I know I'm creepy, I really didn't mean to. This time, it was Hizashi who cut off the boy's rambling. Izuku, are you saying that a pro-hero tried to leave you behind after you lost consciousness during a villain attack? Did he do any first aid, or call medical services, or contact your guardian? Shoyuta wouldn't have put it so diplomatically. Izuku looked confused. Yeah? I was fine. I only passed out because the villain was forcing himself down my throat and I couldn't breathe. He was made of some kind of slime. It was some kind of transformation quirk, or maybe a mutation, but transformation seems more likely. His eyes were the only solid part of his body, and he was translucent, There were no visible organs or solid body, and it sounded like he was trying to take over my body somehow. Oh. This time Izuku had caught himself. It seemed like the muttering was a deeply ingrained habit. It was nice to hear him muttering something other than apologies for once, though. Kid, whether you were fine or not, that hero went against one of the most basic principles of heroics. Every hero knows that civilian life is the top priority, no matter the circumstances. We always prioritize the rescue, and we always ensure the safety of victims first. The only time we keep going after the villain is if that villain is still an active threat and they need to be subdued before rescue can proceed. Even then, protecting people takes priority over capturing the villain. Do you understand? Izuku looked doubtful, and Hizashi stepped in. Listener, it sounds like that villain was already subdued and the hero was leaving the scene. Suffocation and drowning are serious dangers, and you can't always tell how serious they are by looking. It's really basic hero stuff. He should have made sure you were okay, and not left until you were in the care of your guardian or a medical professional. It's beginning to sound like this guy might not be the best example of a hero, yeah? Maybe he didn't know what he was talking about. Izuku snorted, actually snorted, at Hizashi's words. He looked like he didn't buy a word of it, like they were idiots for suggesting they knew more about the basics of heroics than whoever this lame but hero was. Still, it seemed like there was something more to it. Izuku wasn't the kind of kid to react that way unless he had a very good reason, unless it was painfully obvious that they were wrong. What kind of hero must this guy have been, for the kid to be so confident in his authority? Hizashi seemed undaunted by Izuku's reaction. I have to say, Izuku, I'm getting pretty curious. Everything you're telling me says this guy is nothing special, but you don't seem to agree. Want to tell us who it was? Maybe we know him. Izuku went completely still at this request. He didn't freak out, he didn't reach for his bandaged arms. He didn't close his eyes or press his lips together. He just went completely still. Like he was on pause. Everything that Izuku had said, his reaction, Hizashi's words. It was all adding up to a picture that Shoyuta didn't think he liked. He would consider it baseless speculation, completely illogical, if it wasn't for the little slip-ups Izuku had made when telling his story. Twice now he had started to say what seemed like the hero's name. Staring with L, or L, Shoyuta could think of dozens of heroes whose names started with those sounds. But he could only think of one who would inspire this kind of reaction in a little hero fanboy. One who happened to move to Mizutofu very recently, and who was known to play a little fast and loose with standard hero protocol. Almost as if he thought he was above it. From the look on Hizashi's face, he was following the breadcrumbs to a similar conclusion. Shoyuta pinned him with his most determined look, and mouthed the name. Hizashi looked grim, but nodded. Izuku, I have a guess and I want you to tell me if I'm right. Would that be okay? You don't have to say anything, just nod or shake your head. Izuku started tugging on his hair and muttering, he said I couldn't tell, he made me promise, no one can know, he'll know I told I can't. Shoyuta was having none of that. He reached out and pulled the kid's hands away, replacing them with one of his own and gently carding through the kid's curls. Kid, you're not going to be in trouble for telling us the truth. I'll make sure of it. Especially if we figured it out on our own, right? We're pro-heroes, and we're here to protect you. You are our priority and we won't let anything happen to you. It's important that we know what happened so we can keep helping you. Does that make sense? Izuku looked doubtful, but nodded. He wrung his hands in the hospital blanket, hard enough that it must hurt, but Shoyuta didn't stop him. He'd pick his battles, and this was better than his hair or his arms. The kid turned his broken look up at Hizashi like he was waiting for a death sentence. Okay, little listener, I'm going to say who I think it is, and you just let me know if I'm right or wrong. Okay? Izuku didn't show any sign of agreement, but he didn't react negatively either. He just kept looking up at Hizashi like the blonde hero was his only lifeline. Hizashi took a calming breath before he spoke. Shoyuta took a deep breath and held it. Izuku was the hero who saved you from the sludge villain. All Might. Izuku cracked immediately. The sobs he let out were the most intense they'd heard from him yet, and he curled in on himself so tightly it looked like he was in pure physical agony. It was as clear an answer as any. Hizashi had Izuku in his arms in a heartbeat, pushing aside his forgotten tray table and sitting beside him on the bed. He tucked the boy's head under his chin and stroked his hair, whispering soothing words and rocking him gently, like a small child. If he weren't so upset by the revelation, Shoyuta might have stopped to appreciate how natural his husband looked taking care of a child. As it was, all of his attention was on what Izuku had just revealed. All Might, the #1 hero, had abandoned a child who was nearly killed by a villain, without securing medical care. He then took the kid to a rooftop and told him he couldn't be a hero. Shoyuta didn't give a single F about All Might's reasoning for saying that to a kid. Izuku could be quirkless for all he cared, there was no excuse. There was no reason this kid shouldn't be a hero. Shoyuta wasn't just trying to make Izuku feel better when he said heart was one of the most important things in a hero. Lying wasn't his style. He'd seen countless kids who were well-trained with powerful quirks fail as heroes because they didn't care enough. They were cocky, or careless, or lacked dedication. It was hard to keep fighting in life-or-death situations when your only reason for being there was for publicity or to feel important. No one wanted to die for the chance at a magazine cover. He had thought All Might was one of the good ones. Although the man was essentially his antithesis in style, Shoyuta had grown up in the age of All Might and couldn't help idolizing him a little, especially when he was younger. He was the shining example of a good hero. He had saved so many people. He prioritized the rescue, but always got the villain in the end. He went on TV and encouraged kids everywhere to believe that they, too, could be heroes. What about Izuku made him different? No, that wasn't fair. It had nothing to do with Izuku. Something was wrong with All Might. Had he always been fake, or was this a recent development? How did he not realize the impact his words had as the #1 hero, the hero who had practically defined what it meant to be a hero in the modern age? Why would he use that influence to crush the spirit of one big-hearted little boy? It didn't matter. Shoyuta was going to hunt down the #1 hero and kick the sheet out of him. He was going to break his fat white teeth and expose his rotten personality to the world. The only thing holding him back right now was his need to prioritize Izuku's well-being. How hard is that, All Might? Hizashi was still stroking his hair and holding him tightly, but the kid's cries had quieted down and he seemed to be breathing more normally. Shoyuta took advantage of the fact that Izuku's face was still buried in Hizashi's shirt to get his expression under control. Izuku was afraid of getting in trouble. All Might had made him promise not to tell. Why, he wasn't sure, but he didn't like it. He and Hizashi needed to assure the kid that he would not get in trouble, that they would protect him, and that All Might was wrong to ask him to keep it a secret. Right now, he needed to be calm. He usually didn't have too much trouble controlling his emotions. He got flack from his colleagues all the time about his dead-eyed stare. But when he got truly angry, he saw how people recoiled. It was useful when intimidating villains. When soothing crying kids, not so much. Once again, Shoyuta was impressed with how well Hizashi was handling all this. He'd been worried about his husband after they got the kid to the hospital. He'd nearly called Namuri in to drag him away, but he knew that would only make him worry more, and without Shoyuta there to soothe him. He was glad to see that having Izuku there, the fact that Izuku needed him, was keeping Hizashi grounded. Now they needed to do the same for Izuku. Izuku had told them. He hadn't said All Might's name, but he may as well have. He couldn't believe he told them. All Might, the #1 hero, the man Izuku had idolized since before he could remember, had asked Izuku to keep a secret and Izuku had broken his promise. Sure, he hadn't said anything about his injury or his other form. Those things were most important, and he wouldn't risk national security just for his own feelings. But All Might had trusted him not to tell, and he had broken that trust. Izuku could picture the look of disappointment on his idol's face. The way that bright smile would turn to a sneer when he looked down on shitty Deku Izuku. What he might say, "You can't be a hero. You're no good even as a shitty quirkless Deku. Why don't you take a swan dive and hope there's no next life?" He knew All Might would never say those things, but he couldn't get his brain to stop picturing it. Whatever he would say would be just as bad, even if he used nicer words. Did this make Izuku a villain? He'd betrayed a hero. He'd disobeyed a direct instruction from a hero. If he'd succeeded in his attempt, this wouldn't have happened. If Hizashi had just walked past that alley, Everything would be fine. If he'd just taken the short way down from the roof, All Might wouldn't be disappointed in him. Oh Izuku, baby no. Nothing would be better if you were gone. If I hadn't found you, I wouldn't know you. Now that I know you, I wouldn't trade you for anything. How much had he said out loud? Probably not the worst stuff, or they'd already be asking questions. Hizashi's words started to register. He didn't know how he felt about that. He wasn't used to being cared for. His mother had suffocated him when he was young and grown distant as he got older. There was no in-between. Everyone else in his life either abused him directly or pitted him to the point that he almost preferred the physical violence. The affection from Hizashi wasn't entirely unwelcome, but it wasn't comfortable. He felt guilty. Hizashi seemed to sense or predict his conflict and drew back a bit. I don't want to make you uncomfortable. I just don't want to hear you say you should die, especially to make others happy. It would make me very unhappy and show too. Aizawa looked like he was holding back some explosive words, lips pressed tightly together, but simply nodded at Izuku. After a few more moments of Hizashi holding Izuku, which was not unwelcome or uncomfortable at all, there was a knock at the door and a different nurse from last time entered. I have something here to help with the pain, kiddo. It will probably make you sleepy. Want to eat anything else first? Izuku looked at the forgotten tray table and only felt sick. He shook his head. All right, you might not sleep, but it'll make you drowsy and probably a bit loopy. Loopy was right, thought Izuku. His arms started to feel better immediately, and as his thoughts became harder to follow, the ache in his chest lightened as well. Okay kiddo, you're all set? Give us a call if you need anything, and we'll be back in an hour regardless. Your dads? These guys will take good care of you. Izuku found the idea of the two pro heroes as his dads absolutely hilarious. Two of the coolest heroes with a shitty quirkless son? For some reason the jab at himself didn't hurt this time, it just made it funnier. He felt himself snort a little as his eyelids grew heavier. Dads, good night dads. He heard a choked sound from one of the two heroes just before he slipped away. Dads. Oh my god, Shoyuda. I get that they must not know who we are, and the kid is perfect, but please tell me we don't look old enough to have produced a child that age. Hizashi was nearly hysterical. Zashi, I don't think the two of us could produce a child no matter when we did it. But yeah, doesn't add up. Despite their protests, both men had nearly burst when a sleepy, drugged Izuku wished his dads good night. From Hizashi, that meant an aborted squeal. Luckily, he looked over at his husband in time to catch the widening of his eyes and the upward quirk of his lips. For show, that was as good as a squeal. Sleepy, drugged Izuku was adorable. Considering that the last hour had been full of difficult conversation and more than one breakdown, Izuku looked remarkably peaceful. He was a stark contrast to the pale, limp boy they had brought in, unsure for the first few hours if he'd make it. Once he'd settled in his room, he'd stirred only occasionally and had a permanent scowl on his face. After speaking with him, it was clear that this boy had a face made for smiling. They hadn't seen much besides tears so far, but the sleepy smile as he slipped away into a drugged stupor was golden. Hizashi sighed. Now that they had some answers, they unfortunately had work to do. He turned to his husband, who was watching the boy with a look of intense concentration. What cha thinkin', Sho? We still don't know his family name. He could be in a bad situation, or we could be keeping a kid from a frantic parent. We can't force him, I can tell we won't get anywhere, and I don't want to ruin the trust. But we have to be the authorities at some point. Actually, babe, I was thinking. If he was attacked by that villain on his way home from school the day before yesterday, his family can't have seen him for over 48 hours. Either they've put in a missing persons report, or they're not looking. Shoyuda sighed and looked up at Hizashi. That's a good point, but I don't like the implications. He's got paperwork, we put him in the system. Green hair isn't exactly common, and we know he's from Yuzudafu. There's no way they wouldn't have looked here. It's been 2 days. Well, we can update his file with his name, at least, and maybe you can check with the police? You work with them more than I do. His husband grumbled a bit but agreed. Hizashi read the subtext of the grumble and did his best to placate him. I know you don't have a homeroom to teach, Mr. I expelled an entire class. Ned's has been fine with me gone for a couple days, and your foundational heroics classes are covered, but I can't stay away forever. Tomorrow, I'll go back to class and you stay here with the kidlet. It's close enough I could probably swing by at lunch, and I'll come back right after my last class. Tonight and tomorrow night, you can leave if you need to, or we can just hang out here with the green bean all night. And if neither of us can get a family name by the time he's discharged, he'll come home with us. We both have emergency foster licenses. That way we can keep him safe and secure until we know how to help him. Hizashi could tell from his husband's minor shift in expression that he'd hit the nail on the head. I just don't want to leave him alone, Hizashi. He can't think we're leaving him. He clearly doesn't have anyone else right now. I'm not leaving him here. This is why I love you, you big softy. He placed a soft kiss on top of his husband's messy black hair. I'm going to go to the desk and update his file with his name, maybe Mizudafu as his residence. We may as well take advantage of how zonked out he is right now. You can call the station from here, if that sounds good. And I'll run by home and grab some clothes, feed the cats, etc. Text me anything you want me to grab. Still seated in the chair next to Izuku's bed, Hizashi's usually stoic husband wrapped his arms around the blonde's waist in a rare display of emotion. He didn't say anything, just leaned in and recharged. Hizashi held him close, then bent down for a proper kiss before gathering his things. I'll be back soon, babe. We've got this. Shoyuta wasn't going to waste time. He stepped out of the boy's room with one final, extended look at the mess of green curls splayed out on his pillow. Just to make sure he wasn't going anywhere. He paused before dialing the local police station's number, trying to figure out what he needed from them and how much he should say. It was the precinct he worked with most often, being closest to his home and central to his most frequent patrol route. He knew and trusted just about everyone who worked there. There was nothing confidential about this case. But something told him to approach this more delicately. Maybe it was his fear of possibly sending the kid back to a bad living situation. Maybe it was the involvement of All Might and the fact that the kid was clearly still hiding something. Maybe he was just feeling protective. Regardless of the reason, Shoyuta decided to play it safe and call the direct line of one of his closest colleagues on the force, Detective Tsukachi Naomasa. Tsukachi was an upstanding cop, but also knew how to navigate gray areas in the law. He had a strong moral code, and that sometimes meant certain vigilantes slipped away a little more easily, or first-time drag offenders flew under the radar with reduced charges. Tsukachi was a good guy. He also seemed to work with All Might an unusual amount, considering the number one hero had only moved to the area a few weeks ago. Shoyuta wasn't one to pry, but he'd been involved in a number of cases led by Tsukachi in which the symbol of peace had unexpectedly dropped by just in the nick of time. The Sky Egg incident, however many years ago, when they were working the trigger cases in Narahata, for example. All Might was nowhere near the area but zipped in fully briefed on the situation. Shoyuta had seen the hero and the detective laughing together more than once, but it wasn't his business. Until now. He was going to make it his business, if that's what it took to get answers from the smiling BSDRD. Decision made, Shoyuta dialed the detective's direct line. What do you want, eraser? Isn't 5 p.m. a bit early for you? Ha, Tsukachi. I'm calling about the kid Hizashi found night before last, attempted suicide. He woke up, but we still don't have a full name. No one has come looking for him, even though it sounds like he's local. I don't mind official channels, but I want to be delicate with this kid. I'm not certain, but it's possible he isn't safe at home, and I don't want to risk sending him back there. If it comes down to proof, we might not have it. I don't want to lose a kid because of a lack of evidence. If possible, I want to investigate the family before we alert them, if they don't come looking first. Tsukachi dropped his jovial tone immediately. I've got you, eraser. Tell me what we're working with, anything that might help, and I'll do my best. I'll keep it off the books as long as I can. Okay if I put Sansa on it? You know he's good with this kind of thing, and he knows how to be discreet. I'll stay involved too. Thanks, that would be great. We have a first name, Izuku. I'm pretty sure it's real. He/him pronouns volunteered, by the way. Age 14, last year of middle school. He didn't explicitly say he's from Mizudafu, but he told us he was walking home from school in the area, and we found him nearby. It seems he was involved in a villain attack that afternoon, something to do with a guy made of sludge? I didn't recognize the description. Tsukachi hummed, but it was unclear if he recognized the villain or was just noting the information. It's likely his belongings were left wherever that villain attacked. They also could be on a nearby rooftop. Shoyuda offered no explanation for that one. Let the man figure it out. He didn't want to bring up All Might. He was suspicious of how the detective's personal connection with him might influence his judgment of Izuku's story. At the same time, if they could track down the hero, they might be able to find Izuku's bag and maybe get some answers about their interaction. Shoyuda decided to leave it out for now. He didn't explicitly promise Izuku he'd keep All Might's involvement to himself, but he knew it would be better for their trust if he waited and asked the kid first. If there's no report of a 14-year-old Izuku with green hair gone missing in Mizudafu, we need to find that bag. Izuku didn't want to talk about it, but it sounds like a hero was involved in the villain attack. It's gotta be in your precinct, and if there was a hero, I'm sure you'd know about it. Whoever that hero is might be able to point us to where the kid lost his stuff, maybe tell us more about what happened. Shoyuda waited a beat, then continued. Just a bit more. Made of sludge, suffocates or drowns his victims. Kid said he's got solid eyes and a translucent body. Whoever showed up must have been pretty powerful to blow that kind of villain away. If Sludge Fucker wasn't already brought in, he's on my sheet list too. 2? I don't want to know who else is on that list right now. No, Shoyuda didn't think he did. It sounds familiar, but I've been wrapping up another case that's SCKED a lot of my attention. I'll pass this along to Sansa and let you know what we find out. Tsukachi paused for a moment. I saw your report from the other night, Eraser. It sounded intense. I know it's not the first time for you, but how's the kid? How's Mike? Shoyuda sighed for what felt like the 50th time today. Hizashi is dealing. This is new for them. The kid's not awake. Well, he was until the painkillers he got just a minute ago. I'm staying with him, or Hizashi is, until we figure out what's up with his family. He's going to pretend he's fine, run, and do it again. I'm going to stop him. You're attached. Of course I'm attached, you busted human polygraph. I would be for any kid, but if you'd seen this one, you'd get it. He needs someone, Tsukachi. I'm not letting this drop. If there's anything shady here, I'm digging it up. Something tells me you've already found something shady and you're keeping it from me. I'll do it your way for now, but keep in mind that things go smoother when everyone has all the information. Once you involve me, I'm not going to drop it either. I know. Alright, well, keep me in the loop and I'll do the same. Look for calls from either me or Sansa. Take care of your husband. Yeah, thanks. After hanging up, Shoyuda felt a creeping anxiety that he knew wasn't healthy, but was excusable for now. His heart sped up as he opened the door to Izuku's room, and he sighed his relief when he saw the kid still asleep and heard his heart monitor's steady beep. Inko Midoriya was a busy woman. As a single mother, it was no small task to keep up with bills and feed a growing teenage boy. Well, a normal boy would be growing. It was unavoidable that she'd have to pick up extra shifts and sometimes work late with no notice. She was just doing her duty as a mother. No one could blame her, then, for asking Izuku to feed himself. It was her prerogative to spend her downtime in her room watching TV. Teenagers didn't want anything to do with their mothers anyway. No, she was a perfectly fine mother of a perfectly useless child. Inko didn't like people finding out about Izuku's condition, but when they did, she made the best of the pitying looks. It was nice for people to recognize how much of a struggle it was to have a child you knew would never be truly independent. To put so much more work in and get nothing back. The government provided a small supplemental payment for families with disabled children, but it wasn't much. It didn't make up for the special shoes to fit his extra-wide feet, or the inflated tuition costs, or the excessive spending on bandages and burn cream. Quirkless kids were just so fragile. Izuku liked to bandage his wounds himself, and Inko let him. If he didn't want her to see them, it was a win-win situation. This was one skill that would serve him well later in life. But she did get tired of spending so much to constantly restock their first aid kit. She wished her boy would try a little harder to take care of himself. Moody and secretive as he was, she sometimes went days without speaking to him. Sure, he was around the apartment, but it wasn't like he was really there. He didn't exactly do anything, just mope around and scribble in those notebooks. It was kind of sad, the way he still played make-believe heroes. There can't have been anyone his age still willing to pretend with him. Inko figured that was just one more side effect of the quirkless condition. Stunted emotional and mental development? Sadly, the life expectancy for the quirkless was dropping rapidly every year. It made it hard to do studies, and there honestly didn't seem to be much point. Inko couldn't suppress the wave of relief she felt when she read the quirkless life expectancy statistics. It wasn't that she wanted her baby to die, not at all. She loved her little Izuku. But the thought of him being around her house, eating her food, draining her bank account until the day she died, it was suffocating. With him always there, always relying on her, she would never truly be able to live her life. This was not what she'd signed up for when she and Hizashi had decided to start a family. She'd never admit it out loud, but in the support forum she'd found online for parents of quirkless children, Inko had found the vent thread incredibly cathartic. It was such a relief to find other people in her same position, to know she wasn't alone or evil for having those thoughts. So, given everything she dealt with on a daily basis, Inko could hardly be blamed for not realizing Izuku hadn't come home. It wasn't her fault. She was a good mother, who always did her duty. Izuku recognized the feeling this time of waking from a drag-induced slumber. It only took him a moment to remember he was in the hospital. It took a few more moments to remember why he was here, but before he could work himself into a panic attack, a cool hand was laid over his own. "Welcome back, kid. How was your trip?" Eraserhead. That's right, pro-hero Eraserhead, personal idol, was sitting with him on his FANG suicide watch. Izuku groaned. "How's the pain? They changed your bandages while you were out. Made me promise to tell you to leave them alone this time. You busted your stitches." He looked down at his arms. They looked the same as before, tightly bound in white bandages from elbow to wrist. It made his movements stiff, but something about the pressure was comforting. Imagining what was under the bandages made him dizzy. He looked away. "Oh, Zashi picked up some clothes for you. We figured you might want to change." Izuku hadn't given much thought to what he was wearing last time he was awake, but now he realized he was in one of those stiff hospital gowns that was open in the back. He felt his face heat up. "My other clothes?" "The clothes you were wearing are long gone, kid. They were torn up, dirty, and absolutely soaked in blood. You wouldn't want them." Izuku agreed. The bag Aizawa offered him was a shopping bag with new clothes, not stuff for him to borrow like he'd expected. "You didn't have to, I don't need all this. They're clothes. You're gonna need them. Unless you wanted us to pick something up from your house?" Izuku paled at the thought. He hadn't explicitly said he didn't want to go home, but surely they'd picked up on it by now. He just wasn't ready to figure out what that would mean for his relationship with this mother, or for his recovery. Recovery? Wasn't he just going to wait a few days and do the job right? Well, he still didn't want to go home. He'd do just about anything to avoid that conversation with his mother. He felt guilty for taking advantage of the two heroes' kindness, but going home was not an option. Izuku realized he'd been staring into the shopping bag for way too long. "I didn't mean to upset you, kid. It's an option, of course, but I'm getting the feeling you don't want to go home. We could go get some of your stuff if you don't want to be there. But if not, Hizashi and I are more than happy to take care of everything right now." A sharper pang of guilt shot through his chest. Izuku was draining these two, just because he was too selfish to go home. There was nothing wrong with his home. His mother took perfect care of him. Everything was provided. But here he was, basking in the light of two important heroes, taking them away from their jobs, their fans, their lives. Wait, he'd been here for 2 days. They'd been here for 2 days. Hizashi said you're both teachers? And you're heroes? And he's on the radio. Don't you need to go do that stuff? I'm fine, I'll be okay, really. Aizawa looked faintly amused. Relax, kid, it's already sorted. I don't have a class right now, And Hizashi's actually there now, yelling English at a bunch of rowdy 15-year-olds. We're both scaling back the hero work a bit, but it's important for heroes to take breaks occasionally anyway. I have nowhere better to be. Izuku hardly thought that supervising a suicidal teenager qualified as a break, but Aizawa's explanation did make him feel a bit better. He looked again at the bag of clothes. He would really like to get out of the hospital gown. It looked like there was a selection of t-shirts, a couple of pairs of soft breathes, and an oversized fleece hoodie. Pulling everything out revealed a variety of socks and underwear in the bottom of the bag. This, in turn, made Izuku realize he must be wearing hospital-provided underwear, and all of a sudden everything itched. Aizawa seemed to realize he was ready to change, and got up from his chair. They said you'd probably need help getting changed, especially since you just lost some stitches. I don't mind, or I can call an orderly. I can do it. What I'm hearing is that you'd prefer me not to call anyone. So I'm going to hold on to whatever clothes you pick and hand them to you while you try to pull them on. When they get stuck and your arms don't work, let me know. With that said and a slightly feral grin on his face, Aizawa held out a hand, presumably waiting for Izuku to hand over his selections. He chose a pair of gray sweatpants and a soft t-shirt with a little cat character on it. The underwear was going to be the embarrassing part. He picked the first pair he found and grabbed a random pair of socks, grudgingly passing everything over to Aizawa. I'm going to give you as much privacy as I can, but seriously, tell me if you want to hold onto my arm or something. I won't look. Izuku appreciated the consideration, figuring an orderly would leave him with a little less dignity intact. As he prepared to stand up for the first time in days, he had a thought. Wait, is it okay to lock the door? People keep just coming in. Good thinking. As he turned back from the door to resume his spot by the bed, Aizawa leveled a gaze at Izuku that screamed, "Don't bullshit me, kid." Izuku resigned himself. Just help standing up. And there's no way I could untie this stupid thing even with fully functioning arms. But that's it. Again, Aizawa looked faintly amused. Izuku was starting to like that look. It made him feel normal. The hero reached behind Izuku and untied his hospital gown, then angled himself away and offered an arm. Gripping it, embarrassingly tightly, Izuku was able to pull himself to a fully standing position. He didn't immediately let go of Aizawa, as the sudden movement made him dizzy and brought back his headache. Kid! Fine, just stood up too fast. Gimme clothes. Aizawa held out the stack of clothes in his other arm, and Izuku grabbed the undergarments first. It was slow going, but Izuku managed to get everything on except the t-shirt. Without help. He never thought he'd be so proud to simply dress himself. Well, almost. Try as he might, there was no way he could extend both arms and maneuver them through the sleeves. They were stiff in their bandages, for one, and all the moving around and pulling on breathes had escalated the pain from a dull ache to a sharp throb every time he moved them. Sighing, he admitted defeat. Aizawa, please will you help me put on a shirt? As the pro-hero turned around, Izuku realized too late that his torso was fully exposed, including the multitude of burn scars he'd collected over the last 10 years. He quickly averted his eyes and hoped Aizawa would leave it alone. He couldn't, not right now. Aizawa gently took the shirt out of his hands and shimmied it over Izuku's arms a little at a time. He kept his eyes focused on the arms, and Izuku breathed a sigh of relief. He knew this wouldn't be the end of it, but he was already so drained just from getting dressed. As Aizawa pulled the collar over Izuku's head, there was a frantic jiggling of the doorknob and an impatient knock. Izuku? Shoyuda? Are you in there? Everything okay? Yes, Zashi, Izuku's just getting changed. Be there in a sec. When he was sure Izuku was comfortable, Aizawa unlocked the door to let in a somewhat disheveled Hizashi, carrying more shopping bags, a duffel bag, and a tray with 3 hot drinks. How did you get up here with all of that? You could have called me down. Izuku realized he didn't know what floor he was on, or what hospital he was in. Hizashi's eyes darted toward Izuku, seemingly involuntarily, before he launched into an energetic story about the woman he'd met in the elevator who helped him balance the tray of drinks when he almost toppled over. And she said, "Careful, this is my best suit." But it was scrubs, just plain green scrubs. Hizashi seemed out of breath, but calmed down after whatever silent conversation the two heroes engaged in. Little listener. Izuku, how do you like the clothes I picked out? Everything fit? Yeah, they're great. Thanks, Hizashi. It felt like the most honest thing Izuku had said all day. He was grateful for the clothes. Being properly dressed made him feel cleaner, well-rested, even though the activity had tired him out. Hizashi must have been able to tell, because the smile he got in return was blinding and dripping with relief. If that's what all of his real smiles are like, I'm going to have to get a few more of those before I go. Shoyuta knew the kid wouldn't want assistance getting dressed, who would, but he was relieved when Izuku asked him for help, and he was frankly delighted by the small amount of sass the boy gave him about it. He hoped they got to see more of the kid's personality soon. It was clear he had a big heart, and that he was hurt, but meeting someone on one of the worst days of their lives doesn't always give you the big picture. He had a feeling there was a lot more to Izuku than what they'd seen so far. Speaking of those scars, he'd done his best not to react, but it was hard. That was too many scars for such a young kid. Some of them looked old and some were new, meaning this was an ongoing thing. I've always been bullied at school, he'd said. Is that what this was? Was it someone at home? Was it something he'd done to himself? They still didn't know Izuku's quirk. Shoyuta had his suspicions based on what he'd said about his conversation with All Might. Could someone like me be a hero? And I already knew the answer was no. Shoyuta had met more than one person on a rooftop who was pushed there by quirk discrimination, bullied for their useless quirk, denied employment because their quirk was villainous. Shoyuta hadn't had the easiest time of it with his own quirk, and he bristled any time he saw a kid suffering because of this flaw in their quirk-centric society. Most of Izuku's scars looked like burns, many of them starburst-shaped. An explosion quirk or a fire quirk would be ideal for heroics, so Shoyuta didn't really think that was what Izuku had. It seemed far more likely that he was discouraged from heroics because of his quirk. And it seemed far more likely that someone else had given him those scars, repeatedly, for years. Shoyuta might have another entry for his sheet list. The elevator ride up to Izuku's floor had been the longest 3 minutes of Hizashi's life. He knew Shoyuta was in the room with him. They'd been messaging right up until the moment Izuku woke up. He'd already been back once today to drop off the clothes, then went out again for more errands after school. He couldn't stand to be away, but he was restless in the hospital as well, just sitting there watching Izuku sleep. He would feel better after they'd spent some more time with Izuku, got to know him, checked out his family situation. He hadn't heard the full report from Shoyuta, but he knew the police were looking into it, and he knew Shoyuta had asked for discretion. Hizashi trusted his husband more than anyone in the world, which is why he knew Izuku was safe. If he wasn't, Sho would have called him immediately. But what if something's happening right now and he can't get to his phone? What if Izuku did something? What if he's bleeding out? What if Shoyuta had to go to the bathroom? What if Izuku is flatlining and his heart monitor is just one long beep? An image of Izuku, small and covered in blood, eyes open but totally still. Hizashi knew that wasn't happening. But he couldn't completely pull himself together until he saw Izuku. The locked door freaked him out, but of course, he was changing, putting on the clothes Hizashi had picked out for him. Laying eyes on Izuku was like breathing for the first time after diving too deep underwater. He didn't look happy, exactly, but there was a little spark in his eyes. Shoyuta was smiling in his quiet, totally smiling way. Hizashi had the feeling he'd missed a good joke, and he was delighted. He was even more delighted when he saw which shirt Izuku had chosen to wear. He knew Shoyuta wouldn't have picked it. It was a character Sho had been obsessed with as a kid, and Hizashi liked to tease him every once in a while by getting him a shirt, or pajama briefs, or a coffee mug with the little cat on it. He grumbled, but that coffee mug got a lot of use. Hizashi had seen the shirt at the store, in what they'd guessed was Izuku's size, and bought it without a second thought. Now, seeing it on the kid, with Sho basically beaming, he had the feeling it was significant somehow. He caught himself rambling on with some story or another, just filling airtime, as Shoyuta liked to call it. He was feeling better, but his adrenaline was still pumping. He met his husband's eyes. Chill out, they said. He's good. You're good. I'm getting you back for that shirt. Little listener. Izuku, how do you like the clothes I picked out? Everything fit? Izuku's response was extraordinary. It was so small, but it was a real smile. All of Hizashi's worries were burned away with the force of that smile. Yeah, they're great. Thanks, Hizashi. Izuku said his name. Izuku thanked him. And it sounded nothing like he had when he'd said, "I'm so glad you found me." This time, it was true. Hizashi wasn't an idiot. He knew Izuku wouldn't be happy he was found before he bled out. But as far as Hizashi was concerned, they hadn't finished rescuing him yet. He looked over at the kid, now laying back down on his bed but clutching his new fuzzy hoodie like a stuffed animal. Finding Izuku was such a good thing. Izuku was saved from his concerns about wasting Aizawa and Hizashi's time purely thanks to his inability to stay awake. The combination of blood loss, pain medication, and emotional exhaustion enabled him to doze on and off for the rest of the day, waking only a few times to see Hizashi, Aizawa, or both men seated next to his bed. This also meant Izuku didn't have much opportunity to think about his mother, for which he was grateful. He briefly wondered why she hadn't showed up yet, but some small part of him wasn't surprised. He knew the most likely reason: she was happy he was gone. He'd always felt guilty about how much trouble he caused for his mother, but he hadn't really thought about how to make it easier on her. There really wasn't a way, except him being gone. He couldn't get a good job, he couldn't stop getting hurt, he couldn't survive on his own. What did he have to offer, except his absence? Thinking about it made him feel queasy. He'd never really considered the magnitude of his mother's burden. Without him, she'd be alone. She'd be free. His father was long gone, and she had friends, a job, a life. She had devoted herself to Izuku, and it was a thankless task. He might love her, but what was that worth in the long run? He could do nothing for her. Izuku's thoughts on the matter were fragmented as he drifted in and out of sleep. The pain medication kept coming, although he was warned he would be moved to something less intense tomorrow. For now, Izuku was just grateful for every moment he wasn't awake. The light from his room's window grew fainter every time Izuku drifted into consciousness, and eventually he realized it was night. The way he was constantly drifting in and out meant that although Izuku had slept a lot, he hadn't slept deeply. Aizawa and Hizashi were clearly exhausted too. The couple had stoutly refused to go home for the night, even in shifts. Izuku had tried to dissuade them, but Aizawa had leveled him with a glare, not unkind, but allowing for no argument, and asked the staff for extra blankets and pillows. The chairs they'd been practically glued to, Aizawa especially, apparently reclined completely, likely designed with this precise situation in mind. Izuku belatedly realized this was likely not their first time with this sleeping arrangement, considering he'd been unconscious for a day and a half and Aizawa had said they'd stayed with him. He couldn't help the familiar feeling of guilt when he looked over from his hospital bed at the two grown men wrapped in rough hospital blankets in identical recliner chairs. They'd had to do so much for him, just because he was too weak to do anything right. Not live, not die. Izuku did enjoy having them around, though, and that mixed with the guilt in his stomach to create a very unsettling mixture. He wasn't used to having people around, and he certainly wasn't used to enjoying company. He wasn't used to people caring about him. While he was wrestling with his conflicting emotions, he noticed movement in one of the chairs. Aizawa was awake. He didn't say anything, just offered one of his "words are overrated" stares, somehow simultaneously comforting and reproachful. Its meaning was clear: go to sleep. Aizawa pulled Hizashi's hand up to his chest from where it was splayed over both chairs' arms and gave it a small kiss. Izuku looked at the other hero and realized he was awake, too, also looking at Izuku. Hizashi's gaze wasn't as intense as his husband's, but seemed to contain a greater complexity of emotion. Fondness, but also a bit of fear, happiness, relief, and anxiety all at once. Izuku had to look away from the overwhelming amount of emotion the two heroes were emitting. He never knew people could communicate like that. He didn't know what to do with it. So, he didn't think about it. He did his new favorite thing and let his mind drift into nothingness. When Naomasa had called his old friend last night, Toshinori had been more than willing to tell him where exactly he'd captured the sludge villain. He couldn't keep himself from scolding the number one hero, reminding him that this was exactly the sort of thing that belonged in a report. You know, the piece of paper you never fill out? that I always end up calling you about later? Naomasa had been surprised to hear Toshinori's description of his encounter with the boy, who they assumed had to be Izuku. The hero got another, harsher scolding for not mentioning that part of the capture had been stopping the attempted murder of a teenage boy. Naomasa filed that information away for later. He knew that Toshinori could be disconnected from his fans. From people in general. He'd been in a very bright spotlight for a long time, and the nature of one of all and all for one necessitated secrecy. Saying he was out of touch was putting it kindly. Still, it had been jarring to hear how casually he brushed off the interaction with Izuku. After I rescued the boy, my time was almost up. He must not have been satisfied with just being rescued, because he grabbed onto me as I jumped away, said he wanted to talk. We ended up on a nearby roof so he wouldn't fall to his death. Naomasa had winced at that part. Toshinori didn't know how tasteless it sounded. He was relentless, and I ran out of time before I could get away. He saw me. I swore him to secrecy. He didn't seem like the type to betray his hero, so I don't think he'll be an issue. Then I brought you the sludge monster. You know the rest from there. Toshi, we talked about this. You have to stop calling villains monsters, especially the ones with mutation quirks and quirk-related physical differences. It's going to get you in trouble one of these days. His best friend's callousness aside, the conversation had been a success. Sansa had gone out this morning and scoured the area. It was a good thing they had known to check nearby rooftops. The kid's bright yellow backpack had been on top of an apartment complex just a few blocks from the site of the capture. It had been outside for a few days, but its position on the roof meant nothing seemed to have been stolen. Naomasa stared at the most important contents of the bag, laid out on his desk in front of him. A smartphone and the kid's ID. Midoriya Izuku. 3rd year, Aldra Middle School. Quirkless. Naomasa sighed. He had some phone calls to make. At some point he must have finally fallen into a deeper sleep, because Izuku woke up in the morning feeling more rested than he had in ages. Aizawa and Hizashi were already up when he opened his eyes, but they also looked like they'd gotten some decent sleep. Izuku watched them converse with the doctor in the room. They were really sticking with this, weren't they? He started to pay attention to the conversation. Evaluation today. When he's awake, we can figure out more details. I'm awake. His voice cracked. All 3 adults turned toward him. The doctor spoke first. Good morning, Izuku. I was just reviewing your care plan with Aizawa and Yamada here. We still don't have contact information for your parents or guardian? Izuku didn't say anything. He wasn't refusing, exactly, but he wasn't ready to go back to reality. The doctor interpreted his silence. No matter. I'll send someone in who can get you food and change those bandages. You'll see more of me later. And with that, the doctor was gone. Izuku wondered about the more details they were going to figure out now that he was awake. Morning, little listener. How'd you sleep? Good, I think. I feel like I've been sleeping for days. Well, you kind of have, kid. We've spent more time with you asleep than awake. Aizawa's mouth twitched into a very small smirk. A nurse entered the room then, and Izuku's stomach growled. The nurse chuckled. Vivian, I was just going to ask if you're ready for breakfast. I'd like you to have some food in your system before we do anything else. Sound good? Izuku wasn't sure what else they had planned for the day, aside from changing the bandages, but he nodded at the suggestion of food. He hadn't managed to eat a full meal since waking up yesterday afternoon. All right, Dads, you're on your own. But Izuku doesn't have any restrictions on his diet, as long as he eats a full meal, so feel free to bring him treats. Hizashi and Aizawa's faces color slightly, but they don't say anything until after the nurse walks out the door. I promise we told them we're not your dads. But the joke stuck. Sure, I think it's cute. But if it bothers you, Izuku, they'll stop for real. Izuku didn't mind. Even if it had to end soon, it was nice to feel like he was special to these two. He just smiled and said, "It is kind of cute." Aizawa's faint blush deepened, but he looked pleased. I'll, go get some coffee for us then. Kid, you want anything? Shoyuta, don't give children coffee. I meant like a hot chocolate, or a croissant or something. Izuku liked the attention they gave him, but he drew the line at asking for things. He just couldn't. No, I'm sure whatever they bring me will be enough. Thank you, though. Aizawa shrugged as if to say, suit yourself, and left the room. Hizashi threw himself dramatically into one of the chairs near Izuku's bed. Now both returned to their upright position. I'm not going to school today, by the way. Apparently they preemptively covered my entire schedule for the week, so we get to hang out. Is that okay? It made Izuku feel warm. He smiled softly. Yeah, it's good. I'm glad. Hizashi beamed at that. Yep, that smile has healing powers for sure. That would be an interesting quirk. If Izuku didn't already know he was present Mike, he could probably be convinced that Hizashi had an empathetic quirk activated by smiling. Empathy quirks were interesting and could be quite powerful in heroics if applied properly. If a hero could make everyone feel like Izuku felt when Hizashi smiled like that, there wouldn't be villains anymore. Izuku snapped back to focus and really hoped he hadn't started mumbling out loud again. Hizashi was focused on his phone, furiously typing something, so he figured he was safe. He just didn't know what to make of the two heroes who had taken an interest in him. On one hand, he knew they were doing their jobs. Present Mike saved him, and because he'd refused to tell them how to contact his mother, they were stuck taking care of him. They probably thought there was some big reason he didn't want to go home. He was basically lying to them, making them pity him. In reality, he was just happy with them around in a way he wasn't at home. His mother took good care of him, but she wasn't his friend. She didn't treat him the way Aizawa and Hizashi did. Asking how he was feeling, smiling at him, telling him they were happy he was there. It was nice to get those things, but he felt guilty that he had to manipulate two pro-heroes in order to satisfy his need for attention. The only attention he got before was at school, and mostly just from Kaken, and that, well, he didn't like that kind. So, he knew it had to end, and he knew he didn't really deserve it, but Izuku was determined to bathe in as much of their affection as he could until their time together ended. He thought of it kind of like stealing those razors from the store. A small evil in the long run, and one he wouldn't have to deal with the aftermath of, if he wasn't planning to be around to deal with it. It wasn't long before Aizawa returned to the room with 3 hot drinks, its cocoa, zashi, and a bag of pastries. He also, strangely, had a selection of gel protein pouches. Hizashi made no comment. Izuku's own breakfast arrived shortly after, although he'd already started on an almond croissant. He liked the sweet treat, but the savory breakfast of egg, rice, and broth were a much more satisfying meal. Izuku sat back and watched the two heroes interact while they ate their meals. They had clearly known each other a long time, and they teased as readily as they showed affection. He wondered if they'd become heroes together or if they'd met while on the job. He wondered what it was like to have someone like that in your life, who knew so much about you, and did things to make you laugh. He'd never really seen an example of it before, since his mother had been single as long as he could remember, and he had no memory of his father. Probably no one wanted to date a mother of a quirkless child. One more way he was holding his mother back. The friendly nurse from before returned shortly after they'd finished their meals. Okay, Izuku. Our goals today are to get you moving around a little, get you weaned off the heavy-hitting pain meds, and get you feeling a little more alert. I wish we could get you a shower, but you're not cleared for one until tomorrow. But some fresh bandages might feel good, yeah? Izuku looked down at his arms, still wrapped tightly in white bandages. He knew what must be underneath, but he hadn't seen them since the alley, since he cut into them with a shoplifted razor, since he watched dark blood pour out of them, since he almost succeeded but failed. He looked up directly at Hizashi's face, still smiling but weaker, more concerned. That smile was no good compared to the big one. He took a deep breath and tried to act unbothered. Yeah, sounds good. The cloud over Hizashi cleared a little, and he looked more relaxed. The nurse was explaining the process. At some point an orderly or assistant had entered the room with supplies. I'm pretty sure this is the first time you've been awake for this, right? You don't have to look if you don't want to. I'm going to do one arm at a time. First I'm going to remove the old bandages, then I'm going to check the stitches. I know you had some trouble with them yesterday, so we want to make sure we fixed everything properly and nothing else was disturbed. I'll make sure everything's clean, then rewrap them. Does that all make sense? Izuku nodded. He was starting to get nervous, but also desperately curious about what his arms looked like. Now that he'd thought back on what they'd looked like in the alley, he wanted to see them in proper lighting. How long the cuts were, how straight. It scared him, how eager he was to see what he'd done to himself. Izuku didn't look away once as the nurse started on his left arm. The first one, the one he'd had to do twice. The bigger one. It was ugly. He saw evidence of the first, failed cut, but the deeper one extended nearly the full length of his forearm. The skin around the cut was puckered and irritated and crusted with blood. Part of his brain was screaming with pride. The majority of his brain was trying not to be sick. He just kept seeing himself back in the alley with the razor in his hand, flexing his arm, making the first cut, making the second, watching the blood pour out. He felt sick, but he couldn't stop. He had to watch it. He didn't realize he had been clenching and unclenching his right hand until something was placed in it. It took every ounce of willpower he had to rip his eyes away from his left arm, but when he did, he saw that. The thing he was gripping was Hizashi's own hand. He and Aizawa had pulled chairs right up next to the bed, as close as they could get. Hizashi placed his other hand on Izuku's leg and rubbed small, soothing circles with his thumb. "Eyes on me, Izuku. You're okay." Now that he wasn't looking at his arm anymore, the thought of it was overwhelming. He couldn't. He was sking air in through his teeth, his body's natural effort to avoid hyperventilating. He saved himself from fully spiraling into a panic attack by locking his eyes onto Hizashi's and pouring every ounce of desperation and fear he was feeling into his gaze. The blonde man met his gaze just as firmly, but radiated acceptance and security and care. They stayed like that for a while, until the nurse had finished rewrapping his arm and Izuku's breathing had settled. When Hizashi started to get up, Izuku gripped his hand tighter and brought his newly bandaged left arm over to pull on Hizashi's arm with all of his strength. "No, don't leave, no." Izuku felt like an animal, like the need to keep Hizashi's hand in his was as strong as the need to breathe, and if he had room in his mind for anything but don't go, he might have been embarrassed. He felt Aizawa's hand drop gently on his shoulder as Hizashi crouched down so his eyes were level with Izuku. "Aizu, the nurse just told us to move to the other side of your bed so they can switch sides. We're not leaving, okay? We're going to stay right here. Just over there instead." "Yeah." Izuku hadn't heard the nurse say that. He looked up and saw both the nurse and orderly at the end of the bed with the cart of supplies, waiting for the two men to move. Izuku's eyes snapped back to Hizashi's, pleading. His mouth felt glued shut, like if he opened it he would start wailing and never be able to stop. He didn't know what he was asking for, exactly, or what the problem was. But he knew Hizashi would help. The nurse spoke up. "I'm sorry, we can wait a few moments if that would help, but we do really need to get this done now. I promise it will be quick." It was Aizawa who came up with a solution. "How about this, kid? Hizashi will stay here, and I'll pull his chair over to the other side. You keep holding on to him until that's set up, then you can have my hand, crush it as tight as you want, while he runs over to this side. You'll only be deprived of Hizashi for 4 seconds, approximately. I know that even 4 seconds without him is no good, but I'll do my best to fill in. What do you think?" Izuku realized Aizawa already had the chair halfway to the other side, sneaky. When he got it situated, Izuku reached toward him blindly without taking his eyes off of Hizashi. He really didn't know why he'd reacted like this, and he was sure he'd feel ashamed later, but he still felt like something terrible would happen if he let go, if he looked away. He felt like maybe he would float off into space, like he might disintegrate, or like he might find himself stuck in a loop again watching blood pour out of his arms. His hand found Aizawa's and gripped it with all of his strength. He kept his eyes on Hizashi as the blonde man drew his hand out of Izuku's and raced around the bed to land next to his husband. Izuku barely had time to register the loss before he found Hizashi's hand again. He now had a pro-hero in each hand and was squeezing them so tightly it must have been painful. Izuku was pretty sure his own hands would hurt when he started registering pain again. Now that he had Aizawa's hand, he didn't want to let it go. This put them in a pickle when the nurse called them back to the task at hand. "That worked well. But I do need that right arm, kiddo." Izuku looked rapidly between the nurse and the two heroes, trying to find a solution. Once again, Aizawa came to the rescue. getting Izuku's attention and holding eye contact. He placed his and Izuku's joined hands on top of where Izuku's other hand gripped Hizashi's. Understanding, Izuku steeled himself and suched his grip so that his right arm was free while he held onto Hizashi and Aizawa with his left. Without looking, he offered his right arm in the nurse's direction. "Well done. I need you to hold still. It'll only be a moment." It was a long moment, and Izuku spent it looking back and forth between his two heroes. He felt his desperation cooling off, but the longing for contact remained. Both men seemed happy to give it. The nurse finished quickly and left without making a fuss, softly alerting them that the doctor would be by in an hour or so. Izuku now had both hands free, and although the intensity of his feelings was going down, he didn't feel the rush of shame he'd been anticipating. He didn't want to give up the contact, but he didn't know what to do about it. Izuku still hadn't found his words, but Hizashi seemed to figure it out anyway. "Hug, little listener?" Izuku nodded, but darted his eyes toward Aizawa. Shoyuta might act prickly, but he loves hugs too. Izuku hesitated for a second, then wrapped his arms tightly around Aizawa. Hizashi made a small, delighted noise, and Izuku suspected there would be photographic evidence of this hug and whatever face Aizawa was making. Calling him Aizawa had seemed like the respectful thing when he'd introduced himself, but then Hizashi had said to call him Hizashi, so he did. Izuku wasn't sure he'd even said the man's name out loud, but he wanted to use his first name, like he did with Hizashi and like they did with each other. "Shoyuta," he croaked into Shuta's chest. It felt nice to say. "The beat." "Yeah. It's okay to call you that?" "Yeah, kid, I already said you could. It's nice to hear you say it." Hizashi sounded like he was in physical pain with how many squeals he was suppressing. It was only another moment before Izuku felt Hizashi's arms wrap around him as well. It felt warm and safe and like he was cared for. Izuku couldn't stop himself from squeezing tighter, seeking more contact. Izuku realized that aside from Hizashi calming him down yesterday, it had been years since he'd been hugged. It had taken no time at all to get a hold of Midoriya Inko. Naomesa's quick search had revealed no police records for either her or her son Izuku, and no father in the picture. She was polite on the phone, and appropriately distressed to learn of her son's hospitalization. Midoriya Inko had seemed completely normal when he'd spoken to her. He had no reason to suspect her of anything, except for the fact that her son had been missing for 3 days and she hadn't reported him missing. She claimed to have been at work during the time Izuku normally came home from school, and implied that Izuku had been moody lately and not communicating with her, so she didn't find his lack of communication noteworthy. For the millionth time, Naomesa cursed the fact that his lie detection quirk didn't work over the phone. He didn't have an attachment to the boy like Eraserhead did, but he wouldn't stand for child neglect, if that's what was going on here. As it was, he had no justifiable reason to keep Midoriya Inko from seeing her son, and nothing but Eraserhead's gut as a basis to suspect her. He knew Eraser wouldn't drop this kid's case easily. Naomesa was under no illusion that this was the end of his involvement. But he should probably update the surly hero as soon as possible, before Midoriya arrived at the hospital. "Tsukachi." "Eraser. I just got off the phone with the boy's mother, who I expect is on her way to your location." "Sheet, Tsukachi. Couldn't give me some warning?" "I'm doing that now. Once I found her, I couldn't very well justify keeping her from her injured child." "If you say so. What did you find out?" "First of all, his name is Midoriya. Midoriya Izuku, mother is Inko. Age checks out, 14 years old, 3rd year at Aldra Middle. We recovered his backpack with his ID and phone from the location of the incident you told us about with the villain, who is in police custody, by the way. I want to know more about that later. But what about the mother? Are you really telling me there's no problem there? She didn't report her kid missing for 3 days. How is that not enough reason to delay telling her? She had a story about working late and Izuku not being very communicative normally, which all adds up, but I only spoke with her on the phone, I couldn't use my quirk. She seemed genuinely upset when I told her Izuku was admitted for self-inflicted injury. Any parent would be. She seemed like an emotional person you might have a mess to deal with. I'm still not seeing why you sent her here so quickly. Eraser, I get your concern, but that's her kid, who almost died. I know you're there with him so he's safe. I'm calling you now to let you know. He's not being discharged yet, right? So there's time to assess the situation. If you have concerns after meeting her, call me, and I'll come down as soon as I can. It's going to be fine. I know you're attached to this kid, but don't go inventing skeletons where there are none. What you, when have I ever done that? Tsukachi had to admit, Eraserhead was not in the habit of jumping to conclusions. I'm suspicious. Tell me you're not a little suspicious. He couldn't say anything to that. Thought so. Looked up, just think of this as your opportunity to interview her. And if anything is off, we don't have to send the kid with her. If he doesn't want to go, we can probably consider that enough grounds, especially given the reason he's in the hospital in the first place. Eraser huffed, and Tsukachi figured that was as much agreement as he could hope for. Well, somebody's got to warn the kid. If this sets him back, I'm blaming you. Take care, Eraser. Fixer. Reapply blush. Straighten cardigan. Chick. After trying out a variety of facial expressions in the rearview mirror, Inko exited her car and began the walk through the employee parking lot toward Muzutafu General Hospital. Hizashi was nervous. It had been an exhausting morning for all three of them. After getting Izuku's bandages changed, the two heroes had done their best to soothe the boy with silly stories about their cats. It must have worked, because after a half hour or so Izuku was lightly dozing. One of them was going to have to wake the kid up and let him know his mom was on the way, and based on Izuku's unwillingness to talk about his family, he wasn't going to be happy. Tsukachi didn't have anything to say about her? Hizashi whisper-shouted at his husband. I told you, he just said she seemed normal and she had some excuse about work. But he couldn't use his quirk on her over the phone. I don't buy her story. I mean, I do think it's weird that there hasn't been any sign of her, and I'm not happy. But I don't want to go in guns blazing, you know? If there is some legitimate reason, or even if there isn't, and we burn our bridges, she could keep us from him. I know you don't want that either, Sho. Yuta grunted a hesitant acknowledgement. But Hizashi was nervous. Biting the bullet, he leaned over and gently rubbed Izuku's arm. Hey little listener, it's time to wake up. Izuku opened bleary eyes and seemed to take a moment to remember where he was. When his eyes focused on Hizashi, the creases on his forehead softened a tiny amount, and that warmed Hizashi's heart. Hey there, Izuku. Have a nice nap? Didn't mean to. No worries, kiddo, you need your rest. But, the reason we woke you up? Hizashi wasn't sure how to phrase it. Shoyuta, bless him, stepped in with his signature no-nonsense tone. The police found your stuff, kid, and they contacted your mother. She's coming to see you and will probably be here soon. I'm sorry they did it without asking, but the cat's out of the bag now. At the first mention of his mother, Izuku paled and his eyes widened. He looked crushed, but his features quickly shifted to something more like resignation. Oh, I guess that's it then? Thanks for taking care of me, and I'm sorry for... Hizashi cut him off, something he usually tried to avoid with kids, especially kids with low self-esteem like Izuku. But this was important. Wait a minute, Izuku, hold up. I hope you're not trying to say goodbye, because we're not going anywhere yet, not unless you want us to. Izuku's eyes were wet with tears. He pressed his lips together and shook his head minutely. Shoyuta sharpened his gaze. Kid, if you could tell us why you don't want to see her, we could do something about it. If you aren't safe at home, if your mom hurts you, anything like that, we want to help. But I can't do anything if you won't tell me. If anything, Izuku looked more pained at that statement. His eyes shifted around the room, refusing to land on either hero. It's not like that. I didn't mean to make you think that. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to waste your time. I don't want her to know, I don't want her to see me. It looked like the words were causing him physical pain. It's not that I don't want to go home, exactly. Here is better, but I don't really want to be here either. I think I don't want to be anywhere. At that, Izuku started crying quietly, sniffling and choking back as much sound as he could. Shoyuta looked like someone had punched him in the gut, and Hizashi felt the same. Oh kid. Hizashi felt worse than useless. He wanted to help the kid, but trying to actively argue against suicidal thoughts was a big undertaking. What if he said the wrong thing and made it worse? His impulse was to find a way to make Izuku be happy, right here, right now. He wanted to hold him, pet his fluffy green hair, buy him snacks and tell him how wonderful he was. But he didn't know if that would help or hurt. He was so glad Izuku finally had a psych evaluation scheduled this afternoon. For now, he focused on the one thing he could argue with. Izuku, you haven't wasted our time. We're here because we want to be. We just wanted to be sure that you're not going to get hurt. If you're safe at home, that's a good thing. We're still not going anywhere, little listener. The kid didn't look reassured, but the sniffling stopped and he wiped the tears from his face. He mumbled something Hizashi couldn't quite make out. If you knew, it was below a whisper even. He was just considering asking Izuku to repeat himself when there was a knock on the door and it slowly swung inward. Standing in the open doorway was a woman who was undoubtedly Izuku's mother. Same green hair, same green eyes, she even had the same hunched shoulders. Hizashi wondered if it was a physical trait, maybe it was quirk-related, or if the kid had just learned his timid posture from her. Izuku? Hizashi looked back at the boy, curious about his reaction. Izuku was looking down at his hands instead of at his mother, gently rubbing one thumb over the bandages on his other arm. It didn't seem like he was going to say anything. Shoyuta had been watching the woman, Midoriya, he remembered, with careful eyes since she opened the door. Hizashi knew that look. It was dangerous. It said, "Already made up my mind about you, and I'm just waiting for you to prove me right." His students hated it, but Shoyuta was rarely wrong. Hizashi still wasn't sure what to make of the situation. He wanted Izuku to be happy, and he wanted himself and Shoyuta to stay a part of the kid's life for as long as he'd let them. He'd already devoted a lot of energy to fantasizing about enrolling the kid at UA and meeting him for lunch breaks, helping him train his quirk, maybe it was a sound-related quirk like his own, and introducing him to all the other teachers as our kid. They could still do all of that stuff even if the kid went home with his mom. And if he was safe at home, if that wasn't the issue, wouldn't it be best for him to stay with his family? If his mom wasn't in the wrong, having two pro-heroes trying to take her son from her could do some serious damage to her trust. And Izuku had said that there wasn't anything wrong at home. He wasn't completely inexperienced with depression. Hizashi had been through a few dark spells, but more often he'd been the one to help his friends, including his husband, through serious depressive episodes. And he knew that depression logic had different rules that didn't always make sense even to the person living under them. People could withdraw from their loved ones for all kinds of reasons. It had happened with Shoyuta before they officially got together. After Shirakumo, Hizashi had taken it personally at first. He'd felt like his best friend was abandoning him, like without Shirakumo he didn't want to be friends anymore. When he'd finally kicked in Sho's door, he realized that his best friend had abandoned everything and everyone, not just Hizashi. He couldn't explain why, just that he felt like he had to. So Hizashi didn't think it was safe to make assumptions based on the very limited information they had. Yes, the woman hadn't tracked down her son. That was a problem. But if she had an explanation, like Tsukachi said, they had to err on the side of caution. Give her the benefit of the doubt. Izuku was a teenager too. Maybe his mom was strict or overprotective, or there was something else going on. They couldn't know for sure, yet. None of this did anything to soothe Hizashi's nerves as he looked between the woman at the door and the teenager in his hospital bed. He was reserving judgment, but he would jump up the instant he thought his kid was in danger. Shuda's voice broke him out of his introspection. "Hello, you must be Midoriya Inko. My name is Aizawa Shoyuta and this is my husband Yamada Hizashi. Okay, so we're keeping our hero status on the DL for now, totally cool, can do." Hizashi would do his best to stay undercover. "My husband was the one to find your son and rescue him. We brought him to the hospital and have stayed with him for the past few days, since it seemed like no one was looking for him." The accusation was clear, but it didn't seem to faze the woman. "Oh, my poor boy. Thank you for saving him. I apologize for the trouble you must have experienced. Unfortunately, I was working an unusually busy schedule this week and my schedule didn't overlap with Izuku's much at all," Midoriya explained. Her face was perfectly composed. "He used to be a lot more interested in communicating with me, weren't you, Izuku?" But I guess kids get too cool for their mothers when they become teenagers. She laughed a little. Hizashi was a little unnerved by her collectedness. He knew from Shoyuta that the detective had told Izuku's mother about the nature of his injuries and the reason for his hospital stay. Was she trying to save face in front of Shoyuta and himself? It's not like they didn't already know. Hizashi would never, ever forget what he'd seen in that alley. There was no point in pretending. Anyway, imagine my poor heart when I realized my baby was gone. Anything could have happened to him, precious thing. I worry every time I send him out alone, even if it's just to school. Shoyuta had a look on his face like she'd said something important for him to pick apart, but she cut him off sharply. I'm so very grateful to you both for saving my son, but I'd like a moment alone with him, if you don't mind. I need to be with my son. Sensing that his husband was ready to argue, Hizashi grabbed Shuta's sleeve and tugged him toward the door. Of course, ma'am. Please take all the time you need. We'd like to speak with you a bit later, of course. Before they reached the door, Hizashi turned and looked into Izuku's eyes as steadily as he was able. Izuku will be outside, but still in the hospital. If you need us, a nurse can get a hold of either me or Shoyuta. And we'll be back a little later either way. You're not getting rid of us yet, okay? Izuku's expression was worryingly blank, but he nodded ever so slightly to show he'd heard Hizashi. Shuta's eyes were still fixed on Izuku's mother, but Hizashi dragged him into the hallway before he could say anything. Izuku's lungs had stopped working the moment he'd seen his mother. He couldn't bear to look at her face, to try to interpret her reaction to his suicide attempt. Because he knew they would have told her exactly what happened. He heard his mother's and Hizashi's voices like he was underwater, registering their tones but not their words. Then it was silent. He looked up and found his mother in Shuta's chair, her expression placid. Izuku. The emotion he'd heard in her voice when she first entered the room was gone. He preferred her this way. It was the way she spoke to him when they were at home. It was like she was being honest, like it was a special secret just for the two of them. Izuku, you need to tell me what's going on. I didn't expect to hear from you this week, and now I'm getting calls from the police? They said you tried to kill yourself, but the attempt was unsuccessful. Is that right? Izuku swallowed around the lump in his throat and lowered his eyes to his lap. Mom? No, Izuku, we've talked about this. You're not a child anymore, you need to learn to address adults respectfully. Yes, mother. That's better. Now continue. I didn't do what they said, I tried to. Izuku trailed off and held out his bandaged arms, palms up, by way of explanation. If she was displeased with his stutter like usual, she held back her criticism, maybe out of compassion for his distressed state. And those poor men found you? He nodded, unable to speak. Those poor men. She was right. He'd put them through a terrible experience, just because he wanted to die. Unsuccessful. She was right about that too. Failure. They seem awfully interested in you. Did you tell them about your condition? I find it hard to believe anyone would go to this much trouble for a quirkless boy. Maybe that's their thing, taking care of kids with special needs. That could be a good thing for both of us, don't you think? Izuku still couldn't look at her. His mouth was dry. No, I didn't tell them. Oh, Izuku. There was pity in her voice, a rare emotion. He was pretty sure it wasn't for him. They'll be so disappointed when they find out. What have I told you? People need to know so they can behave properly around you. It's not fair to mislead others just because you want to be treated normally. It's lying. The fact is, you have different needs, and if you don't stand up for yourself, you'll always be suffering for it. Izuku knew it wasn't fair. He'd been making himself sick worrying about it, hoping that Hizashi and Shoyuta wouldn't find out until after he was dead. So he wouldn't have to see their faces. He didn't want to see the moment they understood. When they realized why All Might was right about him not being able to become a hero, when they realized Kaken was right to tell him to jump, when they realized he was right to try. When they stopped trying to save him. They had big hearts that they would probably still feel bad when he died, because they'd known him, and because they were kind. If he was lucky, maybe they wouldn't find out even after he died. Then they could remember him and miss him and say nice things about him. But that would be a lie. Izuku's eyes were getting hot and he could feel tears building, but he wouldn't cry in front of his mother. It made her uncomfortable, and he'd done enough to hurt her already. He thought she was usually at work at this time, although he wasn't certain of her schedule. He was pretty sure it changed recently, maybe a new job? He hoped that missing work for his sake wouldn't cause her trouble with her new employer. He already caused her so much trouble and cost her so much money. "I'm sorry, Mother." He did his best not to sniffle. Disgusting. "Well, I have to say I'm disappointed, but to be frank, I'm not surprised. I figured this was coming. I just thought I'd be visiting a morgue instead of a hospital. I suppose it's good you failed." It was very out of character for her to express any feelings about Izuku at all, let alone positive ones. She didn't sound like she thought it was a good thing, and in his peripheral vision, he saw her mouth twist as she said the words. Izuku wasn't sure he believed her, but he appreciated the gesture. He was lucky to have a mother who looked out for his feelings. "I'm going to speak with the hospital administration about your discharge paperwork. Maybe if I catch it early enough, I can avoid the quirkless fees. I wish you hadn't lied, but we may as well make the best of it." Without another word or glance in his direction, his mother left and shut the door behind her. "Why did you do that, Hizashi? We just left him in there, didn't even talk to him about it." Shoyuta was furious. I'm afraid that if we antagonize her, she'll keep us from seeing him. That's more important than ripping into her right now." Shoyuta knew his husband had a point, but there were a million better ways for them to have gone about it. They could have questioned her at least a little. "Well, I'm not leaving this hallway until we go back in there. And if it takes too long for her to come out, I'm going in, and she can just try to get rid of us. I dare her." He looked around the hallway and spotted a row of chairs against the wall only a few yards down from Izuku's door. He planted himself in the nearest chair and angled his body toward the door. He knew he was being dramatic, but hell, he was feeling dramatic. It was a dramatic situation with the potential for dramatically bad results. Hizashi sat next to him and tentatively leaned his forehead against Shuta's shoulder. A small pang of guilt struck Shuta's heart. "Hizashi," he sighed, "I'm sorry I snapped at you. I'm not angry, exactly, I'm just worried. You know me, you know I don't usually get this way. I have a really bad feeling about this situation and I know better than to ignore my gut." His husband sighed and leaned more of his weight into Shoyuta. "I know, but something seems off to me too. A few somethings. This is new for me, though, and I want to be sure I'm being logical and not just jumping in all emotional like I usually would." Shoyuta had to snicker at that. "What's this? Eraserhead making decisions based on his emotions and present Mike cautioning me to be logical? What's next? Are you going to expel me?" That got a laugh out of Hizashi as well. "We make quite a pair, don't we?" Their soft moment was interrupted by the buzz of Shuta's phone. He pulled it out and groaned at the name that popped up. He couldn't go into a full tirade right now, not if he wanted to keep an eye on Izuku's door. "Tsukachi, what is it? I'm busy." "Wow. I take it the mother is there?" "They're talking in his room and Hizashi is here making sure I don't storm in to interrogate her." "Why are you calling?" "I wanted to see if you'd be willing to deal with some hospital administration stuff for me, since you're there, but I'm sensing that's not a good idea right now." "Your intuition is remarkable, detective. Even if I wasn't in the middle of something, I wouldn't want to do your busy work. It's about Izuku, you know. I wouldn't have called you otherwise. Now that I have his info, his file needs updated. There's no other family, so I was going to have you put down as an emergency contact. Is that okay?" Shoyuta would absolutely not admit how happy that made him. Tsukachi seemed to understand the meaning of his silence. "Okay, well, I'll send Sansa or another uniform over to deal with it. Keep me updated. I know you're not happy with me, but I'm on the kid's side. That won't change." Shoyuta grunted. He knew Tsukachi was a good cop at heart, and on an intellectual level he understood that the detective was bound by stricter rules than a pro-hero, especially an underground one like himself. He could grasp, technically, that the man was probably doing the most he could. But that didn't mean Shoyuta was pleased. A noise from the direction of Izuku's room drew the attention of both Shoyuta and Hizashi, who had been patiently listening to his husband's side of the conversation. Shoyuta huffed a quick out and hung up, fixing his full attention on the activity down the hall. It looked like the boy's mother was heading for the nurse's station. Shoyuta was about to run and intercept her, but he was beaten to it by a small woman dressed in green scrubs. "Oh my gosh, Inko. What are you doing here, girlie? Aren't you supposed to be taking time off?" Izuku's mother looked a little uncomfortable, but the nurse spoke up before she could say anything. "Oh no, how rude, you were totally visiting someone, weren't you?" The younger woman craned her neck to see which room her friend had come out of. "That boy, how insensitive of me. Of course you're visiting him, the resemblance is uncanny. A nephew, maybe? He's a sweetie, but I do feel for him, you know? Is one of the dads your brother, then? I thought you were an only child." Midoriya opened her mouth to speak, but the smaller woman interrupted her again. "Look at me just going on and not letting you get a word in edgewise. I'm so rude. I'm shutting up now, I swear." It would have been funny if Shoyuta wasn't seeing red over the implications of everything he'd just heard. He barely registered the nurse waving goodbye and heading down the hall with a shout of, "See you Monday, girlie. I'm taking you for drinks after our shift." Before Izuku's mother had the chance to take a single step, Shoyuta was striding towards her. He was going to have to actively restrain himself from hurting a civilian. He was not going to slip, because that would hurt Izuku. He was not going to hurt a civilian, because then he couldn't see Izuku. As he was repeating the words in an effort to make them true, he was surprised to be overtaken by a taller figure, Hizashi. Oh shit. He was seeing red. Hizashi's vision was actually going red around the edges. He was that furious. There was a muffled ringing in his ears growing louder the longer the woman talked at Izuku's mother, but it wasn't enough to block out what she was saying. This woman knew Izuku's mother. They worked together. This hospital. A hospital where apparently Midoriya Inko had taken the week off, meaning her story to Tsukachi about working late had been bullshit. And she was clearly close enough with this nurse that the other woman knew Midoriya was an only child. Izuku's mother hadn't told her friend she had a son. For some unknown and presumably disgusting reason, Midoriya Inko was pretending Izuku didn't exist. Hizashi was storming toward her before he realized his body was moving. He had no thought in his head aside from blind rage. "You!" he shouted as he approached her. Midoriya whipped her head around at the sound of his voice, and for a split second her face showed pure fear. Her eyes widened and seemed to lose focus for a moment. Her brow furrowed slightly, and her mouth dropped open just a fraction. It was an expression he'd seen on Izuku more often than he should have, and seeing it on this monster made him feel sick. She was clearly no mother. She had no right to that face. For a moment, Hizashi was sure she was about to abandon all pretense and bolt for the stairs. Instead, she seemed to collect herself and squared her shoulders to face Hizashi and Shoyuta, who was only a fraction of a second behind. "Can I help you, sir? I appreciate your assistance so far, but your involvement with Izuku is over. If you'll excuse me, I need to speak with administration." "No, absolutely not. You're not going to pretend we didn't just hear all that." "I'm sure I don't know what you mean." Hizashi gritted his teeth and tried to control his breathing. "I'll spell it out for you. Based on what I just heard, it's clear that you haven't actually been at work, because you work here, and your friend there didn't seem to know Izuku was your son, let alone that you have a son at all. Care to explain? I don't see how you jump to all those conclusions from a short, one-sided conversation. I assure you I'm very fond of Izuku and I would never." Shoyuta stepped in. "Ma'am, with all due respect, cut the bullshit. I've been suspicious of you since the beginning and this was going to come out anyway. You can explain yourself now or directly to the police, but you will explain." Midoriya smirked, the most emotion they'd seen on her face so far. It was an ugly shift. "I hardly think the police will be interested. I showed up, didn't I? That woman could have been anyone. There's no proof of any of this. It's your word against mine." Out of the corner of his eye, Hizashi saw Shoyuta smile, that special, feral grin that struck fear in students and villains alike. "Oh, and you think your word will hold against the testimony of two pro-heroes?" Midoriya paled. Hizashi wanted in on this. "You might not recognize my husband here, but I wonder if you'd know me. Ever heard of Present Mike? I'm considered pretty trustworthy, you know. And Shoyuta here has Detective Tsukachi on speed dial. The woman's expression was shifting from shock to anger. Her eyes narrowed and a flush crept up her neck. You couldn't, it still doesn't matter. I haven't done anything. Hizashi's anger flared. Yes, exactly. Your child was missing for 3 days and you didn't look for him. He has been in the hospital you work at, and you weren't even looking for him. Izuku tried to kill himself, and if we hadn't been there, he'd be dead. If we hadn't stayed with him, he'd have been alone all this time. Did you even notice he was gone? Did you even care? Something in Midoriya snapped. Of course I noticed, I'm not an idiot. I figured he ran off or finally got himself killed and I wasn't far off, was I? And you know what? It was nice. It was nice to have some time to myself. If you'd been responsible for that child for the last 15 years, it would wear you down too. You wouldn't be looking at me like that if you'd been putting up with him, if you were looking at a lifetime of him weighing you down. Don't look at me like that. Hizashi was momentarily speechless. He honestly hadn't expected her to own up to it so blatantly, not after denying her actions just moments ago. At his side, Shota was also completely still. Midoriya didn't seem to notice their reaction, or didn't care, and she continued on her rant. She was shouting now, and spittle was flying from her mouth. Her face was entirely red. Do you have any idea how much it hurts to raise a child like that? To know that no matter what I do, he'll never be independent, he'll never really grow up, he'll never leave? His whole life, just me and that child. Dying young would be a mercy, for him and for me. It sounds ugly from the outside, but you just can't understand unless you've been in my position. You would understand, if you'd lived my life. Why would I tell people about a child like that? He's going to do this again, you know, and hopefully he'll do it right next time. Everything happened in a split second, after that. Looking back on it later, Hizashi would see the hallway as a single, still photograph, a busy frame with everything happening at once. Something like a growl was ripped out of Hizashi's throat as he surged forward. He moved without knowing what he'd do when he reached the woman, but with his blood hot in his veins and his fists clenching the air. His husband must have predicted his movements, because Shoyuta stepped in front of him and held him back, using all of his weight to restrain Hizashi. Midoriya was backing away and holding her forearms in front of her face like Hizashi was about to tear into her with claws and teeth. Someone must have alerted the staff about their raised voices, because 2 security guards and 1 police officer approached from behind Midoriya. Later, Hizashi would recognize the officer as Sansa, Tsukachi's right-hand man in the force, but in the moment he could only see Midoriya and Shoyuta, who was for some reason keeping him from getting closer to the evil woman. And glancing to the side for just a moment, Hizashi saw a cracked door and 1 wide green eye. When his mother left the room, Izuku let himself relax. Speaking with her left him feeling like he'd been snapped out of a dream, like he was thinking clearly for the first time in a while, even though the painkillers were still making him a little fuzzy. He'd caused her so much trouble, but she was still taking care of him. Still looking out for his feelings. She'd even said it was a good thing he'd failed. He knew it wasn't true, but it was so kind of her to say. Knowing his mother cared about him made him feel a little warmer inside. But still he'd failed. His failure had made more trouble for his mother, and he'd dragged 2 pro-heroes into it. Eraserhead and Present Mike were important people, and they'd both spent days with him at the hospital looking after him, when they could have been doing important hero work or teaching classes. He'd been taking advantage of their kindness, and he'd known how selfish it was while he was doing it. They said they did it because they wanted to, but he'd withheld information. He'd made them feel sorry for him. They thought his mother was hurting him. They didn't know he was quirkless. The boy they cared about didn't exist. Their Izuku was a boy who could be a hero, who needed their help, but who could ultimately be saved. He wasn't that Izuku. He was going to have to tell them. He was going to have to tell them he was quirkless, or he would die with this pit in his stomach. It would hurt to see them reject him, but Izuku thought the guilt would be worse. Rejection was a sharp pain, but guilt was a rotten. If he was going to die either way, he might as well tell them the truth. Izuku realized he'd been tugging on his hair again, but there was no Shoyuta there to stop him this time. Looking around the room, He realized this was the first time he'd been alone since waking up in the hospital, at least that he'd been conscious for. He wasn't sure he liked it. As bad as he felt about taking advantage of Shoyuta and Hizashi's kindness, he still wanted them to come back. He wouldn't go so far as to have the nurse call them, but maybe they were close by. A peek wouldn't hurt. Izuku hopped out of bed and took small, shuffling steps toward the door. He was mostly recovered from the blood loss, but still a bit wobbly from painkillers and being in bed for 2.5 days. As he got closer, he realized he could hear raised voices in the hallway. Pressing his ear to the door, he recognized Hizashi's voice, and then his mother's. His mother's? Izuku wasn't sure he'd ever heard her raise her voice like that or speak with that much emotion. And Hizashi, were they yelling at each other? As quietly as he could, Izuku cracked the door open. He could see his mother's back, and Shoyuta and Hizashi facing her a little further down the hallway. Both men looked furious, and Hizashi especially was red in the face. Shoyuta was subtly placing himself between his husband and Izuku's mother, inching his foot in front of Hizashi's as though he was afraid the man would attack. Maybe he would. After taking in the scene, Izuku started registering what his mother was saying. It was nice to have some time to myself. Lifetime of him weighing you down. Dying young would be a mercy, for him and for me. Why would I tell people about a child like that? And hopefully he'll do it right next time. Izuku felt cold. Everything was hot, but he was cold. He was sweating and his eyes burned. He knew. It shouldn't. He knew all of those things already. He knew he was a burden on his mother. He knew she must feel that way. Why did it hurt to hear her say it? Had he been hoping he was wrong? That was pathetic. He was pathetic. Worthless. Stupid. He was jolted out of his thoughts by a hoarse growl, and when he looked up he saw everyone moving at once. His mother was backing toward him, hospital staff were blocking the hallway, and Shoyuta was holding Hizashi back. And Hizashi looked directly at Izuku. Izuku panicked and slammed the door shut. His heart was pounding in his throat, choking him. He couldn't breathe, he couldn't. There was so much noise in his head, so many things echoing and bouncing around and shouting and hurting him. He ground his teeth, pulled his hair, held his breath, bit his lips so hard it bled, but nothing would make it stop. He was so stupid, pathetic, selfish. His mother didn't want him. She didn't even tell people he existed. She was waiting for him to die. She wanted him to die. She was happy he disappeared. He couldn't even die right. He couldn't even kill himself, he was so weak. He had to go and get caught by Present Mike and Eraserhead and then waste all their time because he couldn't even tell them he was quirkless. He let them think he needed their help so they would pay attention to him because he was pathetic, weak, quirkless, stupid, useless, Deku, weak, stupidity, disgusting, pathetic, stupid, ugly, ugly. It was like a RBB band that had been stretching wider and wider finally snapped, and Izuku's connection to himself was severed. His thoughts hadn't quite gone away, but they were harder to grasp. He didn't feel calm or happy or safe, but it was difficult to pick apart the exact reasons he felt on edge. He felt foggy. He didn't like it. Izuku needed to get away. He needed to just not be here. Although his limbs were responding slowly, he managed to stumble backwards into the space between Hizashi's chair and the wall, where he sat down on the floor. He felt a little safer surrounded on 2 sides by the wall and 1 by the chair. He wished he was under something. He wished he was less here. He pulled his knees to his chest and absent-mindedly started scraping his fingernails up and down his shins. He wasn't scratching hard enough to break the skin, but it was hard enough that after a few passes the skin started turning red. It felt nice. Izuku heard voices, but he didn't recognize them. He kept his head tucked into his knees. He kept scratching his legs. It felt nice. Shoyuta did not think, when he woke up that morning, that he would end up physically restraining his husband while Hizashi was trying to, he didn't know, claw a civilian's eyes out? He was just glad the man seemed to have forgotten he had a quirk. Or maybe he was aware enough to realize how quickly that would tank the situation. He felt a twinge of resentment toward his husband. Not really, it was stupid, because Shoyuta desperately wanted to be the one going feral on this woman. He wished there was someone else there who could hold them both back so Shoyuta could fix her with his most intimidating glare and shout at her and tell her how despicable she was for speaking about her son that way. He knew better than to attack a civilian, but he wanted someone to hold him back so he didn't have to remember that. He wanted someone to remember it for him so he could let out all the anger boiling under his skin, because this woman was vile. But he could do this for Hizashi. He'd seen the way his husband looked at Izuku, he was totally smitten. They both were. But Hizashi was ruled by his emotions in a way Shoyuta didn't totally understand. He was impulsive and empathetic, and he felt everything too deeply. He cried when his Pokemon fainted, for God's sake. All it took was one tiny twitch of Izuku's lips to make Hizashi light up like a strobe. Shoyuta was furious with Izuku's mother, but he could be the one to keep them grounded for now. Holding Hizashi meant he had his back turned to Midoriya, so he missed whatever it was that made his husband go quiet and still. He tentatively relaxed his hold and started to turn around to see for himself. Zashi. Hizashi's silence didn't last long. Sheet, Izuku saw us, he heard her, we need to get in there now. Yeah, that was bad. Confident that Hizashi's priorities had shifted away from the maiming of Midoriya Inko, Shoyuta let go of his husband and started moving toward Izuku's room. Either Midoriya didn't hear what Hizashi said, or, more likely, she didn't care that Izuku had heard the poison she'd been spewing, because she tried to block their path. Excuse me. Were you about to attack me? I thought you said you were heroes? I wonder what the media or the Hero Commission would think of this. Shoyuta was happy for the chance to snap at her. I don't give a f-, lady, out of the way. There's a cop right there, go report us, just move. Hizashi was at the door now. He opened it gently, in stark contrast to the ferocity of his movements before. Midoriya started to go after him. She had the audacity to look around the hallway as she spoke, as though she expected the onlookers to support her. Excuse me, that's my son's room, and I don't think I'm comfortable with you being around him. You do not have permission to go in there. Before she could step through the doorway, Shoyuta cut in front of her and slammed his arm across the opening, blocking her path. Listen. You will back. The f-. And get away from this room. You've made it very clear you're not interested in caring for your son. We've made it very clear we care about him, eh? There is an obvious solution, and you are, for some reason, trying to stick your hand in the thresher. I suggest you step back before it gets ripped off. He activated his quirk as he spoke for an added intimidation factor. It must have worked, because Midoriya backed up so quickly she nearly tripped. He watched for a moment to be sure she was leaving, then shot a quick, meaningful look at Tsukachi's officer, Sansa, and spun around to enter Izuku's room. Hizashi had already found the kid curled up behind one of the armchairs and was crouched on the ground next to him trying to calm him down. Shutting the door cut off a significant amount of the noise still going on outside. Shoyuta also turned the lights down like he had when the kid first woke up yesterday. Was it really only yesterday? They were goners for this kid already. He got on the ground next to his husband but made sure to leave enough space that Izuku wasn't closed in. He didn't want to make the kid feel trapped if he was panicking. Hizashi had both of Izuku's wrists in his hands and was holding them away from his body. There were raw red marks going down the kid's shins where he must have been scratching, but luckily no blood. Small graces. Izuku wasn't resisting Hizashi, but he also didn't appear to be cooperating. His breathing was faster than normal, but he wasn't fully hyperventilating, which was a plus. He was looking at Hizashi, but squinting like he couldn't see him properly. He also kept opening and closing his mouth, like it was dry or like he was trying to get rid of an unpleasant taste. After taking in Izuku's condition, Shoyuta looked at his husband. Hizashi was clearly still feeling the adrenaline from their confrontation with Izuku's mother and the realization that Izuku had been listening, but he was controlling himself. If Shoyuta didn't know him so well, he might not notice the tightness around his eyes or the subtle movement of his jaw as Hizashi chewed on his tongue. A bad habit, but easy to hide. Shoyuta was cautious about touching Izuku, but he knew exactly how to help Hizashi. He placed his palm on his husband's lower back and slowly rubbed up his spine in small circles, spreading his fingers out when he reached the base of Hizashi's neck and softly scratching his scalp. Hizashi visibly relaxed and leaned back into Shuta's touch. Worked every time. Keeping his voice low, Shoyuta asked for Hizashi's assessment of the kid's condition. How is he? Responsive at all? Hizashi shook his head. He was scratching his legs up when I came in. He let me stop him but isn't responding to me, and when I let his hands go he just starts up again. I've been talking to him, but it's like he can't see me or doesn't recognize me. Izuku was watching Hizashi's mouth as he spoke and still breathing quite rapidly. So he was somewhat aware of his surroundings, at least. That was something. Could be just a symptom of a severe panic attack. Derealization, dissociation, whatever. It's possible he's just having trouble processing everything right now. But he's gonna be okay, babe. Shoyuta didn't use pet names for Hizashi very often. He liked Zashi too much, but his husband loved it when he did. He got a soft smile for his trouble. Shoyuta reached over to the bed and grabbed a blanket, then offered it to Izuku. Izuku? I want to put this blanket over you. Is that okay? Izuku just squinted at him and kept smacking his mouth open and closed. Lacking a response, Shoyuta moved ahead anyway but exaggerated his motions and moved slowly so he wouldn't startle the kid. When the blanket was around his shoulders, Shoyuta collected the remaining fabric by Izuku's knees and instructed Hizashi to let go of the boy's hands. Try pulling on this blanket instead of hurting your legs, yeah? Zashi's going to touch you, let us know if that's not okay. Shoyuta wasn't surprised when the boy didn't respond, but he did grip the blankets when Hizashi let his hands go. Then Shoyuta turned back to his husband. Zashi, could you just rub his back a little or run your fingers through his hair? Gentle stuff right now would be good. Scratching his legs was probably grounding him a bit, but we want to find something that doesn't hurt. Hizashi readily complied. Next, Shoyuta scooted so he was directly in front of Izuku. Cutting the boy off from the rest of the room didn't seem to make him more panicked. If anything, he relaxed a little. Good to know. Shoyuta kept his voice low and even as he spoke, taking his time to let Izuku know where he was without bringing up potential triggers for his anxiety. Hi, Izuku. It's okay if you don't respond to me right now, but if you can tell what I'm saying, I want you to focus on it, okay? If you can respond, that's good, but you don't have to. Right now, you're in your hospital room with me and Hizashi. I'm Shoyuta. You recognized me right away when you woke up yesterday, because I'm the pro-hero Eraserhead. People don't usually recognize me, and I was impressed. It took you a little longer to recognize that Hizashi is present, Mike, but you were still faster than most everyone else. It's hard to tell when he's out of costume, so it's remarkable that you recognized him at all. You're sitting on the floor behind one of the chairs in your room, where Zashi and I have been hanging out for the past few days. I put that blanket around you just a few minutes ago so you'd have something to hold on to. Plus it looks cozy. Shoyuta was pleasantly surprised when the boy slurred a response. It's cozy. His eyes still seemed somewhat unfocused, but the fact that he was following Shuta's words was a good sign. I'm glad it's cozy. I think you're wearing some cozy socks too, right? I saw them earlier today. Izuku bobbed his head and stuck his foot out of the blanket, showing that he was indeed wearing black socks with yellow stars. Hizashi was still rubbing slow circles on Izuku's back, and the boy's eyes fluttered a little along with the movement. Yep, those are the ones. Can you focus on them for me, kid? Describe them to me. Soft, Izuku mumbled. Good, and what else? What do they look like? Stars, black. Good job. Are they short socks or long socks? Ankle or short? Yep, that checks out. What else can you tell me about them? Zashi gave me them. They're safe. Make me safe. Okay, even Shoyuta could admit that was cute. He snuck a look at his husband, who had stars in his eyes, unsurprisingly. Actually, the kid was reacting too. A flush was creeping up out of the edges of the blanket and turning his ears red. Was he embarrassed? Shoyuta wished he wasn't, but it was a good development toward bringing him back to the present. Unfortunately, the combination of embarrassment and successful grounding was making Izuku's breathing pick up even more. His eyes, which had previously been unfocused, widened and began shaking, as though his eyeballs were actually vibrating. Izuku, you're okay. I want you to follow my breathing. Can I have your hand? Izuku hesitantly reached out one hand to Shoyuta, keeping the other tightly wrapped in his blanket. Shoyuta placed the hand on his own chest and took exaggerated breaths. Hizashi stilled the hand on Izuku's back. Good, now breathe like I am, hold it good, then breathe out slowly. Good, again. They repeated the seal until Izuku got his breathing under control, by which point his eyes had calmed down and refocused. He seemed to be more aware, but still a little groggy. Good job, kid. Are you feeling any better? Izuku nodded but didn't say anything. Rather. Then pulling his hand back from Shura's chest, Izuku had grabbed onto his shirt like it was the only thing holding him up. Shoyuda interpreted this as a longing for more physical contact. Want a hug? Izuku just leaned forward toward him, so Shoyuda met him halfway and gathered the kid into his arms. With his face smashed into Shura's shoulder, Izuku mumbled, "Zashi." Hizashi was already hovering a few inches away from the hug, so he was on both of them in a second. Hizashi was so in love with his husband. Shoyuda was brilliant. Shoyuda swept in and calmed Izuku down like some kind of professional. Technically he was as a hero. They both were, but it didn't come up often for Hizashi. He was going to have to learn. When Izuku asked for a hug from Zashi, his heart burst. It hurt badly to see his kid so upset, and he hated that all of these sweet moments kept coming up as a result of Izuku breaking down or being hurt, but it filled him with warmth all the same. Hizashi didn't think it was quite time to bring up the catalyst for this panic attack, but he was curious what had been happening out in the hall and what the current situation was with Izuku's mother. He was kind of surprised no staff had come in yet. Maybe they saw that Shoyuda had it under control and were giving them space. What a horrible thing for Izuku to witness. Hizashi wasn't sure how long he'd been at the door, but even if it was just the final moments, he would have heard enough to know that his mother was a monster. The last thing she'd said before he saw Izuku was, "Hopefully he'll do it right next time." Had Izuku known all along that she was like that and been hiding it from them? It didn't seem likely, given his reaction. Poor kid. It was a really good thing they had that psychiatric evaluation scheduled this afternoon after lunch. Speaking of, it was past lunchtime. Hizashi didn't have much of an appetite and he was willing to bet the kid didn't either, but they should at least try to eat something. As if someone was reading his mind, there was a sharp knock on the door. A nurse they hadn't seen before stepped in and smiled brightly, flipping on the fluorescent overhead lights. Maybe they brought food. Glad to see everyone's comfortable in here. That was quite the ruckus in the hall, but everything is calmed down now. I actually have some good news. It was like they didn't see Izuku curled into a ball between them on the floor, holding tighter to Shoyuda the longer the nurse talked. Can it wait? Shoyuda snapped. The nurse's eyes took on a sharper glint. No, actually can't, they said, voice way too cheery. See, it turns out Izuku is actually being discharged this afternoon. Immediately even. Isn't that great, kiddo? You get to go home. If he wasn't attached to Izuku at the moment, Hizashi was sure his husband would have erupted off the floor. As it was, he was clearly struggling to keep still and keep his voice even. Excuse me? Izuku is actively coming down from a panic attack right now. He wasn't supposed to be released for days yet. He hasn't even had his psyche eval. Shoyuda gently shifted Izuku so that he was in Hizashi's lap, awkward as it was with a teenager-sized kid. Hizashi adjusted the blanket so that it covered Izuku completely and whispered softly to ask if that was okay. He got a hum and a nod in response, and Hizashi wrapped his arms as far around Izuku as they could go before turning his attention back to Shura's argument with the nurse. I bet this was that woman's doing, huh? She's trying to take him out, isn't she? You have to see that's not a good idea. Actually, he's being released to your care. I thought you knew? You're on the paperwork, after all. The officer who updated his file for us had some very enlightening information that informed the doctor's decision. And his decision is final. On cue, the door opened and the doctor walked in. It was like they'd rehearsed for maximum dramatic effect. Hello all. I see we're already getting ready for Izuku to be discharged, that's great. Hizashi looked around and saw absolutely zero indication that they were getting ready to leave. Sho, can you maybe have them take this conversation to the hall? Izuku doesn't need to hear this right now. The doctor interrupted Shura's response. No need. Will only be a moment. The fact of the matter is, certain details of Izuku's health history were withheld from us. Of course we don't blame you too, you clearly didn't know, but now that we have that information, our course of treatment has changed. Izuku will be discharged immediately into your care, and coordination of any future treatment will be up to you or whatever facility the boy is placed in. Izuku had started trembling in Hizashi's arms, and he was at a loss for what to do. He whispered all the reassurances he could think of while still keeping half of his attention on the doctor's words. "It's okay, baby, you get to come home with Sho and I. We're going to keep you safe and you can cuddle up with the cats and we'll do everything we can to make you happy. You're okay, everything is okay. We're not leaving you, you're stuck with us. Shu, it's okay." Shoyuta was standing now, quirk activated. Hizashi was angry too, but he really hoped his husband could stay calm to avoid upsetting the kid any further. At this point, he didn't care if they tossed all three of them out the window as long as this conversation stopped. At some point, the doctor had dropped his false geniality. He wasn't looking at Shoyuta anymore, instead peering down his nose at Izuku, or the lump of blanket that indicated Izuku's location. "I'm not sure you understand the situation. The boy is quirkless. I don't know if you're aware of the statistics, but quirkless are extremely high risks for suicide. Of those who survive their first attempt, which isn't many, nearly 90% succeed on the next try. It's well known that quirkless who attempt suicide always succeed in the end. No matter how many resources we devote to this kid, he's just going to turn around and throw it away." The doctor had been slowly picking up steam as he spoke and was now practically foaming at the mouth, still directing his vitriol at Izuku's covered form. "Frankly, it's offensive. We dedicate time, this room, our resources, the hard work of our brave doctors and nurses, all for someone who has no respect for what we do. He's just going to try it again and keep trying until it works. That's how it always goes with these quirkless." Hizashi was stunned. Yeah, he was a bit surprised to hear that Izuku was quirkless, and embarrassed that he hadn't considered it a possibility. But that should make no difference to the care he received. Hizashi knew quirk discrimination was a problem in Japan, but this was blatantly illegal, right? Did this guy not know they were heroes? Is this what life was like for regular civilians, just being shouted at and threatened and discriminated against? Hizashi had suffered as a kid because of his quirk, before he learned to control it. But after the age of 8 he no longer caused permanent hearing loss any time he cried or screamed. From then on, he was determined to go into heroics, and his newly controlled quirk was perfectly suited. Shoyuta had faced far more severe discrimination as someone with a villainous quirk. When he'd finally opened up to Hizashi about it in high school, Shoyuta had ended up holding Hizashi while he cried. Even at UA, Shoyuta had to fight just to get into the hero course as someone with a non-offensive quirk. But now that they were both pros and had been for a while, they were used to people treating them with respect. Even when they weren't recognized, Shoyuta because he was underground, Hizashi because he was out of costume, all they had to do was flash a license and people would straighten up. Hizashi recognized and enjoyed that privilege without really considering what life must be like for those who didn't have it. And for someone like Izuku, quirkless, neglected by his mother, a child, he didn't stand a chance. He would probably be used to it by now. No wonder he was so resigned. Hizashi tuned back in just in time to catch the end of the doctor's rant. "He's not bleeding out anymore, we stitched him up. I don't want to see him here again." At that, the doctor whirled out of the room without another word. The nurse lingered a moment longer and told them Izuku would be discharged in an hour, or they could sign out at the desk sooner if they wanted. Shoyuta looked torn, like he wanted to chase the man down and beat some sense into him, but also like he was ready to have a breakdown of his own. The two heroes locked eyes, exchanging their pain and understanding and determination. They would not let Izuku down. Surprisingly, Izuku had stopped shaking. His breathing was normal too. He poked his head out from the blanket, exposing a calm, blank expression and dull eyes. He croaked, then cleared his throat. "It's okay." Hizashi and Shoyuta both looked at him, puzzled. "Kid, it's not." "No, really?" Izuku scooted out of Hizashi's lap, leaving him cold and missing the contact. Hizashi wanted to chase after him, but didn't. The doctor was right. He seemed to struggle saying it. "I'm quirkless." Hizashi was glad Shoyuta was taking the lead here, because he was still stuck on the doctor's words. Quirkless who attempt always succeed in the end. What a disgusting attitude. He was sure their treatment by the medical professionals who were supposed to help them had nothing to do with that outcome. Yeah, I heard him. So, I told you we're not letting you go. Izuku didn't look comforted at all. He still had that dead, glassy stare, and his mouth was a straight line. You should really stop. Stop what, kid? I don't get it. This. You can let me go. Hizashi inserted himself at this point, trying not to sound hurt. You don't want to come home with us, Izuku? Izuku's eyes narrowed a tiny bit, and they looked watery, but he didn't say a word. He wouldn't look at either of them. It's okay if you don't want to come with us, kid, but we'd really like to have you. We just need to make sure you have somewhere to go, because it sounds like you shouldn't go home. I'll be okay. Shuda's gaze sharpened and his voice got a little harder. Izuku, where will you go? Izuku shrugged and turned his head farther away from Shoyuta until he was directly facing the wall. Izuku, Shoyuta repeated, if we let you go, where will you stay tonight? Izuku didn't respond, didn't move. If we let you go, what will you do tonight? Izuku made a choked, rasping noise that hit Hizashi right above his sternum. He was alright, Izuku gasped. Shoyuta sounded increasingly impatient, even though Hizashi could tell he was trying to restrain himself. What was he right about, Izuku? What will you do? Izuku was crying now, and his voice was barely above a whisper. I'm going to do it again. Hizashi's chest cracked open. He felt it happen. He felt his sternum break and all of his ribs pull apart, and he felt cold air reach his heart. He didn't know when it happened, but he was holding Izuku's head against his chest and rocking him back and forth. Shoyuta had his face pressed into Izuku's hair, one hand on the kid's back and one on Hizashi's. Shoyuta was whispering words into Izuku's hair that sounded like, thank you, over and over again. After what felt like an eternity and also no time at all, Hizashi slowed his rocking and Shoyuta pulled back just far enough to look at Izuku. His voice was hoarse. Thank you for telling me that. Thank you for being honest. Hizashi was at a loss for words, so he slipped his hand into Izuku's curls and gently scratched his scalp. He was surprised at how eagerly Izuku leaned into the touch, considering the rest of his body language was still pretty closed off. Now that he had a better idea of what Izuku's mother was like, he wondered if the kid might be touch-starved. He was always eager for hugs and other contact when it was offered, but he rarely initiated it, and he had a hard time letting go. That was a question for later, along with a lot of others about his home life. Hizashi needed to focus. As much as he wanted to jump in and offer his own reassurances, he would defer to Shoyuta when it came to phrasing, since his husband was much more experienced. Hizashi would content himself with providing physical reassurance until it was clear he should jump in. He did take note of the phrasing Shoyuta used, though, figuring it was likely he'd have to use it in the future. I'm really grateful you told us, Izuku. But you know I won't let you do that. The best option for you is to come home with us, and that's what we want. It's not an obligation, it's not the best of a bad situation. We were already planning to fight your mom about it before all this, okay? If you really don't want to come with us, we'll be sad, but we'll find you somewhere else to go. And we'll make sure it's with someone who will keep you safe tonight. The from yourself was left unsaid. Hizashi wasn't sure he would be okay with Izuku going somewhere they couldn't see him, but he didn't say anything. Our first choice is still for you to come meet our cats. Would that be okay? Izuku lifted his head and looked at Shoyuta with furrowed brows and a small frown. He looked confused. I'm quirkless. Yeah, kid, we heard. We don't care. Izuku not so subtly looked up at Hizashi, then shot his eyes back to Shoyuta, who looked at Hizashi and held his gaze. The instruction was clear and Hizashi was relieved to have a chance to speak up. He's right, Izuku, it makes no difference to us. Nothing has changed. Izuku didn't look convinced. You lied. Did you? Shoyuta asked. I don't recall you lying, but even if you did, I wouldn't blame you for it. With the way that doctor reacted, I would understand completely. I didn't tell you. Hizashi felt more comfortable contributing to this topic than the last one. There was no reason for you to tell us, little listener. We didn't need to know. We still don't need to know, we just found out because of that absolute but. Shoyuta cleared his throat and Hizashi reined himself in. What I mean is, you didn't lie, and even if you did, we don't mind. Please, Izuku, come home with us. That must have done it, because Izuku promptly burst into noisy tears. Despite the volume, it seemed like an acceptance, and Hizashi let himself feel relieved. He curled his arms protectively around the back of Izuku's head and let the boy gather Hizashi's shirt in his fists as he cried it all out. With Izuku occupied, Shoyuta stood up and pulled his phone out. It looked like he considered stepping into the hall for privacy, but thought better of it when he glanced back at Izuku. His eyes were still red-rimmed and slightly puffy, and for Shoyuta, he looked wrecked. They met each other's gaze again, and Hizashi was struck with the depth of pain in his husband's eyes. He made a mental note to make sure Shoyuta also got some mental health support during all of this, not just the kid. Hizashi could use it as well. He was sure there were more bumps in the road ahead of them. After taking a deep breath, holding it, and letting it out slowly, Shoyuta lifted his phone to his ear. Tsukachi, you better already be in this goddamn hospital, because I have names for you. I'm taking this kid home immediately and you will be arresting as many people as I ask you to, including Midoriya Inko. Do you understand? Hizashi left while Shoyuta was still helping Izuku gather his things, and Izuku didn't know how he felt about it. He didn't know how he felt about anything right now. It felt like he'd been awake for days. Thoughts kept slithering through his head. Okay to call him Shoyuta, Mom wishes I did it right, red, ugly, jagged scab, proud, nauseous, they know I'm quirkless, do it again, meet the cats, can't go home, where's Zashi going, but nothing stuck around long enough for him to feel any specific way about it. Or, more accurately, every thought brought with it 3 or 4 conflicting emotions that lasted a few seconds each and completely overwhelmed him. It was exhausting, and Izuku couldn't think straight. It was quick work for Shoyuta to gather their things. After all, Izuku hadn't had anything with him when he was admitted. Even his clothes were gone, probably incinerated. There was the bag of clothes that Hizashi had brought him, and a few odds and ends that Shoyuta and Hizashi had brought with them. All right, kid. I don't know about you, but I'm ready to leave this hospital in the dust. Let's go. Should we wait for Hizashi? Shoyuta blinked at him but recovered quickly. He went ahead, remember? He's running a couple errands and making sure our place is in decent shape for you. Izuku didn't remember, but he'd been spaced out essentially the whole time since the doctor left, so he wasn't surprised or particularly concerned. Oh yeah. Okay. Izuku felt like he blinked and they were outside the hospital, Shoyuta guiding him with a hand on his shoulder, steady and comforting. Before he knew it, they were pulling out of the parking lot in a small but well-kept black car. Izuku was pretty sure he noticed present Mick's leather jacket draped across the back seat. In the back of his mind, he registered that as something to geek out about later. Then they were stopped and Shoyuta was counting and taking exaggerated breaths and Izuku realized he wasn't breathing right. For how long? It was easy to follow Shuta's guidance once he realized what was going on, and then he wasn't quite sure what had been wrong to begin with. With me, Izuku? Sorry. No need. Ready to go in? Maybe that was what set him off, because Izuku felt his heart rate pick up as soon as he looked out the window. They were parked outside a modestly sized apartment building, presumably where Shoyuta and Hizashi lived. Where Izuku would be staying, according to them. Because he tried to kill himself and his mom didn't want him and the hospital didn't want him and he's going to do it again. Nope, better shut that down before he lost control of his breathing again. No point in thinking, just open the car door, put one foot in front of the other, and get through another few minutes without falling apart. Easy peasy. Standing up out of the car felt like pulling himself out of the ocean fully clothed and waterlogged. He felt dizzy from the effort, and it took him a moment to get his balance. Izuku briefly looked back in Shoyuta and saw the hero watching him carefully, but the man looked away without saying anything. We're on the top floor, and I'm not up for 6 flights of stairs. I doubt you are either. There's an elevator here and one in the main lobby. Shoyuta led Izuku to a side door with an extensive security setup, logical for a place where pro heroes lived, and into the elevator. We'll get you registered with security tomorrow or sometime this week, but for now you'll need Zashi or I to get through those exterior doors and into our apartment. Izuku was processing most of this, he thought. Getting better at quieting down his brain. He hummed in acknowledgement and followed Shoyuta out of the elevator onto the 7th floor. The building was all smooth white tile and minimalist decor, but their apartment, when Shoyuta unlocked it and welcomed him in, couldn't be described as anything but cozy. It wasn't small, although Izuku would have assumed two pro heroes could afford much more space. It felt cozy because the place looked lived in. There was a soft-looking knitted blanket on one couch that no one had bothered to fold and a smaller couch covered in mismatched throw pillows, small cat toys tucked in corners, bookshelves with gaps where books had been pulled out or rearranged, a bowl of fruit on the kitchen table that looked in need of replenishing. Everything about the place screamed, "People spend time here," and it was so foreign to Izuku. Even the colors and lighting were starkly different from Izuku's home. His mother favored white carpets and furniture and always kept the curtains drawn, while the Aizawa household seemed to prefer rich colors and natural light provided by enormous windows in as many walls as possible. There were photos on the walls and a few paintings. Izuku's mother didn't keep photographs and their walls were bare. Izuku loved the space immediately, but it made him feel a little nauseous. It was too something. He felt out of place. He was hyper-aware of his surroundings as Shoyuta led him through the living room and kitchen, down the hall, and into the guest bedroom. "Your room," Shoyuta called it. Hizashi was in there already, tucking fresh sheets around the queen-sized bed that took up nearly half of the room. "Hey, you two. Glad you made it home okay. Did you see the cats on the way in? I think I scared them when I got home. I was running around so much. Pretty sure they're hiding. Is it still nice out? How?" Hizashi seemed to realize he was rambling and stopped himself, looking sheepish. "Are you guys hungry? We could order in." The idea of food didn't appeal to Izuku, but his stomach disagreed with a loud growl. Hizashi laughed softly. "Me too, kiddo. I've got some takeout menus if you want to pick something. What do you like?" "I don't really know." "Well, what do you normally eat?" "Just rice, protein bars, whatever's on hand. Nothing fancy I can't cook." Shoyuta and Hizashi exchanged a meaningful look at his answer, but Izuku couldn't discern what the meaning was. They looked concerned, but he couldn't see why. He was pretty sure most 14-year-olds weren't amazing chefs. "Well, how about I just pick some of our favorites and you can try a little bit of everything?" Izuku nodded. He could do that. Hizashi smiled softly. "Sounds good. Is there anything you don't like, or allergies or anything?" Izuku shook his head, and Hizashi gave him a thumbs up before heading back toward the kitchen. Shoyuta moved Izuku's bag of clothes at him, and Izuku briefly wondered if and when he might get his backpack back, since apparently the police had found it. A thought occurred to him, would he be in trouble with the police? He had made them run around looking for his mother when he could have just told them his name. He'd lied to the hospital by not telling them he was quirkless, and they'd been upset. The police had even more power. He'd wasted hospital resources and police resources and he was going to go to jail, oh my god. He was jolted out of his growing panic when Shoyuta shook the bag of clothes at him. He'd just been standing there. "You can put these away in the dresser. Drawers should be empty, but if not, feel free to move stuff around or empty them in the closet or whatever you want. We'll get you some more stuff later. I'll be right outside in the hallway." On his way out of the room, Shoyuta turned around and quirked the corner of his mouth up in a small smile, more open and sincere than his usual expressions. "Glad to have you here, kid." It took Izuku all of 2 minutes to unpack his single shopping bag of clothes into an empty dresser drawer, and that was because he'd drawn it out as long as possible. He sat on the edge of the bed and tried to ground himself a bit more. He didn't want to think about today. He didn't think he could process any of it even if he tried. And he didn't want to think about the emotional state it would leave him in when he finally accepted everything that had happened. At the same time, he couldn't stop thinking about it, at least in small flashes. At least he wasn't feeling any of the crushing sadness or anxiety he'd experienced in the last week. He felt kind of numb, and although he recognized that probably wasn't a good thing, it was a relief. He didn't think he couldn't handle anything else right now. Maybe sleep would help. Maybe food would. "Nothing will help," he whispered to himself in the back of his mind. "Nope, not a useful thought right now. Don't think about it, don't think about anything, don't think." It kind of worked, if Izuku just gently pushed the thoughts out of his head as soon as they popped up. It kept him not relaxed exactly, but with a small sense of control that eased some of the tension in his shoulders. Izuku wasn't sure how long he sat on the bed like that. He didn't have a phone and there was no clock in the room. It didn't feel that long, but he figured enough time had passed to consider himself settled in. He remembered that Shoyuta said he'd be in the hallway, waiting for Izuku. Oops, and they walked together to the kitchen. Izuku was pretty sure he could have found it on his own. Did they not trust him alone in their home with their stuff? Did they not want him here after all? Burden uses. Hizashi was in the kitchen, unpacking what looked like way too much food for 3 people. At their arrival, Hizashi looked up and smiled brightly. Perfect timing, kiddo. The food just got here. Hope you like Thai. Izuku had never had Thai food before but looked forward to trying it. His mother never ordered in, let alone took him out to eat, and he never had much to cook with at home beyond the basics. It looks delicious, thank you very much for the food. As they ate, Hizashi kept up a running commentary on each dish and which ones were his favorites, Shoyuta chiming in occasionally. He noticed both heroes keeping an eye on his plate, and they looked satisfied with the amount he was eating. It was the best food he'd had in a long time. After the meal, Izuku insisted on helping clean up. He didn't even know what he'd do, otherwise. Sit? Sleep? He took the opportunity to look around the kitchen. It was clearly used much more often than his at home, where he cooked plain rice and his mother stored her leftovers. They had a bunch of gadgets that were dusted with coffee grounds, none of which he recognized, a giant drip coffee maker, dish towels with cartoon cats embroidered on the corners, pots and pans hanging from hooks above the island, strips on the wall to hold utensils and knives. There was a magnetic strip for knives right next to the sink, but it was empty. Hizashi's making sure our place is in decent shape for you. Of course they'd hidden the knives. Of course that was what Hizashi was doing when he left the hospital early. He wasn't running errands. Izuku wondered what else Hizashi had hidden. It was stupid to be upset about it. He'd literally told them he was planning to kill himself tonight, and he'd told them that because there was a part of him that didn't want to do it. The whole reason he was here was that Hizashi had found him right after he slit his wrists. Not hiding the knives would be ridiculous. And he didn't even want the knives. But it still gave Izuku a bitter feeling in his stomach. It reminded him that he was weak, that he needed to be protected, that he was causing trouble, that he was being watched. That he wasn't okay. After Shoyuta put away the last dish, he gestured for Izuku and Hizashi to join him back at the kitchen table. Just a few things we need to talk about, I'll try to keep it short. But a lot has happened and I think we'll all feel better if we establish the basics together. Afterwards, we can hang out and watch a movie or sleep, send Hizashi on errands, play with the cats, whatever. Izuku reluctantly sat back down across from Shoyuta and next to Hizashi. He felt like a child about to be scolded, even though he knew that wasn't the situation. Izuku snuck a peek at Hizashi and found the blonde man looking back at him. He smiled when their eyes met, and Izuku felt a little calmer. Shoyuta sighed. It seemed more like a method of psyching himself up to talk than an act of exasperation. Okay, most important thing. You're staying with us indefinitely. There's not a limit on how long you can stay here. Don't worry about where you're going next, because we're prepared to have you here as long as you want to stay, literally. When I said that's your room, I meant it. We're planning to get you whatever you want to decorate it. Even if you leave, it will still be your room. You can always come back. Okay? Izuku felt something unwind in his chest. That actually made him feel better. He was pretty sure that was one of the stray thoughts he'd been pushing away all afternoon. Not knowing how long until he wore out his welcome, not sure if he should even let himself get comfortable. He felt kind of manipulative. He was only here because he'd told them he'd kill himself if they weren't watching. But it was true. He was pretty sure that the moment he had to go home, or find his own place to stay, or even if he was in someone else's house, he'd find a way to do it. It wasn't that he wanted to be here that badly, although he did like it. It was just that these were the only 2 people in the world who didn't want him to die, and he was sure he would forget what that was like if they weren't right in front of him. Shoyuta must have seen a sign of his relief in his face, because his eyes crinkled the tiniest bit, like a smile. Izuku felt Hizashi reach over and ruffle his hair. Good. Now, you might not like this one as much, but we're not going to leave you alone. We want you to be as comfortable as possible, but for obvious reasons, you're going to be directly supervised until we can be sure you aren't in danger. We'll have to start out strict and gradually find what works. Tonight, that means someone is sleeping on your floor or we're all sleeping in the living room. We can work something else out going forward, but because of what you told us earlier, that you intended to hurt yourself, we're staying with you. Because we really, really want you to be safe. We've slept in the same room enough this week that I hope it won't feel too strange. That's what Shoyuta had been doing in the hallway earlier. That made sense. It did. Izuku knew he couldn't just tell them he was going to try to kill himself and expect nothing to happen. And they had been sleeping in his hospital room. He'd seen Shoyuta mumble in his sleep, and he'd seen Hizashi wake himself up by choking on his hair. They'd seen him in much more compromising situations. But he'd really been looking forward to getting some privacy after the hospital. As someone who spent nearly every day alone, even when he was with people, the scrutiny he'd been under in that room was suffocating. Normally, Izuku could go days without people seeing him, sometimes weeks without speaking, and no one would notice. He understood. He did. It was the right thing to do, and he didn't mind spending time with Shoyuta and Hizashi. He liked them. But he was disappointed anyway. His face must have been an open book, because Hizashi spoke up in a concerned voice. Stuff like earlier, you were in your room for a little while alone. That should be fine, as long as the door's open and one of us is nearby. If you need a moment, we want to give it to you. And it's not forever. Shoyuta nodded. Right. That leads us to the last thing. We'll talk more details tomorrow, but we're going to get you some actual medical care. Izuku tensed at the thought of going back to the hospital, even if he wasn't staying overnight. I am never taking you near that hospital again, mind readers, thought Izuku, although I think Tsukachi will have gutted their person else soon anyway. Physically, you can finish healing at home. But you need to talk to someone about what happened, and what's still happening. That's how you're going to get more independence, more privacy. We already have a few options of people who are safe in terms of quirkless discrimination. One of them is Hound Dog, a colleague of ours at UA, and we can vouch for his character personally. Of course, our affiliation with him would in no way mean he'd share anything you said with us. I don't want that to discourage you. He's just one option and there are others. Before he could really process the idea of therapy, or seeing a psychiatrist, or whatever, Izuku was slapped in the face with the name of his dream high school. Of course they taught at UA. If Izuku hadn't been doped up on pain meds and processing some of the most intense trauma of his life, it would have been painfully obvious. That's probably why they hadn't mentioned the school by name. Seriously, where else would two pro heroes teach, especially one as well known as Present Mike? Izuku was embarrassed that he hadn't thought that far into it. They just said, "We're teachers," and Izuku went with it. Now that he knew he couldn't be a hero, thinking about UA wasn't quite as nice as it used to be. But he'd wanted to go there for so long, and now he was living with two of the school's teachers. And Hound Dog was a counselor? Izuku wasn't sure he'd want to talk to someone who was a hero or who knew Shoyuta and Hizashi personally. Although, maybe that would be better than a total unknown. He knew he wasn't getting out of this without talking to someone, and although he didn't have high hopes for them being able to solve his problems, he didn't want a repeat of the hospital either. If that was what he had to do to get some independence, he'd do it. Honestly, he'd do just about anything. What was the alternative? Sit around and wish he was dead? It's not like he had anything left to lose. If they wanted him to talk to someone, he could do that much for them. Izuku turned his attention outward to his surroundings again and saw both Shoyuta and Hizashi watching him patiently. Hopefully he hadn't been quiet for too long. He gave them both tentative smiles. Okay. All right, kid, there's going to be more to talk about tomorrow, but that's the big stuff out of the way. Any questions for us? Izuku had a lot of questions, but most of them didn't seem very important. He was just anxious in a new situation. One thing, though, had been on his mind. I was wondering about my backpack and phone. You said the police had them. Shoyuta grimaced. Unfortunately, they're being held as evidence right now, but if there's something specific you wanted, we can see about getting it. Think they're just waiting until they can talk to you, in case anything comes up that they need evidence for. Did you want your phone? Actually, my notebook is more important. I kind of do hero analysis as a hobby. I'm not very good or anything, but I spent a lot of time working on that notebook. Shuta's eyebrows went up, and Izuku felt a burst of energy from Hizashi. He looked over and saw the man's eyes sparkling. That's so cool, Izuku. What a great hobby. Sho, can you get his notebook back? Oh, we can at least get you a new notebook for now, if you want. I'll ask Tsukachi about it when I talk to him tomorrow. Speaking of kid, he's going to want to talk to you soon. It doesn't have to be a big deal, and it can wait a few days if you want. He's a friend, though. Izuku knew it. They were going to ask why he wouldn't just tell them his name, why he didn't say he was quirkless. His mother was going to get a huge hospital bill and he might be arrested for wasting police and hospital resources. Izuku was pretty sure it wasn't a crime to commit suicide, but maybe the rules were different if you failed and wasted people's time with it. You're not in trouble, kid. Villain attack, remember? I'm sure it feels like a long time ago, but it was only a few days. Izuku had completely forgotten about the sludge villain. Oh God and All Might. Without power, can one become a hero? No, I should think not. Be realistic, kid. Nope. Not a good time to think about it. That was so long ago it was basically ancient history. Not worth thinking about. Don't think about it, don't think about it, don't think and think. Izuku took a deep breath and let it out slowly. Okay, a notebook would be nice, though, if it isn't too much trouble. I don't really have anything to do. I don't want to be difficult. Actually, little listener, that leads me to something I wanted to say. Like Sho said, you're living here as long as you want. This is your home to as much a degree as you want it to be, and we want you to be happy. So if there's something you want, or if you ever have any questions about anything, no matter how small, please ask us. I know this is a lot, and being here has to be a big adjustment. It probably hasn't fully sunken yet. We won't always know which things are new for you and which are familiar. But we're here for you. If there's something we can do to make you happier or make your life easier, it will make us happy to do it. And you have a right to be happy and comfortable. Any food in the kitchen is fair game, at any time, day or night. You don't have to ask. We'll buy whatever foods you like to have around. Your room has its own temperature control, and you can set it to whatever you want. If you need something in the middle of the night, wake one of us up. Shoyuta has a weird sleep schedule anyway. If we can't get your phone back right away, we'll buy you one. In the meantime, if you want to get on the internet, you can use my laptop. You can read any of those books, play the games, watch the movies. And if there's anything you aren't sure about, just ask. Izuku was going to cry. Izuku was totally going to cry. He felt his eyes welling up. Hizashi had touched on so many of the little things Izuku was worried about, and even more he hadn't known he'd been worried about. He was sure he was still going to be anxious, but something about the way Hizashi had spoken had made Izuku really, honestly believe that he could relax. He wasn't at home, where he had to be on edge all the time and tiptoe around his mother. Hizashi wanted to help him. It would make them happy. Well, it would make Izuku happy too. The tears were starting to fall, and Hizashi was looking a little panicked. Izuku didn't have the words to express himself properly, so he just leaned forward, plopped his face into Hizashi's chest, and cried. Immediately he felt arms around him and heard Hizashi's voice near his ear. "Oh kiddo, I didn't mean to upset you. It's been a long day. We don't have to talk about all this now." Izuku could not allow Hizashi to think he'd done something wrong. He pulled away from the hero's chest and looked up at him through blurry eyes. "No, I'm happy." Hizashi's face scrunched up and Izuku wondered if his words had been too garbled with tears, but then Hizashi smiled his megawatt smile and opened his eyes, and then he was crying and hugging Izuku again. Shoo! They're happy tears. Izuku has happy tears. It took a moment for them both to calm down, but when they did, Izuku looked bashfully at Shoyuta, who seemed unsure of how to handle two loud criers. "I actually cry a lot, normally. Sorry." "It's fine, kid, I'm just glad you're not upset." Hizashi piped up. "Well, at the danger of inspiring more tears, I have something for you, Izuku. It's in the living room." Shoyuta sighed, but followed close behind them. Once they were settled on the couch and Shoyuta was lounging on the floor, looking for all the world like an enormous cat, Hizashi handed Izuku a duffel bag. A bag? Well, yeah, that's yours. But there's stuff in it. Nothing huge, just some things I picked up earlier. Izuku unzipped the bag and pulled out one thing after another. Basic necessities, like a toothbrush and travel-sized shampoo and conditioner for curly hair. I didn't want to get full sizes because I didn't know what kind you like. As well as some things Izuku wouldn't have thought to ask for but was really grateful to have, like a music player, present mic branded, of course, as were the headphones, loaded with Hizashi's favorites, a headband and hair ties, a sleeping mask, fuzzy cat slippers, and a reusable water bottle, UA branded. Izuku's favorite, though, was at the bottom. A super soft, super fuzzy blanket that was bright orange and yellow-black and said, "Put your hands up," in enormous letters. He held it up to admire it for a moment but couldn't resist holding it close and rubbing the soft material on his face. He sniffled a little but didn't cry. He looked at Hizashi with as much sincerity as he could muster. "I love it. Thank you so much." "You're welcome, Izuku. I wanted you to have some things of your own for your first night. Like we've been saying, we'll be getting more. Now, what do you feel like doing now? I know it's early, but it has been a long day, so it's reasonable to be tired." Izuku had been so on edge earlier he'd felt like he wouldn't be tired for hours, but the crying had worn him out, and the gifts had put him at ease. And the blanket was so soft. "I don't know if I could actually sleep, but I am kind of tired." Shoyuta, who had been quietly observing as Izuku unpacked his bag, spoke up. "What about a movie, since we're already settled in here? Then if we fall asleep during the movie, Hizashi, we don't have to shuffle our sleeping locations. Right?" Izuku was under supervision. Well, doing it this way didn't feel like anything too strange. No stranger than the rest of the day, that's for sure. A movie sounds good. But is there enough room to sleep in here? "Oh yeah, kiddo. Both couches fold out into beds. We watch movies on them all the time. It's the ultimate lounge experience." A few minutes of setup later, and Izuku was nestled in the smaller sofa bed with his put-your-hands-up blanket pulled up to his chin. "Popcorn time," shouted Hizashi from the kitchen. Shoyuta got up but fixed Izuku with a look and said, "Give me your water bottle to fill. I'll bring you a pain pill. Need anything else while I'm up?" Izuku shook his head. It was kind of like being back in the hospital with everyone doing things for him, but a million times more comfortable. And warmer. And safer. At Izuku's first sign of uncertainty, Hizashi had insisted they watch a Disney movie, something with singing animals. Izuku barely caught the first 15 minutes before he was out like a light. Later, he woke up to use the bathroom and saw Hizashi sprawled over the entire other bed and Shoyuta nowhere in sight. He was supposed to wake one of them up if he was leaving the room, and they'd been insistent that he shouldn't worry about disturbing them, but Hizashi looked so sound asleep. Shoyuta must have heard him, because he walked in from the kitchen just as Izuku was sitting up. "Bathroom?" he whispered. Izuku nodded. Shoyuta tilted his head to the side in a signal for Izuku to go on, then, and took a long drink from his coffee mug. As Izuku passed him on the way to the hall, Shoyuta stopped him and looked him over. Was Izuku in trouble? Did supervising mean they were going to examine him or something? Was Shoyuta going to follow him and stand outside the door? "Good kid," was what came out of Shuta's mouth instead, and the hero reached out and gave Izuku's hair a generous ruffle. Izuku leaned into the touch. He was still pushing nasty, persistent thoughts out of his head constantly, and he was confident that left to his own devices he would try to kill himself again, and he had no idea what his future looked like. But tonight he felt safe. Izuku thought he might actually like it here. Shoyuta loved his husband. Hizashi was loud and emotional and often acted without thinking, and Shoyuta liked to tease him for it, but he loved that his husband was so unrestrained. It made for a nice compliment to Shuta's cool, logical disposition. Shoyuta knew, when they talked about taking over Izuku's care, that he was much more experienced than Hizashi was in dealing with mental health issues, panic attacks, suicide recovery, and trauma. It was a natural outcome of his work as an underground hero, but it was also the result of conscious choices in his career and of his own experiences. He knew he would be guiding the process at first. But when Hizashi jumped in with his little speech, "If there's something we can do to make you happier, it will make us happy to do it," and the kid burst into happy tears, Shuta's heart exploded. Hizashi had done something Shoyuta couldn't. Hizashi had thought of things that he wouldn't have even considered mentioning, but clearly meant something to the kid. And then the bag he gave Izuku with everything inside, again, stuff that never would have occurred to Shoyuta. After all, give him a sleeping bag and a jelly pouch and he's happy. But when Izuku held up the blanket, the way his eyes shone, the way his shoulders relaxed, Shoyuta knew that Hizashi was capable of helping Izuku in ways that Shoyuta never could. People often thought Shoyuta was unemotional, but that wasn't the case. He struggled to express himself because he had been taught early on that to show emotion was to expose weakness. But he felt things deeply, and when he was hurt, it hit him hard. In his darkest moments, Hizashi had always been the one to find him and pull him back into the sun. Hizashi knew what he needed before Shoyuta did. It made sense that he could do the same for Izuku, and Shoyuta was so grateful. He was awed. So the morning after Izuku's first night in their apartment, he allowed himself a moment of sentimentality to appreciate what he had, what he sometimes felt was more than he deserved. Hizashi was sprawled out on one folded-out sofa, blonde. Hair everywhere and drool on his cheek. On the other sofa, Izuku was curled up tightly, put your hands up blanket tucked tightly beneath his chin, and Shuta's heart stuttered when he saw his two cats, one curled up by Izuku's feet and one with its head buried in the kid's curly green hair. Oh my god. Too cute. Shoyuta wasn't one for taking lots of photos. He preferred to experience things in the present moment and let them become fond memories. But Hizashi was the opposite, and he knew his husband would melt at this scene, so Shoyuta gave in and took out his phone. No one was here to see him, at least. The things he did for love. Breakfast was a subdued event, but not uncomfortable. Izuku was quiet, but it seemed like he was only half awake. Hizashi mixed the raw egg into his rice for him and Shoyuta watched with a fond smile. Shoyuta finished his coffee and jelly packet before Izuku was even halfway done, so he left the table to finish his morning routine while his husband sat with Izuku. It was Saturday, and Hizashi would have to go back to school on Monday. Shoyuta could probably get out of at least another week of heroics classes, but it was important to start figuring out what the near future would look like for Izuku as a part of their family. Today was going to be important. When he'd talked to the detective this morning, Tsukachi had been insistent about getting an interview with the kid as soon as possible. It wasn't about the sludge villain, like Shoyuta had suggested to Izuku, although Tsukachi was interested. If they were going to prosecute Midoriya Inko, they needed to move quickly. Shoyuta didn't know how to bring it up to Izuku. They'd avoided the topic of his mother last night. Both he and Hizashi were afraid of setting Izuku off again so soon, especially now that he had the added trauma of his poor treatment at the hospital associated with his mother. They needed to make a decision about a therapist as soon as possible if they were going to get this kid started healing. Shoyuta was glad that Izuku seemed to be able to relax a little last night, but he couldn't stop replaying the memory of a tearful Izuku admitting that if they let him go, he would try to kill himself again. If they'd let him go, which Shoyuta had never intended to do, but still, if they'd let him go, Izuku would be dead right now. The thought knocked the air out of Shuta's lungs as he gathered his supplies for his shower and he had to stop and lean against the wall. This kid had been in their life for less than a week and awake for only a few days, but Shoyuta felt like he was already a permanent fixture. It scared him a little. He had to reach up to the top shelf of his and Hizashi's bedroom closet to get a razor. He liked having a little scruff, but he hadn't shaved since they found Izuku, and his scruff was getting out of hand. Also on the shelf were their kitchen knives, scissors, and a few other assorted sharps that Hizashi had found when he'd swept the house. Shoyuta had told him what to look for, and Hizashi had done some research of his own. Of course they couldn't hide everything, but getting the big things out of reach was a necessity. In the shower, Shoyuta reflected somewhat uncomfortably on the many reasons this was hitting Shoyuta so hard. He knew he needed to keep his own mental health in mind during all of this, or he wouldn't be able to help Izuku to the best of his ability, but it was so difficult. It had come up before, plenty of times, when he'd talked people down from ledges while he was on patrol. But he'd never gotten this close to any of them and it had never been anyone so young. There was something intoxicating about despair, something that caused a sympathetic ache in his chest whenever he found another person on the edge. It made him good at helping, and it made it hard for him to help. He was in a good place to help Izuku now. He was happy. But he knew better than most how easy it was to slip into a bad place on accident, how quickly one bad thought could overshadow a happy life. He would never let it stop him from helping Izuku, but he knew that if he didn't look out for himself at the same time, he would lose his ability to help effectively. Shoyuta sighed as he turned the shower off. This was too much introspection for the morning. He'd already smiled far more than his daily average, and it wasn't even 10 a.m. He didn't need to turn this into a sentimental day. As he put his hair in a loose braid to let it dry, he took a deep breath and tried to quiet all of his sappy thoughts, fixing his signature bored expression on his clean-shaven face. They had work to do. It was weird to be nervous about taking a shower. Izuku felt gross. Like, physically. He'd been able to wash his face in the hospital and take care of the bare minimum hygiene-wise, but he hadn't actually been able to bathe since waking up because of his stitches. Today was the first day he was cleared to shower, and he was nervous. He was nervous about being in a new place, and he was nervous about using his arms. He was okay with eating and doing small tasks, but raising them above his head was hard, and scrubbing his hair would probably hurt. There was also this unspoken tension around the idea of him being alone in the shower. Using the bathroom had been fine, he'd just let Shoyuta know why he was leaving the room and it wasn't a big deal. But he'd be in the shower longer, and there was a whole thing about suicide and bathtubs that no one wanted to mention. When Hizashi asked that he leave the bathroom door cracked, Izuku was actually relieved. At least someone had said something, and he wouldn't have to guess what they wanted. It's not so much about leaving you alone as it is you showering with injuries, Hizashi explained. As awkward as it might feel, if you end up needing help or something, you can just shout for us. I had to do that when I was injured in a fight last year. Halfway through washing my hair I just couldn't move anymore and I had to get Shoyuta to help me. It's totally normal. That did make Izuku feel better. He could pretend he wasn't on suicide watch. It's not like he was going to kill himself first thing in the morning with Shoyuta and Hizashi outside. That would be inconsiderate. They would have hidden all the razors anyway. Izuku was absolutely not tempted to check. He managed to get through the shower with minimal difficulty. He left the bandages on. Hizashi was going to help him change them afterwards. He didn't think he could handle seeing them yet. His arms were on fire, and he did a poor job of scrubbing his hair, but he got it done. He'd never used shampoo and conditioner specifically for curly hair before, and when he dried his hair, he could tell that his curls were less frizzy and more defined. Hizashi seemed to know a lot about hair care. Izuku still didn't have any clothes except for what Hizashi had brought him in the hospital, so he'd chosen a pair of black sweatpants and a blue t-shirt with a big yellow star on the front. Hizashi had said that if he felt up to it, they could go to the store today and get some more things, including a notebook. He kept his head turned away while Hizashi cleaned and redressed Izuku's arms. He still had the temptation to look, to see how bad they were, to see how much they'd healed, to make himself sick by looking, but he resisted. He didn't want to deal with another intense panic attack, and he didn't want to make Hizashi have to deal with it either. It was a quick process. The bandages felt lighter and less restrictive when Hizashi did them. Izuku felt a little more normal afterwards. A good night's sleep, a shower, and fresh bandages all had Izuku feeling better than he had since waking up in the hospital. So when Hizashi asked if he was up for talking over some of what they discussed last night, Izuku gave him a determined nod. He got a bright smile in return. Shoyuta had been doing some kind of work on his laptop, but joined them in the living room when Hizashi called for him. Izuku was half hoping Hizashi would use his quirk, because he really wanted to hear it in action, but he knew that would probably destroy the house. So, it would be a great first entry for his new notebook. Their positions felt a lot less formal than they had last night, with Hizashi and Izuku facing each other cross-legged on one sofa and Shoyuta lounging on the other, but Hizashi's voice still had a serious undertone when he spoke. So, kiddo, I know you haven't had a ton of time, but we should talk about getting you someone to talk to ASAP and make a decision today. Shota passed Izuku a folder. There are 3 profiles in there of people who are available right away and have a proven record of positive reviews from quirkless patients. Don't worry too much about who you pick, because you can always SW later. If you don't end up liking any of these people, we can keep looking. But you need to start somewhere. Izuku thumbed through the folder, but he'd had time to think about it since their talk last night and had already made a decision. Actually, if it's still okay, I think I'd like to talk to Hound Dog. I think the fact that you know him makes me more comfortable. Not that I don't trust that the other two are good, I'm sure your research is good, it's just that if you know him personally I feel like I can trust that, but if you're not comfortable I understand. Izuku realized he was starting to mumble and trailed off. Looking up, he saw both heroes' eyes fixed on him, patiently waiting for him to finish. Usually people cut him off when he started rambling like that. Of course, kiddo. Hound Dog is a great guy. And he said he could see you first thing tomorrow, so we don't even have to wait until Monday. We'll give him a call a little later and let him know. Shoyuta leaned forward with his elbows on his knees and scratched the back of his head. Izuku thought he looked nervous, which was new. There's something else. My colleague Detective Tsukachi Naomasa would like to talk to you. He has some questions about what happened on Tuesday. He's also the one handling the charges against the hospital. If you're up for it, he can come here this afternoon so you don't have to make the trek to the police station. Or we can do it another day. I work with Tsukachi a lot, and he's a good guy. He's not someone to be afraid of. What Shoyuta is trying not to say is that they're friends. They pretend to hate each other but they get along like a house on fire. They talk almost every day, it's sweet. It's work. Oh yeah? So it's work texts that make you laugh so hard you spray coffee through your nose at 3 a.m.? Yes. Shoyuta only looked a little embarrassed. It did make Izuku feel better, knowing that the people he was going to talk to were friends of Shuta's and Hizashi's. He hadn't met very many adults who treated him fairly once they knew he was quirkless. So far the list was Hizashi, Shoyu, Uemoto-san who lived in his building and sometimes gave him sweets, and the lady at the konbini he went to on the way home from school. It was a little out of his way, but she didn't charge him extra after she saw his ID like so many other people did, and she smiled. So, emboldened by his shower and breakfast and his faith in Shoyuta and Hizashi, Izuku thought he could do it. I think today would be okay. Both Shoyuta and Hizashi looked pleased. He liked the idea that he made them happy. He wanted to keep doing that. That's great, kiddo. There's one more thing I wanted to ask, and I promise it's not a big one. Izuku tilted his head, curious. You said you wanted a notebook, and we're going to need to get you some more clothes. I want you to be able to pick out some food you like, too. Stuff for meals, but also snacks. And eventually stuff for your room. Hizashi's volume increased sharply on the last sentence, but after a glance in Shuta's direction, he quieted down. Well, for the immediate stuff, we could do it a few ways. If you feel like going out, we could do some shopping today before Tsukachi comes over. If you don't, you can tell me what you want and I can go. For clothes, we could do some online shopping if you want to pick things out. Mainly, we need to get you something other than sweatpants, and then anything you feel like having. Izuku thought about it. On one hand, a change of scenery was appealing. Getting up and walking around might make him feel better. But he already felt like he was having a pretty good day, and going out would introduce a lot of unknown variables that could set him off. He really wanted to keep this day good. Plus, he was pretty sure it only took one look at his bandaged arms to guess the reason for them. He didn't know if people would stare, but just the fear that they might draw attention was enough to be distracting. No, he'd play it safe. I don't think I want to go out if it isn't too much trouble. And I really like the clothes you picked out for me before, so I wouldn't mind if you picked again. I really don't have a preference for what I like. No problemo. How about food? I have a list started already, but I'm not done. I want to get things you like. I really don't have a preference. I'm not used to anything fancy, like snacks or anything. Hizashi looked mildly concerned, but only for a moment. Okay, kiddo. How about this? You tell me 3 things to put on the list, doesn't matter what they are. Any fruit you like, any meat, any fish. Snacks, cereal, soup, whatever. It can be something you like already or something you want to try. That way I have a mission. Okay. Izuku wasn't sure what the point of that would be, since he was happy just eating rice and eggs, but if it's what Hizashi wanted, what was the harm? Can I think a little? You betcha. I'm going to go finish my list, and you make yours. Also, write down what kind of notebook you want. And anything else. I mean it literally anything. Izuku didn't know exactly what kind of notebook he liked. He wrote it down along with a few alternatives in case the store Hizashi went to didn't carry his brand. He struggled coming up with 3 foods, but eventually settled on apples, sweet potato, and pork. He didn't get meat very often at home, so it felt like an extravagant thing to ask for, but Hizashi had specified that he could pick meat. Izuku figured Hizashi would like that answer better than rice and egg. He was right. When the blonde hero looked over Izuku's list on the way out the door, he grinned and gave Izuku an exaggerated thumbs up. His smile made Izuku feel like he'd done something right. It was definitely a good day so far. Hizashi always got caught up shopping. It was the main reason he and Shoyuta rarely shopped together. Shoyuta didn't care how long it took or how much extra Hizashi came home with as long as he didn't have to be there for it. Shoyuta was good for quick errands on the way home from work, and Hizashi was good for big trips and anything other than the bare necessities. Izuku's list, small as it was, thrilled Hizashi. He'd read that for kids like Izuku, it was easy to feel like control was being taken away from you. Hizashi got the impression that Izuku hadn't been able to make very many decisions for himself anyway. When he said he didn't know what foods he liked, it didn't seem like he was trying to be polite. It seemed like he actually didn't know, and that made Hizashi's stomach twist uncomfortably. So maybe he went a little overboard with 5 kinds of apples, 3 sweet potato products on top of actual fresh sweet potatoes, and enough pork for 3 meals. They were going to find this kid's favorite foods. And yeah, maybe he was flattered when Izuku said he liked the clothes Hizashi picked out, and when his face lit up when he looked at the blanket Hizashi got him. Shoyuta would groan when he saw the present Mike hoodie and t-shirt, but hopefully Izuku would light up like that again. The first 2 stores he went to didn't have Izuku's preferred brand of notebook, but the fact that Izuku had a preferred brand made Hizashi determined to find it. He ended up going to an office supply store, but he got 3 notebooks and an assortment of pens and pencils. He considered that practicing restraint. By the time Hizashi got home, a few hours had passed, and it was definitely time for lunch. He wondered how Izuku and Shoyuta had entertained themselves while he was gone. Walking into the apartment, he was greeted with a picture of domesticity. Izuku was sprawled out on the living room floor, dangling a ribbon in front of one cat while the other was curled up on his back. Shoyuta was laid out on a couch with papers on his chest. His eyes were closed, and Hizashi panicked for a moment. Sleeping did not count as supervising the kid, but his husband's eyes opened immediately when Hizashi entered the room, and he could tell that Shoyuta hadn't actually been asleep. Izuku offered to help put the shopping away, and Hizashi knew Shoyuta would take advantage of the opportunity for a nap, so he took his time showing Izuku around the kitchen. He stuttered for a moment when his eyes passed over the empty knife strip, but Izuku didn't acknowledge it. Hizashi was sure he noticed, of course he did, but there was no point drawing attention. Izuku seemed eager to be helpful, so they made a modest lunch under Hizashi's guidance, no knives involved. The kid was definitely comfortable in the kitchen, but didn't know much about ingredients beyond the basics, so Hizashi happily explained every step. The 2 of them ate together and saved Shuta's portion in the fridge for when he woke up. All in all, it was a relaxing, domestic afternoon, and it made Hizashi dream about future days just like it. Izuku reading or working on his notebook while Shoyuta napped, Izuku and Hizashi cooking their favorite meals together, the 3 of them cuddled together in the living room watching movies, playing a board game after dinner. It was a domestic dream that Hizashi wasn't sure he'd ever have. The life of a pro hero wasn't often compatible with a healthy family. But Izuku fit in the picture like a missing jigsaw piece. Hizashi was startled from his daydreaming by a knock at the door. Very few people had security clearance that would allow them to reach their apartment door. Tsukachi was one of them. Shoyuta said it was because he was a cop and might need quick access in an emergency. Hizashi knew it was because Shoyuta liked when he visited but was too lazy to let him into the building. Letting Tsukachi into the apartment felt a little like he was endangering the tranquility of his imagined happy family life. The peaceful atmosphere that had suffused the apartment all day shifted just a little, reminding Hizashi that this was likely going to be a very difficult conversation. Their bubble was going to have to burst at some point, and this had to be done. Shoyuta was glad to see Tsukachi, because he meant it when he said the man was a good guy and probably the best choice for someone to interview the kid. He was also supremely annoyed, because he knew this was going to upset Izuku. Yuta knew it had to be done, and getting it over with sooner rather than later was in everyone's best interest. But Izuku had been having such a good day, better than Yuta could have hoped for. He'd eaten breakfast and lunch. He'd managed to shower by himself, and when he came out, it looked like an enormous weight had been lifted from his shoulders. He'd managed to pick out some foods he wanted. Hizashi was a genius for that trick. They hadn't even had to discuss it, and asked for his preferred brand of notebooks. Dozing on the couch while Izuku played with the cats made it easy to imagine that this was just a normal day, that Izuku was just a natural part of their lives. But that wasn't the case. This conversation was going to shatter the illusion. Not only was it going to send them back to the trials they'd experienced in the past week, Yuta was positive it would uncover even more unpleasant facts about Izuku's life. The way his mother had spoken about him in the hospital and the way Izuku had reacted to certain things since coming home with them, food especially, suggested a neglectful household at the very least, if not worse, no matter how normal Izuku seemed to think it was. And the things Izuku had mentioned when he first told them about his day leading up to his attempt. I've always been bullied at school, but it was extra bad. My friend said some things that really hurt. More than usual. I know I'm useless, and weak, and stupid. Yuta was under no illusion that this would be an easy conversation. As the four of them settled in the living room, Yuta could feel the unease settle over the room. Everyone was feeling it, judging by their faces. Fine, Yuta could be the one to break the ice. Izuku, this is Detective Tsukachi Naomasa, my trusted colleague. Tsukachi gave him a questioning but amused look at his word choice, so Yuta sent him a nasty glare. They were not friends. Tsukachi, tell the kid about your quirk. My quirk is called Lie Detector. It's pretty self-explanatory. It lets me know if someone is telling me the truth or not. Pretty useful for a detective, right? And Izuku's eyes lit up. It was the brightest Yuta had seen the kid since meeting him, no question. The stream of words that left his mouth was the liveliest they'd heard him speak too. That's amazing. I wonder how it works? What are the limitations? Does it work with nonverbal answers, like a nod? Do you have to be looking at the person? Do they have to be the one to ask them a question, or can you sense any lies? I wonder if it's always active or if there's some activation mechanism. If it's always active, and if you can sense all lies, that would be pretty overwhelming. I wonder if you could get around it if you really believe the lie, or if you could manipulate your physiological responses like with an old-fashioned polygraph. It would be interesting to compare. And at that point Izuku noticed their stunned expressions and Tsukachi's hands, held up with palms facing out. Yuta shot the detective another glare for indicating the kid should stop. Yuta would gladly have listened to him wear himself out on that train of thought. Not only was he pleased to see how animated the kid was, Izuku's questions were interesting and Yuta wanted to see what conclusions he would come to if given the opportunity to finish his thoughts. Was this what he was putting in his notebooks? If so, Yuta was going to need to see them. Hero analysis was a pain. To teach when the kids weren't interested. With someone like Izuku, Yuta could have fun. Those are all great questions, kid, but some of them I can't answer for security reasons. Police secrets, you know? Izuku was beet red. Oh, of course, right? That makes sense. I'd be happy to answer some of them, though. But maybe later? Why, yes, thank you. Sorry. No need to apologize. Those are all great questions. People aren't usually that interested in my quirk, once they get the gist of it. Tsukachi took a breath and shifted his posture, causing the rest of them to shift as well. This was it. So, Izuku. As I said, my quirk lets me know if people are telling the truth. It is active all the time, and I do need verbal responses, so I'll remind you of that if I need to. I also don't need to be asking questions. I can pick up on any untrue statement. I don't want my quirk to make you nervous. You're not in trouble for anything. Think of it more as insurance that I'll believe you, no matter how strange your story is, okay? You could tell me that Eraserhead sings pop music in the shower, and if my quirk told me so, I'd believe you. Even though I know he's tone deaf and would never subject you to that. Okay. That got a small smile out of Izuku. Shoyuta would allow the dig, he supposed. I will be recording audio of our conversation, starting now. Tsukachi suched on a small device and placed it on the coffee table. That means I'll have to verbalize the response my quirk gives me. It's awkward at first, but hopefully you'll get used to it. If there are any questions you don't want to answer, it's okay to let me know. If it's really important, I'll tell you so, but your well-being is the most important thing here. If we need to stop or take a break, that's okay too. Izuku looked determined. It was a nice change from the timid, fearful expression they'd grown used to. Alright, for the sake of the recording, this is Detective Tsukachi Naomasa interviewing Midoriya Izuku. Also present are Midoriya's temporary guardians, Aizawa Shoyuta and Yamada Hizashi. Midoriya, could you please state your name and age for the recording? Izuku glanced curiously at Shoyuta and Hizashi when Tsukachi said the words, temporary guardians, but refocused when he was asked a question. And Midoriya Izuku, 14. See could. He stopped and took a breath. Could you call me Izuku instead? Interesting. Shoyuta and Hizashi had kept calling him Izuku after finding out his family name, for obvious reasons, but it hadn't occurred to Shoyuta that he might not like his family name. Shoyuta wondered if that was a result of what he'd overheard in the hospital or if it ran deeper. A question for later. Sure thing, Izuku. Now, I'd like you to run me through the events of this past Monday, starting after school. Remember, anytime you need to stop, just let me know. Izuku stumbled through the basic story he'd given Shoyuta in the hospital, although Tsukachi asked for a good amount more detail than Shoyuta had. Shoyuta did not like most of the details. And then this slime came out of the sewer, and I didn't know what it was at first, but it was a man, I think, and that was his quirk. He forced the slime down my throat, and said he was going to kill me and… Wanna see kid? Do you remember what he said in more detail? Oh, I think it was something like, he said he was going to hijack my body? And then something like, it'll only hurt for a few seconds and then it'll all be over. And then he said I was a hero. I think he meant, because he was going to use my body to get away. Shoyuta felt sick. True. Sorry, kid, it's just good to get the actual words when possible. I'm not sure if you were told at any point, but that man is in police custody. He's not getting out. Good. Yeah. So, what happened after that? Oh, well, just as I was passing out, I heard. And Izuku stopped himself abruptly, clamping his mouth shut. He whipped his head around to look at Shoyuta with wide, fearful eyes. The kid was terrified that he'd get in trouble for saying he met All Might, because that BSTRD of a hero made this child promise to keep it a secret. They'd had to pry it out of him at the hospital, and even then he hadn't been able to say the words, just confirm their guess. They were going to have to convince him it was safe to tell Tsukachi. Shoyuta thought about revealing that Tsukachi and All Might were friends, so it was okay to tell him, but given what had happened he was afraid that might hurt Izuku's opinion of the detective. Also, he wasn't sure if Tsukachi realized just how much Shoyuta had picked up on their relationship, and he'd rather not give that away yet. They'd just have to talk Izuku into it again. Hizashi must have had the same idea, because he spoke up first. Izuku, are you worried about saying the name of the hero who saved you? Izuku nodded hesitantly. Well, remember how I said you couldn't get in trouble for telling the truth? You're not going to get in trouble, okay? Izuku still looked unsure, and his eyes darted to Tsukachi. The detective spoke up. If it helps, Izuku, I already know which hero brought in the villain, because I was there to process the intake. So I'm pretty sure I know who saved you. But for legal reasons, I can't be the one to say it, because then it could seem like I'm telling you what to say. But if Mike and Eraser already know, and if I already know, then there shouldn't be any harm in telling us, right? Izuku still looked unsure, and like he might be on the verge of tears. Shoyuta wanted to get this issue over with as soon as possible, because he knew it wasn't the worst thing they had to talk about, and if Izuku was this worked up now, he wasn't sure the kid would make it through the interview. Although it had seemed like the All Might issue had been more difficult for him to discuss than his own suicide attempt, which was all kinds of troubling. Shoyuta was going to get this over with. The hero, he started, made Izuku promise he wouldn't tell. So Izuku is afraid of getting in trouble with that hero, and he's afraid that hero will know he told. Right, kid? Izuku nodded again. Tsukachi did not look pleased with that revelation. Could I get a verbal response on that one, Izuku? Yes, Izuku croaked. Sorry, that's my bad. Is that yes to Eraser's question? The hero made you promise not to tell? Yes, to Shuta's question. Thank you, Izuku. I may be able to ease your worries here. I'm actually pretty well acquainted with this particular hero. In fact, we're old friends. He knows all of my deep, dark secrets, and I know all of his. So there's nothing you could tell me about him that I don't already know. I know which foods he can't eat, how long his work days are, that he esikes his gut in at the pool, all of his weaknesses. Okay? And I already have his side of the story because he told me. Does that help? That was really weird phrasing. Shoyuta knew Tsukachi was going out of his way to make Izuku comfortable, but that was a really weird way to do it. If this were an interview with a villain or a vigilante, Shoyuta would be worried that Tsukachi was speaking in some sort of code. But this was Tsukachi, not some crooked cop, and he was interviewing a child, not some double agent. A glance at Hizashi confirmed that he thought it was strange, too. Somehow, though, it was exactly what Izuku needed to hear. His shoulders relaxed, his fists unclenched, and his wide, frightened eyes returned to their normal size. All Might, he said easily. All Might saved me. True. Thank you, Izuku. The interview continued from there, rehashing the rest of the story the same way they'd heard it in the hospital, again with much more detail. When Izuku finished recounting his conversation with All Might on the roof, he looked uncertain. Should I keep going? This is about the villain, right? So does it matter what happened after? Tsukachi's face was solemn. It does, Izuku. Not only is it relevant because it happened in the aftermath of a villain attack and a hero's rescue, it's also important for the investigations into the hospital you were taken to and into your mother's treatment of you. Izuku paled. My own mother? What did she do? Shoyuta wasn't sure that bringing up the kid's mother before now would have helped, but springing it on him like this wasn't good either. But did Izuku really not see how what she'd done could be a criminal issue? Or did he not realize the extent of it? They hadn't been sure exactly how much he'd heard. Maybe he didn't hear the part where she knew he was missing but didn't report him or look for him. Maybe he didn't hear that she worked in that hospital but no one there knew she had a child. On one hand, Shoyuta hoped Izuku had been spared the pain of listening to his mother say those things. On the other, Shoyuta hoped he wouldn't have to be the one to tell Izuku that she knew that his mother was going to be charged with criminal neglect because he was missing for days and she never looked for him. Hizashi seemed conflicted as well. Should we take a break? Surprisingly, Izuku spoke up with a clear, determined voice. No. I'm okay, I just want to know. What did my mother do? Tsukachi looked at Shoyuta pleadingly, but he wasn't going to bite. Hearing this from Shoyuta or Hizashi was not going to be any better than hearing it from the detective. Shoyuta was pretty sure. And he definitely didn't want to say it. Izuku, your mother admitted that she knew you were missing after school that day and for the next 2 days. She never made a report to the police and she made no effort to find you. She also said some things in front of multiple witnesses that raised questions about whether she was properly caring for you. But my mother takes good care of me. Or she did? I know those things she said in the hospital sounded bad, but I cause a lot of trouble for her, I'm a burden and she still takes care of me. She's my mother. I'm grateful for everything she does for me. And oh, it broke Shuta's heart to Izuku defend his mother in that desperate voice. Because it sounded like the kid believed it. Even though he'd clearly heard at least some of the filth she'd been spewing in the hospital, Izuku still thought she was treating him the way he deserved. He was grateful. But at the same time, it was clear that the kid was hurt. Shoyuta hoped that Izuku's short time in his and Hizashi's care had shown him that he could have better. He knew it would be too much to ask for Izuku to believe he deserved better, but he at least knew it was out there, right? It was a possibility. And maybe, with time, Izuku could understand that what his mother did was wrong. The problem was that they didn't have much information on what his mother had done beyond what she'd admitted during her outburst in the hospital. They could definitely charge her with neglect, considering she directly admitted to not reporting Izuku's disappearance. There were multiple witnesses to confirm what she said. But a one-time incident like that could be twisted in court. It could be explained away and pled down, and Shoyuta was not optimistic about a jury's sympathy for a quirkless child. Even if he and Hizashi were able to keep custody of Izuku, since it seemed like his mother was okay giving it up, the thought of her going unpunished was nauseating. And if she did want to get Izuku back to spite them, showing a history of long-term abuse would be their biggest defense. Explaining this to Izuku, however, would be difficult. And Shoyuta wasn't sure they should even try to explain it all yet. All three adults had been momentarily stunned by Izuku's outburst. Shoyuta shook himself out of his thoughts as quickly as possible. Izuku, I hear what you're saying. But the fact is, it was your mother's responsibility to keep you safe and know where you were. The fact that she failed to do that isn't up for debate. She admitted it. Anything you can tell us about how she acted toward you, good or bad, is relevant to that case. No one is asking you to say whether she was a good or bad mother. All Tsukachi wants is for you to tell the truth. Then it's up to other professionals to take that information and do their jobs. You're not responsible for anything she did or the consequences she receives. Okay? Izuku looked like he was concentrating carefully on Shuta's words, and Shoyuta thought that was a good sign. He wasn't spiraling the way he had after his mother's outburst at the hospital, and he wasn't shutting down. I guess. If all I have to do is answer questions, I can do it. Tsukachi looked relieved. That's all we need, Izuku. Izuku nodded and sat back. This was going to be rough. Naomasa could practically taste the rage rolling off of Mike and Eraser as Izuku recounted the incident with the sludge villain and subsequent rescue by All Might. He was used to Eraser getting irritated, that was an everyday occurrence, but Mike was usually very easygoing. He supposed this case was different. It had become personal for both of them. As soon as he'd entered the apartment, Naomasa had sensed that there was more to the way they felt about the kid than just temporary guardianship. Well, he supposed Eraser's phone calls should have been enough to give that away. As Izuku went on, Naomasa found himself agreeing more and more with the tight expressions on the two heroes' faces. Tashinori had fed up on this one, big time. First, he just left the kid in the road after apprehending a villain that had suffocated him the point of unconsciousness. Izuku was a teenager, but only barely, and he was small for his age. There's no way Tashinori should have thought it was okay to leave him alone after an attack like that without securing medical care and some kind of supervision for the kid. Then, when Izuku had made the admittedly ill-advised decision to grab onto Tashinori's leg when he jumped away, the hero had told him to let go. And Naomasa knew he wasn't going to get the whole story of what happened on the rooftop. He would have to speak to Izuku alone for that, or get more details from Tashinori. But he knew without a doubt that it wouldn't improve his opinion of his friend's behavior. Anything Tashinori said to Izuku about his emaciated form could only have added more trauma to the situation. And although Tashinori was his friend, something he had to keep reminding himself of during Izuku's story, Naomasa knew there was no way he handled the situation with the care it called for. When Izuku told him the reason he'd grabbed on, the question he'd wanted to ask All Might, and the response he got, he stopped reminding himself Tashinori was his friend. At least for now, he didn't want to remember. He and Tashinori would be having words. They'd heard the basics of what happened to Izuku the day they found him in the hospital, but hearing the kid relive it, totally unaware that All Might had done anything wrong, was difficult. And Tsukachi was pulling more details out of Izuku than they'd ever tried to. Hizashi knew the kid had been attacked by a villain and All Might had saved him. But he hadn't heard the awful things the villain said to Izuku, hadn't heard Izuku describe the sludge being forced down his throat. How certain he was that he would die. He'd known that All Might had told Izuku he couldn't be a hero without a quirk, and that was infuriating enough. He hadn't known that All Might equated quirklessness to having no power. Hadn't known that the sorry excuse for a hero had told Izuku, be realistic, before leaving him alone on a rooftop. And Hizashi could tell there was more that Izuku wasn't telling them, but Tsukachi wasn't pressing it, so he certainly wasn't going to. It was hard hearing the details. But the next part would be harder. Izuku wasn't as forthcoming with what happened after All Might left. It didn't seem like he was unwilling, exactly, more like he didn't think any of it was important. And then I don't really remember how I got down exactly. But I ended up just wandering around and it was dark and then, And Hizashi found me, I guess. Tsukachi looked uncomfortable. Good, Hizashi thought. It was irrational. He knew they needed this as evidence. He knew that Izuku would have to talk about it eventually. But Tsukachi was asking questions that made Izuku upset, so he should have to be upset too. Only fair. Izuku, can you give me any more details than that? You didn't have your backpack with you. So how did you get what you used? I just need to know if it was something you got at home or not. Was this really okay? Was it okay for a police detective to be prying for the minute details of a child's suicide attempt, even before the kid had seen a therapist? Were they totally failing Izuku right now? They just have to shower him with extra love tonight and get him to hound dog first thing tomorrow. Izuku was turning red. Interesting. I didn't get them at home. True. Okay, if that's all you want to share, that's okay. Thank you, Izuku. Izuku nodded stiffly. Did you interact with anyone between All Might on the roof and when Hizashi found you in the alleyway? Izuku shook his head. Sorry, Izuku, can you respond out loud? Oh, no, I didn't meet anyone else. True. All right, I think that's the most important information from that night. Unless there's anything else you think we need to know. No, not that I can think of. Izuku breathed a sigh of relief before tensing again. He must have remembered they weren't done yet. Hizashi was nervous for this part for a couple of reasons. One, it seemed like the most likely to upset Izuku, especially now that they'd gotten over the All Might thing. Two, Hizashi was fairly certain he wouldn't like what Izuku had to tell them. His mother had been profoundly unpleasant at the hospital, and it seemed like Izuku wasn't aware that there was anything wrong with the fact that she hadn't looked for him or reported him missing. What else did he think wasn't a big deal? Well, they were about to find out. Okay, Izuku, now we need to move on to some more general questions about your life. Some of them will still be related to your attempt, but most will be more broad, just about your daily life, school, what it's like at home. Would you like to take a break first? Izuku shook his head, but caught himself before the detective could say anything. No, sir. I'm all right. I still don't totally understand why you're asking, but I'll answer whatever you want. Thank you, Izuku. I want to remind you that if there are any questions you're really not comfortable answering, you can let me know. It's better for me to know that you don't want to answer than for you to be untruthful or omit things, okay? And remember that whatever you say, even if it's strange, I'll believe you as long as you're telling the truth. Okay? Okay. Izuku looked like he was stealing himself. Hizashi felt 1,000 times more nervous than Izuku looked. Alright, first, can you tell me where you live and who lives there with you? Izuku gave his address. It's just me and my mother in the apartment. True. Now I'm going to ask you some broad screening questions. These are questions I ask every kid who's going through something that keeps them away from home for a while, okay? It doesn't mean your mom is being accused of these things. I understand. Great. First, has your mom ever hurt you physically? Izuku's eyes widened. No. Nothing like that. Definitely not. True. Hizashi let out a breath. He didn't realize he'd been holding and heard Shoyuta do the same. Has your mom, was it just Hizashi, or did Izuku flinch, ever abused you sexually? Izuku went white as a sheet. Oh God, please. Oh my gosh, no, not at all. True. Another relieved exhale from the adults. Has your mom, Izuku was definitely flinching, ever said things that hurt your feelings? No. She wouldn't hurt me. Izuku, my quirk? Izuku looked embarrassed. I'm pretty sensitive. I think most people have said things that hurt my feelings. I still need an honest answer, kiddo. I guess yes then? Yes. But not on purpose. True. Thank you, Izuku. For the record, my quirk can't tell me whether or not your mother meant to hurt you, just that that's what you believe. Oh, okay. So that means your quirk is picking up on my thoughts, or physiological responses that correlate with lying. Izuku, I promise to answer some questions about my quirk another time, if you want. But for now we have to keep going. Izuku flushed. Sorry. We'll return to that topic momentarily, but I have one more screening question first. Did your mom, Flinch, ever introduce you to or invite into your home other people who did anything I asked about? Hurt you physically, sexually, or emotionally? No, not at all. She's never introduced me to anyone. True. Next. Hizashi had to say something. Excuse me for interrupting, detective, but I noticed that Izuku seems uncomfortable when you say the word, mom. Sorry, little listener, I just want to be sure you're okay. Do you not like that word? Oh, well, not me, but mother doesn't like it. I think I'm just used to her correcting me. Hizashi could have sworn he'd heard the kid say, mom, before, but maybe not. Certainly not since she came to the hospital. Maybe that had caused a shift. He wondered if she'd said something to Izuku. True. Is it better if I say mother instead then? I mean, I don't really mind, but that's what I'm used to. So yes. No problem. Thank you, Hizashi. Okay to continue? Izuku nodded, then followed it with a blush and a verbal affirmation. The interview progressed with few obstacles. Hizashi had been wrong when he thought this part would be more difficult for Izuku. Nothing Tsukachi asked upset the boy nearly as much as talking about All Might had. But with every word out of Izuku's mouth, Hizashi's horror grew. The picture Izuku was painting was ugly, and the kid had no idea. He was just confused why they were asking. Yeah, I cook for myself. Mom and I aren't home at the same times, and she usually eats out. Sometimes she leaves me her leftovers. But mostly I eat rice and eggs. Fish if there's enough money. It's always nice when mom has leftovers because sometimes she leaves meat. The amount of money Izuku's mother left him for a month was what Hizashi would have used in a week. It was normal for a single mother to have tight purse strings, but that was way beyond what was reasonable. And apparently Izuku had been responsible for feeding himself. Since he was around 8 years old. It became clear why Izuku didn't think it was a big deal that she hadn't reported him missing. They regularly went weeks without seeing each other. And it wasn't that she worked a lot, necessarily. When she was home, she would shut herself in her room or restrict Izuku to his. It was a relief to have confirmation that his mother wasn't hurting him physically, but it was clear someone was, and that she was neglecting him and hurting him emotionally. Again, he seemed to have no concept of emotional abuse or neglect. Izuku readily admitted that his mother referred to him as a burden and complained about the cost of raising him. I know I'm difficult, he said with a completely straight face. I'm always getting hurt, and doctors won't treat me, so I end up using a lot of first aid supplies. It's still cheaper than going to the hospital, and I've gotten really good at it. But it still makes things difficult for mother. All three adults paled at that statement. Izuku had treated his own burns, bandaged his own cuts, and splinted his own broken fingers. He held out his left hand, and sure enough, the second and third fingers were crooked, and had been doing so for as long as he'd been feeding himself. Apparently he'd been to the hospital a few times for a broken arm and a couple of cuts that had needed stitches. But I think I could do stitches myself, if I had to. I'm just not brave enough yet. It wasn't until Shoyuta spoke that Hizashi realized how quiet his husband had been so far. Shoyuta was very pale. Kid, I couldn't help seeing your scars when you were in the hospital. A lot of them looked the same, like circular burns. Would you be willing to tell us how you got those? Izuku looked the most uncomfortable he had since All Might was brought up. He wrung his hands and squirmed in his chair. Do I have to say? He directed his question at Tsukachi. No, as long as we know it wasn't your mother, I won't push. But Izuku, it's illegal for people to hurt you like that, especially if they're using their quirk. I can't promise we won't ask again later. I would really recommend telling someone soon. I'd really rather not say, but I promise it's not that bad. From what Shoyuta had told Hizashi about the scars, it was that bad. Izuku refused to tell them anything specific about who hurt him, just saying, the kids at school don't like me very much. Izuku would not be going back to that school if Hizashi had any say. The most difficult to get Izuku to admit to was his mother's emotional abuse. He really didn't see anything wrong with the way she spoke to him or about him. Luckily, Tsukachi could refer to the screening question he'd asked earlier. She doesn't insult me or yell. I think I'm just easily upset? Maybe I should have said no to your question. It doesn't have to be something intended to hurt, or even something that you think should have hurt your feelings. But it's alright if you can't think of something. Would you be willing to tell me about your most recent conversation with your mother instead? When she came to the hospital yesterday? It was eerie how calm Izuku was when he recounted his last conversation with his mother. The only thing that made him falter was when he brought up his quirklessness. I think she asked if Shoyuta and Hizashi knew I was quirkless. She asked if I told them about my condition. Izuku used his fingers to indicate quotes around the last word. I don't like that word, either. She uses it a lot. I don't know why. It's not a bad word, or mean. It just makes me feel like maybe it means there's something wrong with me? And I guess there is, but I don't like to feel that way. True. Those feelings are valid, Izuku. You don't have to have a reason to feel a specific way. Was there more to the conversation? Yeah, she said she didn't think it was likely that anyone would go to this much trouble for a quirkless boy. I guess that hurt my feelings too. But I get why she was surprised. Izuku was still talking. She said, it would be good if they were the kind of people who liked taking care of kids with special needs, because that would be good for both of us. But, I hadn't told them I was quirkless. And when I told her that, she said they'd be disappointed, and it wasn't fair of me to lie to them. Izuku turned from the detective to address Hizashi and Shoyuta directly. I know it wasn't fair, but I just didn't know how to say it, or I guess I just didn't want to. I didn't mean to lie. I didn't mean to take advantage of you. I know you said it was okay, but I'm still really sorry. The kid was biting his lip and he looked like he was on the verge of tears. Shoyuta stepped up this time. Kid, we told you we didn't care and we meant it. We literally don't care. Our opinion of you has nothing to do with your quirk or lack of a quirk. It's not relevant. I don't know why it would be relevant. Don't worry about it. Please. Izuku nodded but didn't look reassured. Hizashi could tell this was something they would need to reinforce over and over again if they were going to get this kid to build some self-esteem. It would take a while, but it would be worth it. Hizashi caught himself before he could dive too far down the rabbit hole of how long will Izuku be with us and can we really help him and what if he doesn't want to stay. Now was not the time. The interview wrapped up smoothly after that. Hizashi wasn't an expert on these things, not like Shoyuta, but he was pretty sure they had enough to ensure that Izuku wouldn't have to go back to his mother. The most Ming thing was that she withheld food. It certainly explained why Izuku was so small and looked years younger than his age. But the thing that bothered Hizashi the most, the thing that came up again and again, was how unfazed Izuku was by it all. It indicated how long this had been going on and how isolated he must have been from his peers, like he never had anything to compare it to. Izuku's final statement drove it all home. All right, Izuku, is there anything else you'd like to add? Yeah. I just want to say that she really is a good mother, and I'm grateful for everything she does for me, especially considering my condition. I love her, and even if she doesn't love me, she always does her duty as a mother. I know she would be better off without me, but she still said it was good I, failed. So I really don't want her to get in trouble. Tsukachi looked as uncomfortable as Hizashi felt, although he hoped he was schooling his expression a little better than the detective. Shoyuta was pale. Make sure to make a note of that. Thank you, Izuku. I know this conversation wasn't easy. He turned to Hizashi and Shoyuta. I'll keep you updated with any developments. Please let me know if you think of anything else that could be important. When Hizashi returned to the living room after walking the detective out, he was alarmed to see Izuku alone in the room. He was visibly anxious, curled in on himself and chewing on a fingernail. Hizashi did his best to keep his voice even when he spoke. You did great, Izuku. I'm really proud of you. Where'd Shoyuta go, though? Izuku just pointed toward the hallway, eyes wide. Will you be okay here by yourself for a minute while I go find him? Yeah. I think I upset him. Will you tell him I'm sorry? I don't want him to be mad at me. Oh, poor kid. I'm sure he's not mad, kiddo. Don't worry. I'll be back in just a second. It didn't take him long to find Shoyuta. The husband was pressed up against the wall in the hallway, just out of Izuku's sight. His eyes were closed and his breaths were coming out shaky. He looked halfway to a panic attack. "Sho, baby, are you okay? What's going on?" Shoyuta responded without opening his eyes. "I'm sorry, Hizashi, I didn't want Izuku to see me like this. I feel so stupid. I shouldn't be reacting like this. The things he said, and the way his mother treats him." Understanding hit Hizashi quickly. "Did it remind you of?" "It's so much like how it was for me, and I know it's not the same, and I know I should be okay. It was so long ago for me, and I'm supposed to be the adult here, but his face when he said he was grateful?" Shuda's voice cracked on the last word. It was so rare for Shoyuta to get like this, to show this much emotion, but when he did, it always came rushing out like a torrent. You know there's no right way to react. I was so close to crying. I'm definitely going to cry about it later. I should have realized this would be a lot for you. I just want to be able to help him, Zashi. None of this is about me. And I'll be okay, I will. But I think I need to talk to someone, because sometimes the things he says hurt. Some of what he said in that interview made me sick. Just being around him hurts sometimes. I think I need a break. I can't look at him right now. I can't. A choked sound came from the hall behind Hizashi, and he froze. Shuda's eyes snapped open and he essayed in a breath. Sheet. Hizashi whipped his head around but Izuku wasn't there. Shoyuta started toward the living room but Hizashi grabbed his arm and pulled him back. I'll get him. You take a minute to pull yourself together, whatever you need. I've got. The front door slammed. Hizashi ran. He just wanted to make sure Shoyuta was okay, that he wasn't mad. He didn't mean to eavesdrop. He hadn't heard much, but it was enough. I can't look at him. He makes me sick. It was the same stuff Izuku overheard his mom say sometimes when she was on the phone. It didn't hurt when she said it, not anymore. It shouldn't hurt. Why did it hurt to hear Shoyuta say it? He was stupid to think things would be different. He was the same quirkless Deku, after all. Izuku was the problem. He was making things difficult. Izuku ran out of the apartment before he realized what he was doing. He stopped himself. He couldn't go far. That would just make things worse for Shoyuta. And Hizashi. He slumped against the wall in the hallways just outside the apartment door. Did he make Hizashi feel sick too? He could see the way Hizashi's eyebrows scrunched sometimes at the things Izuku said. He still didn't know what he said that was so bad. It must be something wrong with Izuku, just the way he was. A small voice in the back of his head told him he was overreacting, that Shoyuta and Hizashi meant it when they said they cared about Izuku, that they weren't going anywhere. He shoved that voice down, thinking like that would just make him more disappointed later when it turned out he was wrong. The conversation with the detective left him feeling uncomfortable and exposed. He didn't like the questions they asked. The way everything he said made them frown more. For the first time since waking up in the hospital, Izuku realized how alone he was. He didn't have his mother anymore. She didn't want him. He'd gotten comfortable with Shoyuta and Hizashi, but they were strangers, even if they were heroes. He'd only known them for a few days. They didn't really know anything about him. It was no wonder they liked him less the longer he was around. Their apartment was strange and unfamiliar, and he didn't know the rules. If they didn't want him, where would he go? Izuku knew he was spiraling, he knew he was overreacting, but he was tired of holding himself together. He sat in the hallways and let himself cry. Stupid. Shoyuta knew Izuku was right there. He should have gone in the bedroom and shut the door. But he felt bad leaving Izuku alone after making it so clear that they wouldn't leave him alone. And he'd seen how affected Izuku was, both by the interview and by Shuda's growing discomfort. He should have told Hizashi somehow, should have left him with Izuku and walked Tsukachi out instead. But he'd been frozen, barely holding himself together, and hadn't been able to say anything. He knew that Izuku seeing him break down would have been worse than leaving him alone for a few minutes. Right? Shoyuta was ashamed by how he reacted. It was just an interview, just words, and nothing Izuku said was even that shocking. It was all within the realm of what they'd expected based on things Izuku had said and how his mother had behaved in the hospital. He'd seen and heard much worse things on duty. But some of the things he'd said had triggered Shuda's memories of his own childhood. It had taken him years to get out of that mindset, gratitude toward his abusers, Complete faith that all the horrible things they said were true. For Shoyuta, instead of useless, it was villain. People didn't like a quirk that took other quirks away. In their quirk-centric society, a person's quirk was a central part of their identity. Having that taken away was unsettling, frightening, disorienting. Like suddenly being unable to see. He had to get himself together, for his sake, for Hizashi's, and for Izuku's. He just hoped he hadn't already done too much damage. Hopefully, when he calmed down, he'd be able to explain to Izuku that it wasn't because he didn't care, he cared too much. For now, he shut the bedroom door and let himself cry. Hizashi was beyond relieved to find Izuku in the hallway. He didn't know what he'd do if they lost track of the kid. If they lost the kid. He couldn't stop replaying Izuku's voice when he told them, "I'm going to do it again." His relief was tempered when he actually looked at Izuku. He had his head pressed into his knees and his arms wrapped tightly around his legs. It didn't sound like he was crying. Hizashi wasn't sure if that was good or bad. This really was more Shuta's area of expertise. Shoyuta, who had been so pale, with unsteady breath and his carefully crafted persona cracking. Hizashi had only seen him like that a handful of times in their 10 years together, and he'd never left him alone afterward. Hizashi had made him promise, if it ever got bad like that, to call. He'd once walked out in the middle of a broadcast because of a 2-word text message, "Need you." It hurt to walk away from Shoyuta when he was like that, even though he was only a few rooms away, even though Shoyuta would rather Hizashi was out here, even though Izuku needed him more anyway. Izuku needed him more. Hizashi knelt in front of Izuku, close enough to reach out and touch but trying not to crowd him. "Izuku? You okay, little listener?" Izuku's breathing quieted, like he was trying to hide, but he didn't react otherwise. I want to try to explain what you might have heard in there. I know it might have sounded like Sho was upset with you, but I promise he isn't, it's something different." Hizashi's words sounded like lies even though he knew they were true. How could he convince this kid they cared when it seemed like the universe was conspiring to beat him down? "Can we just talk about it, kiddo?" Izuku lifted his head off of his knees and scrubbed at his face. So, he had been crying. "It's okay, I understand. I'm not upset or anything." Hizashi's heart ached. "No. That's not. I really think you might have missed something." "It's okay," Izuku said with force that shocked Hizashi. It seemed to shock Izuku too, judging by the way his eyes widened. I don't want you to be upset." "I told you I'm not upset." Izuku sounded almost angry. Hizashi hadn't expected Izuku to be angry. That tone in his voice sounded unnatural. "Okay, you're right, I'm sorry." Hizashi felt at a total loss. What had he said that made Izuku angry? What was the right thing to say in this situation? "I'm sorry you overheard my husband saying he can't stand to look at you, after we promised we'd accept you no matter what, after forcing you to relive the day of your suicide attempt and describe how your mother neglected you?" "Nope, that wasn't it." He sighed. Internally, lest the kiddo misinterpret it. There was no way he could be Shoyuta. They were both good at emotions but in very different ways. Shoyuta was observant, thorough, and logical. Hizashi had always been intuitive and impulsive. That was fine with Sho and their friends, because he stumbled onto the right answer more often than not and they forgave him easily when he got it wrong. He couldn't be that lax with Izuku, but Hizashi wasn't going to get anywhere trying to be Shoyuta. He figured he'd do what he did best and try to follow his intuition, while remaining mindful of possible triggers. "Izuku, would you at least let me explain the whole conversation to you? If nothing else, it will make me feel better to have the whole thing out there." Izuku looked apprehensive, but rested his chin on his knees and watched Hizashi warily through the curls that fell in front of his face. Hizashi took that as his signal to go ahead. "When I went to find Sho, he was standing in the hall and he looked really upset. Did you see him?" Izuku shook his head. "Well, I was worried just from looking at him. Kind of like before you have a panic attack." Izuku sat up straighter. "Is he okay?" "Always thinking of others, this one." "He is. I'm going to check on him a little later, but he was okay when I left him just now. He's going to need time to calm down though. Usually when something like this happens, he doesn't fully recover until he gets some sleep." Izuku looked thoughtful. Usually? Yep, kiddo, it happens to all of us sometimes. At least me and Sho. You know how some things upset you more than others or set you off for no good reason? Izuku nodded his understanding. Well, some of what we talked about today seems to have affected him that way. It's not your fault, or because of anything you did. I think it just brought up some memories for Sho and he was caught off guard. He didn't want you to see him so upset. I upset him? Hizashi sighed. This was delicate. On one hand, he wanted to say no, because it wasn't Izuku's fault. This had nothing to do with Izuku and everything to do with Shoyuta. But Hizashi didn't think Izuku would accept that answer, and it wasn't exactly true anyway. It had been Izuku's words that triggered Shoyuta, even though the only person to blame here was Midoriya Inko, and maybe some of the real rotten pieces of work in Shuta's past. It wasn't you, Izuku. It just hurt Shoyuta to hear about all of the things you went through. We asked you to tell us and we knew what we were getting into. Sho didn't expect to react the way he did. It didn't look like Izuku believed him, or that it eased any of his guilt. Hizashi deliberated before he spoke again. He was pretty sure Shoyuta wouldn't be upset with him. Although he was a private person, it was unlikely the same rules would apply to Izuku. And Hizashi really wanted Izuku to understand that this was something that went beyond today, beyond this week, beyond Izuku. I think it's because Shoyuta has been hurt in the past too. By people who were supposed to take care of him. I think something you said, that not you or I or maybe even Shoyuta could have known about, must have reminded him of that, and he got upset. Izuku's eyes were almost comically wide. Oh my gosh, if I had known I wouldn't have said. Izuku, there's no way you could have known, and it was important that you told the truth. You still would have needed to say whatever it was. Hizashi had been making a big effort not to interrupt Izuku, but he was determined not to let the kid spiral on this particular issue. No one did anything wrong here, Izuku, especially not you. Well, Hizashi could think of a few things he should have done differently. And although he couldn't be mad at his husband for something like this, they would be having a discussion about setting boundaries for the sake of their own health and removing themselves from situations before things get this out of control. Do you think he would tell me what it was so I don't say it again? Oh, Izuku. The boy's eyes were watery as he looked imploringly up at Hizashi. Izuku, it's not your responsibility. Hizashi cut himself off quickly. It wasn't the kid's responsibility, and Hizashi really didn't want to place any limits on what Izuku felt comfortable talking about to them, not when it was so difficult already. But how would he feel if he knew that something he said upset someone he cared about, to the point of a breakdown, but they wouldn't tell him what it was? It wasn't the same because Izuku was a kid being extricated from an abusive home and an abused mindset. His well-being came first, always. But Izuku wouldn't see it that way, and trying to make him would only make things worse. Hizashi was certain of that. It was honestly probably a good way to get Sho and Izuku talking after this. Shoyuta could share as much or as little as he chose. So he revised his statement. I don't want you to feel like it's your responsibility to look after Sho. He's had therapy and years to work on this stuff, and he knows how to look out for himself. Today was a fluke. He kept going before Izuku's face could finish morphing into a sour expression. But I do think you could ask him about it and he would be willing to talk to you. He might not feel comfortable telling you the details, even I don't know everything, but I'm sure he wants to talk to you. He feels terrible about what you overheard. It really wasn't about you, I promise. She said he needed a break, that he couldn't, look at me. Sho, why did you have to put it like that? Hizashi was not upset at his husband about this, but the situation was frustrating. If he'd just gone all the way to the bedroom or... Not the time. Also not fair. I know, kiddo. I want you to believe me when I say what he said. It wasn't about you. It was about bad things that happened to him a long time ago, and bad things your mother did. Sho cares about you a lot, he likes you a lot. We love having you here. But, yeah, he might need a little while to calm down. I promise it's not because of anything you did. He needs space sometimes, just like we all do, and now is one of those times. Izuku looked like he was thinking 100 miles an hour, chewing on his bottom lip. He shifted and looked up at Hizashi with something like acceptance on his face. He didn't look reassured, exactly, but it was something. Hizashi figured this was probably as good as it would get for tonight. Would you be willing to come back inside, Izuku? Izuku nodded and followed Hizashi back into the apartment with no further comment. Izuku had upset Shoyuta. He knew what Hizashi meant, that Izuku shouldn't blame himself, that it wasn't his fault. He knew he hadn't meant to hurt Shoyuta, of course he hadn't. But words had come out of Izuku's mouth and those words had made Shoyuta cry. They'd made Shoyuta so upset that he felt sick. Izuku had caused that. If Izuku hadn't answered all of those questions, if he hadn't gone home with Shoyuta and Hizashi, if he hadn't ended up in the hospital, if he'd killed himself right the first time, Shoyuta would be happy right now. No matter what Hizashi said, Izuku knew that he had hurt Shoyuta. He would have to be more careful. Even if Shoyuta wouldn't tell him what he'd said wrong, Izuku could be careful. He'd gotten pretty good at this game with his mother when she still talked to him regularly, and he'd kept it up at school. Approach topics indirectly to gauge people's reactions, pay special attention to their facial expressions and what they do with their hands, and if in doubt, just stay quiet. Izuku knew how to do this. Last night was a weird night. Hizashi had half hoped that Shoyuta would be ready to come out and talk to Izuku so they could relieve the tension, but he also knew his husband would need to sleep, and trying to get him to have a serious conversation when he was exhausted was a bad idea. So Izuku and Hizashi had eaten alone in a subdued atmosphere. After checking that Shoyuta was indeed out for the count, Hizashi set Izuku and himself up in the living room once again with folded-out couches and a Disney movie. Izuku seemed to have recovered from Shuta's episode, but something about his behavior didn't sit right with Hizashi. He was almost too calm. But Hizashi was at a loss for what to do about it. He'd simply have to keep an eye on the kid to make sure he wasn't missing anything important. Hizashi was very glad they were finally taking him to see Hound Dog this morning. He was glad they hadn't left the kid in the care of the hospital or social services, but he also knew they weren't professionals when it came to mental health or child psychology. They had some training, sure, but he and Shoyuta specialized in taking out villains. Not super useful in this situation. So it was with a combination of relief and anxiety that Hizashi pulled the car into the staff lot of UA on Sunday morning. It was cute how excited Izuku was to see the school. Working there every day made it hard to remember just how special the place was for people, especially young hero hopefuls. Hizashi had been a starry-eyed mess on his first day of school. Would Izuku still want to be a hero, even after his not-so-great encounter with All Might? Hizashi hoped so. He and Shoyuta skirted Izuku to Hound Dog's office and reassured him that he would be fine. They would come get him when his hour was up, and if he needed them sooner, Hound Dog had their personal numbers and could reach them immediately. After dropping the kid off, Hizashi followed Shoyuta to his office. Both men heaved sighs of relief as they relaxed into each other on the couch, then immediately exchanged guilty looks. Hizashi spoke hesitantly. "It's not bad to be glad for a break, is it?" Shoyuta sighed a second time. "No, I don't think so. It's not him, I just..." Hizashi knew what his husband was trying to say. "We're always on high alert. And trying to help him makes me feel like an idiot. Like, who do I think I am?" Hizashi's admission seemed to be the encouragement Shoyuta needed. "That's how I felt last night. I feel so bad that he saw me like that. All I could think was, I'm such a mess, why do I think I could take care of a child?" Hizashi grabbed Shuta's hand. "Sho, baby, you're great with him. Last night had nothing to do with that. We just need to remember we can't do everything for him. Not by ourselves, yeah?" In a rare show of tenderness, Shoyuta started carting his fingers through Hizashi's hair. He closed his eyes and hummed at the feeling. Would it be a terrible idea to introduce him to Namuri? Hizashi asked. "Yes, of course," Shoyuta deadpanned, "but we should probably do it anyway." If Izuku didn't get overwhelmed at the idea of meeting another pro-hero, having Namuri around every once in a while would be helpful. Hizashi understood the importance of not leaving Izuku alone in these early days, but he hadn't realized just how anxious it would make him feel. He also hadn't thought about the fact that it meant he and Shoyuta wouldn't be able to be alone together until the kid was more stable. Not that Hizashi resented it, not at all. But with his head laid on Shuta's shoulder and his husband's fingers in his hair, Hizashi was suddenly, painfully aware that the two of them hadn't had a proper moment alone together since finding Izuku. They hadn't really processed anything. They'd just been running to the next thing. He tucked his head more securely into the crook of Shuta's neck and sniffed back, swiftly building tears. Where had those come from? Shoyuta must have noticed because his fingers stopped moving. "No, don't stop." Hizashi pouted, wiggling his head. Shoyuta obediently resumed his motions. We haven't stopped for a minute, have we? I think it's all just hitting me now." "Yeah, I feel it too. It's been a lot." Hizashi hummed and they sat in silence for a while, enjoying their contact. "Sho?" he started hesitantly after a few minutes. What you said last night about needing to talk to someone?" "I know, Zashi. I'll call first thing tomorrow. I had an appointment scheduled for the end of the month anyway, I'll just move it up." Tension bled out of Hizashi's shoulders. "Thanks, babe. I want to make sure you're taken care of too." Shoyuta stopped stroking his hair in favor of pressing his nose to the crown of Hizashi's head. Oh my god, he's being so cute. Why does this have to be a serious moment? Oh lord, I wish I had installed cameras in here. Shuta's words were somewhat muffled by Hizashi's hair, but the gist came through. "Take care of you too, Zashi." Was Hizashi asleep and still dreaming? Had he won some sort of lottery? What had he done to deserve so many tender Shoyuta moments in such a small window of time? His heart ached. Was that on the top of his head? A kiss? Unable to resist any longer, Hizashi sat up and wrapped his arms around Shoyuta, doing his best to squeeze the life out of him. "Shu, you are so precious, oh my g. Hizashi couldn't regret the accidental activation of his quirk because even with his hair floating and eyes glowing red, Shoyuta still looked absolutely bashful. Adorable. Hound dog was. Izuku decided interesting was the best way to describe the hero. Or was he a hero when he was a therapist? Were those separate personas? Or was it more like the cape's always on kind of thing? It was especially hard to understand with a hero like Hound Dog, who Izuku didn't know much about. His entire understanding of heroes had been turned upside down in the last week. There was the whole All Might thing, sure, which Hound Dog had asked for more information on, but Izuku had declined. He was terrified to say no, but he was also terrified to break his promise, and he was frankly not that interested in reliving it yet again. Thanks very much. But even setting All Might aside, Izuku had spent the last few days in the company of Eraserhead and Present Mike, and their hero personas hadn't made an appearance. Well, present mix, at least, Izuku wasn't sure if there was an Eraserhead persona or if Shoyuta just acted like himself all the time. It's not like he was ever on camera. The point was, even though Izuku knew that their jobs as heroes were the reason they were looking after him, it was easy to forget they weren't just regular people. It was the same with Hound Dog. He didn't speak in a booming voice or have catchphrases like All Might. He actually spent more time trying to get Izuku to talk than he did talking. Even though Izuku knew he was there to talk about himself, it still surprised him that someone acted like what he was saying was important. Was Hound Dog acting like that because he was a hero? Or because he was a therapist? Hizashi and Shoyuta made Izuku feel important, so maybe it was a hero thing. But All Might, who was arguably the most heroic hero, had made Izuku feel very, very small. Well, that was Izuku's fault for asking such a stupid, selfish question. But Izuku was trying not to be so selfish anymore. Hound Dog had talked to him about what he wanted his goals to be for his recovery. Izuku had been confused because he thought recovery was the goal. I guess I don't really know what the point is supposed to be. All of his statements had come out as questions, no matter how hard he tried. I just know this is supposed to help? Well, a lot of your recovery is up to you, there's not much you're supposed to do. But a broad goal is to help you find ways to be happier living your life than ending it. That had stumped Izuku. He hadn't been thinking about being unhappy or happy, he didn't think. Well, maybe he had been feeling unhappy, but that was normal, hardly a reason to kill himself. It was more about acceptance, giving up, cutting his losses, limiting how much damage he could do to his mother's life. Izuku didn't see how he could ever be happy living his life. Hound Dog must have sensed Izuku's struggle, because he'd clarified that Izuku wasn't expected to find those answers right away. He did prompt Izuku to think about why he was there, in Hound Dog's office. What had led him there and what did he hope to get out of it? Don't stress out about it too much, okay pup? It's just a thought exercise. I'll see you again in a few days, and it's okay if you don't have answers. Just be thinking. Izuku didn't like the idea of having an assignment, even if it was just thinking. That meant he could do it wrong. Will you tell Shoyuta and Hizashi? He asked hesitantly. Hound Dog had said it was okay to ask questions, but Izuku was still unsure. I won't. Remember what I said? The only time I'd tell them anything is if I believe you're planning on hurting yourself or someone else. You can tell them anything you want about what we talk about here, but I won't say a word unless I have to in order to save someone's life, including yours. Okay? So if I get it wrong, they won't know? Pup, there's no right or wrong. Mike and Eraser just want to help you. They want you to be happy and to recover from this experience to the best of your ability. There's no rules, no deadlines, no pressure. I promise. They want you to be happy and recover. Izuku held that thought in his mind as he waited to meet his two guardians. Trying to figure that out was too much right now. Izuku just focused on what Hound Dog had assigned him, and his words about what Shoyuta and Hizashi wanted. Why was he there? What did he hope to get out of it? Shoyuta and Hizashi want to help me. They want me to be happy and recover. Izuku wasn't sure he could do any of this recovery stuff for himself. He didn't see how he could ever hope to be happy if he was living his life the way everyone in his life seemed to expect him to. No quirk, no value, no friends, no skills, no hope. But maybe he could do it for Shoyuta and Hizashi, the way they expected. Their smiles were much better rewards than any reaction he could hope from his mom or Kaken. They want you to be happy and recover. Izuku knew how to do this. Hizashi had insisted on the three of them going out to eat on the way home from UA. Shoyuta grumbled about it, but he had to admit it probably wasn't good to keep the kid cooped up in their apartment for so long. Shoyuta was usually happy using every free moment for a nap, but even he knew the kid probably needed more STMLTN than that. He and Hizashi were used to being on the go between teaching, hero work, and Hizashi's radio show. In their downtime they were either asleep or at home. The last time they'd been to a restaurant was at least a year ago. But Shoyuta wasn't teaching a homeroom class this year. Before they met Izuku, he'd been splitting his free time between extra patrol hours and catching up on 10 years' worth of poor sleep. Not much had changed except that his extra patrol hours were now keep an eye on Izuku hours. Seeing the kid's eyes light up as he bit into a burger made Shoyuta admit that maybe he could be doing better than just keeping an eye on him. What were you even supposed to do with kids, though? Despite teaching kids Izuku's age for a living, he wasn't very familiar with what they did. Hizashi wasn't an expert either, but he certainly was more attuned to pop culture. But even though his husband had temporarily cut down to one night a week in the studio so he could spend time with Izuku in the evenings, Shoyuta was still the one who would be with the kid the most. I'll have to talk to him, I guess. Shoyuta hadn't spoken with the kid one-on-one since the previous night's debacle. Hizashi had warned him that Izuku felt guilty about it, of all things, and might benefit from an explanation that made it clear it had nothing to do with Izuku. Shoyuta knew that was the best way to resolve the situation. He was an adult, and he should be able to explain that his panic was because of his own issues and not because of Izuku. He should apologize for what he said and stress that he didn't mean it. He just didn't know how. He'd barely spoken to Hizashi about his childhood, neither when they were young and it was still an issue, nor as an adult who had plenty of therapy and distance from the trauma. It just wasn't something he liked talking about. The aversion was almost physical at this point. But he couldn't let his own discomfort be the reason a kid was spiraling into unfounded guilt. And he knew that the longer he went without saying anything, the worse it would get for Izuku. So Shoyuta resolved to talk to Izuku when they got home. They'd have a capital C conversation and Shoyuta would try to just talk to the kid. He seemed like a smart kid, and Shoyuta was still very curious about the analysis he scribbled down in his notebook. His questions about Tsukachi's quirk were creative and showed a respectable understanding of quirk science. And just the fact that he'd recognized Shoyuta despite his status as an underground hero, Yeah, maybe they could find some things to talk about. For now, though, he and the kid were stuffing their faces with cheeseburgers while Hizashi rambled on about a musician he was trying to get on his radio show soon. Izuku was subdued, understandable, after his first therapy session, but paying attention. Despite the kid's quiet demeanor, his eyes lit up whenever Hizashi mentioned a hero or talked about his quirk. Shoyuta couldn't help the slow spread of warmth in his chest. As nervous as he was, he knew he owed it to Izuku to have a proper talk about what happened. As it turned out, Shoyuta didn't have much reason to be nervous. When they got home from lunch, Hizashi busied himself doing something or other in the kitchen while Shoyuta and Izuku talked in the living room, near enough to offer support if necessary, but far enough that he couldn't hear their conversation. Well, Shoyuta had never seen much point in procrastination. Better to just get it over with. He took a deep breath and made eye contact with Izuku, trying to convey his sincerity. Izuku, I want to apologize for what I did last night. I wasn't thinking straight because of an emotional reaction to your story, and I said things I didn't mean because I was panicking. Izuku tilted his head curiously, but didn't respond. It's because some of what you were saying reminded me of things that happened to me when I was around your age, and they're things that still make me upset when I remember them, sometimes. Does that make sense? Izuku nodded, but again remained silent. I won't get into the details because you don't need to hear all that, although if you ever want to talk about it, it's okay to ask, but basically my parents didn't treat me very well because they didn't like my quirk. When you were talking about your mother, it just reminded me of how that felt for me. It took me a long time to understand that I didn't deserve it. Shoyuta felt a surge of protectiveness when he thought back on what Izuku had told Tsukachi. How calm Izuku had been about it. How frustrating it was that he couldn't just make Izuku understand that he deserved better. Izuku, who was still watching him calmly, waiting for him to continue. You didn't deserve it either, kid. And I know you might not see that right now because I've been there, but... He was getting off track. The point is, what you heard me say, that wasn't a reaction to you, that was a reaction to my own memories. I was panicking because of things that other people did a long time ago. Nothing about my reaction was your fault. You did everything right. I should have gone into my room and shut the door when I started panicking, because I know that I'm not rational or conscious of my surroundings when I'm like that. Nothing I said about you was how I truly feel. You shouldn't have heard any of it. I understand if you can't, but please, forgive me. Shoyuta stood and bowed to Izuku in apology. Yeah, it was a bit dramatic, but Izuku needed to understand that Shoyuta was serious, that he deserved this level of respect. Unsurprisingly, the bow was enough to shake Izuku out of his silence. Oh, no, please don't, you don't have to apologize. Izuku squeaked, gesturing for Shoyuta to straighten up. Shoyuta did, and sat back down next to Izuku, but corrected him. No, kid, I do need to apologize. Like I said, you don't have to forgive me, and I understand if you don't really get what I mean, but I was in the wrong. At least let me express that, even if you don't get it. Izuku looked chastised, not what Shoyuta was going for, but at least he was listening. It's just, the boy started. I feel like I overreacted. I was extra emotional too, you know? And I know that you want me to be okay, and, that you want to help me. So you don't have to worry about hurting my feelings. Shoyuta opened his mouth to argue, or at least correct the kid, but Izuku's eyes were fixed downward, and he continued before Shoyuta had a chance. And I know you said it wasn't my fault, but I'm still really sorry that I upset you, even if you said it wasn't me. Please. Please. Shoyuta was defenseless against it. Oi kid, I get it. We should move on before we get stuck in an endless apology loop. How about you show me that notebook you've been working on, if you want? Izuku brightened at that, and happily darted off to get his notebook. Once the kid was out of the room, Shoyuta heaved a sigh. That had gone so well? Was it possible it went too well? Izuku had seemed so calm and rational about everything. Sure, the kid was clearly still feeling responsible, but he said he knew they cared about him. That was something, right? That kind of seemed huge. Was Izuku actually accepting that they cared about him? Was Shoyuta totally misreading his reaction? Suddenly feeling unsure if he had just botched the entire conversation, He glanced over toward the kitchen and found Hizashi watching him with an extremely fond smile. "You did great, babe, it's it." He must have been listening in after all. Some of the tension left Shuta's shoulders. If Hizashi thought he did okay, he was probably fine. Hizashi had always been better at the emotional stuff. He sent his version of a fond look back at his husband and focused on composing himself as Izuku came back into the room clutching his notebook to his chest. Maybe he could handle this after all. It was so nice of Shoyuta to apologize to Izuku even though he didn't have to. No one had ever apologized to Izuku for hurting his feelings. No one had ever asked to see his notebooks, either, at least not because they were genuinely interested. It had taken Izuku an embarrassingly long time to accept that any time his classmates pretended to be interested in his analysis, it would end with bruises, burns, and him having to rewrite another destroyed notebook. It was surprisingly easy to talk to Shoyuta about quirk analysis. The underground hero always asked the right questions, never cut Izuku off when he was rambling, and never told him he was stupid. Izuku had to keep reminding himself that Shoyuta was probably just humoring him and that he shouldn't take too much advantage of the man's attention, lest he reach his breaking point. Still, they settled into a kind of routine as the days went on. Shoyuta stayed home with Izuku during the day while Hizashi was at work, but sometimes went out to do hero work at night, or so Izuku assumed. All he knew was that Shoyuta was gone some nights, and Hizashi would give Izuku extra attention, spreading his put-your-hands-up blanket over both of their laps while they watched animated kids' movies. Hizashi insisted it was a crime that Izuku had never seen the American classics, as he called them. He talked all through the movies, explaining the cultural context and history behind the stories, but Izuku didn't mind. He had always found Present Mick's voice comforting, back when he was just a hero on the radio instead of a real presence in Izuku's life. Plus, he didn't expect Izuku to say much in response, which made him feel safe. When it was just Shoyuta and Izuku, things were quieter. For the first day or two, Izuku tried his best to avoid talking Shoyuta unless the man specifically asked him a question. He didn't want to accidentally say something to upset him or wear out his patience. But as the days went on, Izuku noticed that his silence seemed to make Shoyuta uncomfortable. They still spent most of their time in the same room, even though Izuku's suicide watch rules had become more lax. He was allowed to be alone in his room as long as the door was open, but whenever they weren't talking, Izuku could feel Shuta's eyes on him. It was on Tuesday, after his second visit with Hound Dog, that Izuku remembered. "They want you to be happy and recover." Shoyuta was probably interpreting Izuku's silence as depression or something. Izuku was doing exactly the wrong thing to make Shoyuta feel better. So he started trying to smile more, even though he didn't always feel like it. He still didn't believe that Shoyuta was honestly interested in his notebooks, but Shoyuta at least seemed to appreciate the interaction, so Izuku started volunteering his analysis more often. They'd watch the hero news together and Izuku would mumble questions as they occurred to him. It surprised him the first time Shoyuta responded to his rambling, but it soon became a comfortable routine. Izuku would ramble, and Shoyuta would ask him questions about what he thought of different heroes and their quirks. Izuku was careful to never ask about Shuta's quirk, though. He knew it was erasure, that it could cancel other quirks, and that it made Shuta's hair float, but that was about it. There wasn't much information publicly available, what with him being an underground hero and all. Izuku didn't dare bring it up, because he remembered that Shoyuta had said he'd been treated badly for his quirk when he was Izuku's age. Even though he hadn't told Izuku exactly what had upset him during the interview with the detective, Izuku could infer that talk about his mother and quirk discrimination was better avoided. He didn't want to risk upsetting Shoyuta by asking about his quirk, and Shoyuta never offered. Instead, Shoyuta offered all kinds of information about his friend's quirks. Of course it made sense that his and Hizashi's friends would be heroes, too. Sometimes Izuku forgot that most people had big groups of friends. Izuku had only ever had Kaken, not something he wanted to think about. Shoyuta and Hizashi's friends, however, were all heroes Izuku had heard of and written about in his past notebooks. It took him a while, but he soon realized that the Nemuri, who came up so often during their dinnertime conversation, was the pro-hero Midnight, and Tensei was Ingenium. They even hinted that Izuku might get to meet their two closest friends, although Izuku wasn't sure if they were just teasing him to see his reaction. He couldn't help turning red and sputtering anyway. Anytime it was brought up, his bullies had always liked how bad he was at hiding his emotions. Hizashi and Shoyuta seemed to like it too, but Izuku hoped it was in a different way. More than a week passed like this. The three of them were able to spend the whole weekend together, even going out and doing some shopping. Despite his protests, Izuku ended up with a new wardrobe and even a few hero posters for the room they said was his. He was allowed more and more time by himself, although he was still never left home alone. It made sense that they didn't trust him in their house without supervision, of course. Izuku wasn't happy, exactly, but he noticed that he felt less and less empty the more time he spent with Shoyuta and Hizashi. He mentioned as much to Hound Dog during his third session, and Hound Dog seemed pleased, so Izuku figured that was just as good. He tried to smile whenever Hizashi and Shoyuta were watching, and they rewarded him with smiles of their own. Izuku was hooked on the positive feedback. Although he still wasn't sure he deserved it, things were getting better. After dinner on Sunday, Hizashi and Shoyuta sat him down for a talk. Izuku was nervous. He knew things had been going too well. He'd gotten too comfortable. Was this it? Was he going back home? Had he done something wrong? He chewed harshly on his lower lip and avoided meeting their eyes. Izuku, Hizashi started in a serious voice, it's been 10 days or so since you were in the hospital. Your arms seem like they're healing well. They feel okay still, don't they? Izuku panicked more. They'd been helping him change his bandages regularly, and his arms were healing well. Although he still didn't like to look at them, he still felt drawn to them, remembered how deep the cuts were, pictured picking out the stitches, imagined opening up the scabs. They didn't hurt much unless he accidentally bumped into something, or sometimes when he showered and the scabs got disturbed. He could probably handle changing the bandages himself. He'd always done it before, after all. He could handle a lot by himself. Had he been imposing on Hizashi and Shoyuta for too long? Stupid. Zashi, you're freaking him out, just spit it out. Shuta's irritated voice cut through his building panic. Right, sorry Izuku. What I mean is, it's time to get your stitches out, but we obviously don't want to go back to the hospital. Hizashi cleared his throat awkwardly. Zashi, come on. Shoyuta rolled his eyes in exasperation, coaxing a small smile from Izuku in spite of his nerves. He liked the way they teased each other. It never felt mean. Kid, we're thinking about taking you to the infirmary at UA instead, but we want to know if you're okay with it. We'll be there on Tuesday for your next session anyway, so we can get them out then. But if you aren't comfortable with that, we can find a clinic somewhere else, or get someone to come here. What do you think? It took Izuku's brain a few moments to catch up before he sagged with relief. They weren't angry, they weren't kicking him out. Yet, a traitorous voice whispered in the back of his head. Izuku shook his head to clear his thoughts and tried to focus back on the question he'd been asked. The infirmary at UA. Is that a no? That's completely fine, we can. Izuku realized the misunderstanding and jumped up, cutting Shoyuta off mid-sentence. No. He flushed. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I was just thinking, I didn't mean no. Stupid, he thought, get it together. I mean, I know it's UA, but is the doctor or whoever, they wouldn't be like the hospital, right? So it would be fine. Hizashi piped up. Oh yeah, Recovery Girl is great, she isn't anything like those but... Shoyuta glared at Hizashi to cut him off, but Izuku was too busy trying to keep his eyes from bugging out of his head to pay them much mind. Recovery Girl? The youthful heroine, Recovery Girl? Oh my gosh, she has one of the most powerful healing quirks in Japan, maybe even the world. I didn't know she was still active. Although I guess if she's at UA, she might not be doing regular hero work anymore. I wonder if she's there to train other heroes with healing quirks. I haven't heard of any recently, or if she's just there to heal students. Not that that's just anything. I suppose it would be the safest place for someone with such an in-demand quirk, especially now that she must be getting older. Izuku snapped out of his muttering storm and looked up, embarrassed, only to see Hizashi beaming warmly at him, resting his chin in his hands as he listened intently, and Shoyuta clearly hiding his laughter in the giant fuzzy scarf that replaced his capture weapon when he was at home. In a rare burst of confidence, Izuku attempted an impression of the indignant way Hizashi whined when Shoyuta teased him. It wasn't hard, because he meant what he said. No, you can't make fun of me, you know I'm a hero nerd. You should have led with the fact that you know Recovery Girl. Of course I want to go to the UA infirmary. Izuku was beet red, but his stunt paid off. Shoyuta was openly laughing so hard that his eyes were squeezed shut. Izuku didn't think he'd ever seen the man smile so widely. Hizashi was dumbstruck for a moment, but quickly squealed with delight and wrapped Izuku in a hug. He's just so precious, what did we do to deserve him? You're absolutely right, little listener, I should have led with that. I won't make the same mistake again. Izuku didn't move to break out of Hizashi's embrace. He was still getting used to casual physical affection like this. It made his skin tingly, and sometimes it was too much, and he never really knew what to do with his arms, but it felt nice, and he was happy for the opportunity to hide his red face in Hizashi's shoulder. After a moment, Hizashi released him and ruffled his hair. Shoyuta had composed himself but was still clearly smiling. So you're okay with UA then? After your session on Tuesday? Izuku nodded enthusiastically. Yes. Please. Hizashi snorted a laugh, but Izuku was pretty confident neither of them were laughing at him the way everyone else always had, even though he was being a total nerd and probably deserved some ridicule. It was an unfamiliar feeling. He got the feeling that Hizashi and Shoyuta liked it when Izuku nerded out about quirks and heroes. He supposed it made sense, since they were heroes themselves, they were used to the idea that people knew a lot about them. Hizashi especially would have to be used to overzealous fans. Still, Izuku always tried to avoid being creepy. He tried not to ask them directly about their own quirks. Recovery Girl, however. Do you know anything about Recovery Girl's quirk? I've heard that it uses the stamina of the person she's healing rather than her own, and I know she has to give them a kiss, but that's it. Shoyuta was the one to respond, in the same calm tone he used when they watched the hero news together and analyzed quirks. I don't know much more than that, actually. I've been on the receiving end of that quirk more times than I can count, but I've never really asked. I know it can't heal more than your body is capable of doing on its own, so she still has to know a lot about medical procedures and stuff. That just translates to a lot of scolding about me taking better care of myself, usually. Hizashi was quick to interrupt Shuta's grumbling. Recovery Girl takes health very seriously is all. Everyone who knows Shoyuta scolds him about taking better care of himself, that doesn't mean anything. She's usually very nice, if a bit stern, it just goes with the job, you know. I'm sure she'll let you ask anything you want about her quirk. Izuku smiled and nodded, but he knew he wouldn't be asking her anything. No way would he risk upsetting another health professional, not when he had so few options left. He'd go, get his stitches out, say thank you, and count his blessings. He had a lot of them to count these days, actually. Hizashi was furious. He could barely keep from grinding his teeth down to nubs as he drove home from work. Nemuri had tried to stop him on the way to his car, but he didn't trust himself not to take it out on her, even though his anger had nothing to do with her. It was about him. That pig. That absolute a-hole. That fucker. He pulled into his spot at the apartment complex but didn't get out of the car. He shouted to no one, and slammed his palms into the steering wheel. Hizashi had always cried when he got angry, and this time was no exception. He wiped away tears and tried not to look at his blotchy red face in the rearview mirror. It wasn't fair. Things were going so well. He wasn't stupid, he knew they still had a long road ahead of them, but he thought it would all be uphill from here. Izuku was doing so well. He was laughing and making jokes. He was accepting hugs, and asking for food, and letting himself go on mumbled tangents without spiraling into insecurity. Hizashi and Shoyuta had even talked about asking if he'd like to spend some more time at UA, observing classes, or even resuming his last year of middle school as an independent study. Well, now that would be a FING problem, to say the least. Hizashi took a deep breath and held it for a count of 8 before breathing out slowly. Maybe he was overreacting. He was an emotional person after all. He still wasn't quite composed enough to go upstairs and let Izuku see him like this. Knowing the little listener, he'd find a way to interpret Hizashi's feelings as his own fault. But he needed his husband, he needed a logical voice. So even though he was right outside their building, he picked up his phone and dialed. Sho? Yeah, no, I'm fine. But we have a problem. Guess who's going to start teaching at UA? They waited until after Izuku was asleep in his room to move to the kitchen and talk about it. Tonight was the first night he was allowed to have his door closed, and although Hizashi was nervous about it, he was also proud of Izuku's progress. It was supposed to be a happy occasion, but All Might had ruined it. In hushed voices, Shoyuta and Hizashi came to the decision to not mention anything about All Might to Izuku until they had a chance to talk to Nezu, which they planned to do after school the next day while Izuku was with Hound Dog. It would be illogical to upset the kid over something that might not even affect him, Shoyuta pointed out. That didn't make Hizashi feel any better. He couldn't help thinking it was wrong to keep it from Izuku, or that he'd hate them if he found out they knew and didn't say anything. Besides, it's not like he started yet. His teaching position isn't exactly secure, his husband continued. That helped a little. Maybe there was something they could do. Hizashi was still holding on to daydreams of Izuku attending UA, meeting for family lunches, sitting in on Shuta's class while Izuku trained to be a hero, but none of that worked with All Might in the picture. He was the #1 hero. How could they possibly do anything? But even with what Aizu said to Tsukachi, it's not like All Might is legally culpable for anything that happened. And I'm not willing to break his trust to tell Nezu the whole story, not without his permission. What can we even do? Well, Nezu should at least be told that something happened, so he's aware that All Might has deficiencies when it comes to dealing with impressionable young people. Shoyuta sighed. But you're right, he might not be able to do anything even if he has the whole story. A surge of irritation flared in Hizashi. How could Shoyuta be so calm about this? Hizashi knew he was the more emotional one, but was Shoyuta seriously just resigned to this situation? He thought he could count on his husband to be in his corner about this. Well, Sho, are you saying we should just give up, then? I'm not letting that jackass get away with this. He has no place working with kids, with the next generation of heroes, if he has such vile and bigoted opinions. He cut himself off when Shoyuta hissed at him with a finger to his lips. He'd briefly forgotten Izuku was supposed to be sleeping in the other room. It wouldn't be good to wake him with raised voices. Still, his cheeks burned with indignation. Shoyuta sighed. I'm just trying to be rational, you know. It's important to know our limitations. Legally, the kid's mother is much more responsible. But of course All Might should have taken the kid to medical, should never have said those things to him, shouldn't have left him on a effing rooftop. Now Shoyuta was the one losing control of his volume. He stopped and took a deep breath, then looked Hizashi in the eye. So yeah, maybe there's not much we can do officially to get All Might in trouble, he continued, but if we're going to be co-workers? A feral grin spread across Shuta's face. Oh, Hizashi thought, I adore this man. He responded with a grin of his own. Sho, baby, I love you so much. Let's try Nezu first though. We can torture the #1 hero afterward. Hizashi hummed in agreement, and they continued to sit in comfortable silence for a while. Shoyuta scooted his chair next to Hizashi's and leaned his head on his shoulder, but was clearly still wide awake and thinking. He'd been like that a lot lately, Hizashi had noticed, even more than usual. They had always had different schedules and were used to having their alone time, but lately Shoyuta hadn't been joining him in bed until after he was asleep and would often make up for the lost hours in the mornings while Hizashi was getting ready for work. Even after granting Izuku a little more independence, they still barely found time to be alone together. Whenever they were alone, Shoyuta was like this, wound tight and silent. It made Hizashi nervous. Sho, he started. Shoyuta didn't move his head from Hizashi's shoulder, but Hizashi wished he could see his husband's eyes right now. He continued in a quiet voice, how's therapy been going? It wasn't something he asked about a lot, but it wasn't abnormal either. They were open with each other about their mental health, as much as any healthy couple should be. But they also had an agreement that Hizashi was allowed to overstep sometimes in order to hold Shoyuta accountable. He felt Shoyuta tense against him. It's fine, he snapped. Hizashi didn't say anything. He knew Shoyuta didn't mean it. He trusted that his husband would open up when he was ready, whether that was in a few minutes or a few days. If he didn't, Hizashi would keep asking and keep being patient. He didn't have to be patient for long because after a moment, Shoyuta released the tension in his body and tucked his face into the crook of Hizashi's neck. "Sorry," he mumbled. Hizashi felt the vibration of the word more than he heard it. He kissed the top of Shuta's head before gently pulling away and leaning down to look in his eyes. He didn't say anything but kept his expression open. Shoyuta sighed. "Can we move to the bed? I want to talk, but I want to be comfortable." Hizashi relaxed a little as they went through their nighttime routines together. They left their bedroom door cracked for Izuku and talked in hushed whispers. Shoyuta told him about how he was struggling with feeling vulnerable while he was supposed to be strong for Izuku. How he hated that he needed help right now, when he was the one who was supposed to be helping. Hizashi didn't say anything aside from encouraging Shoyuta to keep talking. He held him with his back pressed against his chest, and stroked his hair, and let him talk. "It's like I keep forgetting I'm an adult now, that I'm not in Izuku's position. That it's not me. It's just, I see the way he's treated, how they talk about him and what they do, and I want to step in and yell at everyone for him. And I can, but I know that won't fix it. Izuku's mindset is so wrong, and I can't yell that away. If it were me, if I could go back and see a younger me, I'd yell at me. I was so stupid for thinking that way, for being grateful that I wasn't hurt worse." Shoyuta was biting his nails, a bad habit that Hizashi decided not to call him out on. It was mostly harmless, and he knew Shoyuta found it soothing. He just continued to slide his husband's hair and listen. "Zashi, my foster parents bonefolded me. They hated me and called me a villain and turned all the other kids against me. They abused me and I was grateful. It took so long to see that I was wrong, to recognize all the harm that they'd done. It still feels wrong to call it abuse. I wish I could I don't know, that I could snap my fingers and give Izuku all the experience I've had working through it. But even if I find exactly the right words, if I explain everything, he still has to go through that process. And it's going to hurt, and I can't do anything about it." Hizashi pulled his face out from where it was buried in Shuta's hair. It was really rare for Shoyuta to talk about his trauma so explicitly. It was all stuff Hizashi had heard before, but it still broke his heart like he was 16 and hearing it again for the first time. His chest ached for that 16-year-old Shoyuta just as much as it did for the man he held in his arms. Shoyuta was wrong. "You're right, it's going to hurt. But you were doing something about it. You and I were helping. We're going to be there when it hurts, every step of the way. We're not letting him go back to that life. You didn't get out of that house until you graduated high school. Izuku is still in middle school and we've got him. You're here to help him, and that's going to make such a huge difference. It already is. You can see that, can't you? Allow yourself that much." Shoyuta turned over, wrapping his arms around Hizashi and kissing him. "This is why you're the good at emotions one." The pause. "I'm sorry I snapped at you earlier. Next time I do that, remind me of this conversation. I promise to try not to withdraw so much this time." "You're fine, babe. I'm happy to keep after you for the rest of our lives, especially if I'm rewarded with cuddles. I missed this." "Sorry," Shoyuta grumbled, face pressed into Hizashi's chest. "No apologies, only kisses." Shoyuta happily obliged. The two heroes had been quiet all morning. That was normal for Shoyuta, but even Hizashi had seemed pensive. The only thing Izuku could come up with was that maybe they were worried about him getting his stitches out. His cheeks still flushed when he remembered his reaction to getting his bandages changed for the first time. They were probably worried he'd melt down again and they'd have to deal with him crying. Izuku knew crying made Shoyuta uncomfortable. So Izuku tried extra hard to be cheerful and show that he was okay. He didn't want them to have to walk on eggshells because he was a crybaby. He gave Hizashi a hug, unprompted, when he left for work, which earned him a bright smile in return. He kept a careful eye on Shuta's reactions all day as they lounged around the house, analyzing heroes on the news, napping, and playing with the cats. And when it was time to leave for his appointment with Hound Dog, and Shoyuta asked if he was looking forward to meeting Recovery Girl, Izuku beamed and said yes. He let his smile drop as soon as Shoyuta disappeared down the hallway. In fact, Izuku was sick with nerves. He was glad he'd have Shoyuta and Hizashi there to support him, even if he felt guilty about taking up their time, but he was worried that he would freak out the way he had in the hospital. He imagined that this was going to take longer than a bandage change, and he wasn't sure he could hold it together for that long if he was feeling bad. On the other hand, if he didn't freak out, Izuku was worried he'd slip up and nerd out about Recovery Girl's quirk. Sure, his Oi guardians, the word still felt weird, were okay with his habit of mumbling and going on tangents, but they were an exception to the rule Izuku had been learning over and over his whole life. Most adults found him annoying and creepy. Most medical professionals hated him, hated treating him. He couldn't afford to slip up and make Recovery Girl regret helping him, not when he already had so few options. Furthermore, Izuku wasn't sure how he felt about getting his arms healed by Recovery Girl's quirk. Wouldn't it be enough just to get the stitches out? On one hand, he'd be happy not to deal with itchy bandages and healing scabs. Showering would be easier. On the other hand, he felt guilty about wasting Recovery Girl's quirk on self-inflicted injuries. Didn't he deserve to have them heal naturally? Painfully? But if he didn't get them healed, Shoyuta and Hizashi would have to keep helping him care for the wounds. They want you to be happy and recover. The words had become a refrain for him, something he fell back on whenever he felt hopeless at night, when he had the urge to sneak out of the apartment and stop burdening his heroes, when he just wanted to curl up under his put-your-hands-up blanket and stay there for an entire day. When he didn't know what to do, he reminded himself, they want you to be happy and recover. He owed them that. So if they wanted him to get his arms healed, if that would make things easier on them, he'd do it. A small part of him thought he'd miss the wounds, though. He kind of hoped he'd have ugly scars so there would always be something for him to look at and imagine: blood pooling, yellow fat, gritted teeth, pain, pain, pain. He also hoped there'd be no scar at all, so he wouldn't have to remember. A small part of him also wondered, what does it matter if I get them healed if I'm just going to do it again? He choked at the thought and immediately pushed it out of his mind. He was getting better at that these days. Focus, Izuku. Recovery Girl was a problem for after Hound Dog. He shook his head to clear his thoughts and stepped into the counselor's office. One problem at a time. Tell me, Izuku, what do you think of Yamada and Aizawa? Izuku waited for clarification. What did that mean? But none was offered. They're nice. Hound Dog stayed silent, prompting Izuku to continue. I can tell why they're heroes. I mean, they're doing so much to help me. They're really cool. The counselor tapped his snout with his pen, thinking. Do you think what they're doing is any different from what other heroes would do for you in the same situation? Izuku had to think about that. I guess I haven't met any other heroes, or, I guess, any like them. So, no. I'm asking you, Izuku. But I can say, you're not the first kid in trouble they've met, not even the first they've helped out of a bad family situation. My family was fine, Izuku mumbled absently as a pang of envy shot through his heart. They'd done this for other kids? Of course they had. They were amazing heroes. Izuku scolded himself for thinking he was special. He wondered how long the other kids had stayed with him. Was Izuku needier? Where were the other kids now? Izuku, there haven't been any other kids like you. That's my point. Izuku flushed. He hadn't realized he'd been speaking out loud. It took a moment for Hound Dog's words to sink in. There haven't? No. I was hoping to explain that even though Yamada and Aizawa are both good heroes who have helped kids like you before, something about your situation is different. I'm quirkless, Izuku supplied automatically. I'm weaker. Hound Dog sighed and rubbed his forehead. Stupid Deku, he chided himself. Got it wrong. No, Izuku, that's not what I meant. Your guardians could easily have let child services take care of you, found you somewhere else to stay. They had lots of options. Do you have any idea why they didn't? Izuku thought back to when he first left the hospital, when he admitted that he would try to kill himself again. He'd manipulated them into it. Izuku had basically told them, if you don't take me home, I'll kill myself and it will be your fault. But he also remembered the talk they'd had in the kitchen his first night, before Hizashi gave him his put-your-hands-up blanket. If there's something we can do to make you happier, it will make us happier to do it. Hizashi hadn't been lying, Izuku could tell. Hizashi always meant what he said. Izuku also remembered what Shoyuta had said about his room. Even if you leave, it will still be your room. You can always come back. There was no reason for him to lie about that. It would have been enough to let Izuku stay there until he was recovered and send him on his way. I can see the wheels turning in your head, Izuku. Come back to me. Hound Dog was leaning forward in his chair, watching Izuku closely. I don't expect you to have the answer, but it seems like there's a lot to think about. Our time is almost up anyway. Why don't you spend the rest of it thinking? And do one thing for me. Before you let yourself settle on one conclusion, ask. Tonight at dinner, right after this, I don't care. But before I see you again on Thursday, bring it up with them. I think that conversation is long overdue. Izuku wasn't sure what Hound Dog meant by that last bit, but he dutifully pulled out a notebook and started thinking. When Hound Dog found out about Izuku's habit of taking notes, he'd suggested Izuku try to apply it to more than just hero analysis. He'd done it once during their last session when he was trying to explain why it was okay that his mom hadn't reported him missing. How would the situation have been different if it was someone else? And found it actually helped a lot. He was only a few lines into his emotion analysis, as he was calling it, when a knock sounded on the office door. Izuku looked to the door, then at Hound Dog. I apologize, Izuku, there's a "Do Not Disturb" sign out there. Do you mind if I see? Izuku said it was fine, of course. The door opened to reveal a girl in a UA uniform with tears streaming down her face. She looked really upset. She was barely holding back her sobs, tugging on her hair, all things Izuku recognized. I understand, but I'm in the middle of a session right now. Do you have someone who can come wait with you until I'm done? Hound Dog was saying to the girl. Izuku jumped up. Actually, Hound Dog, sir, I was just going to work in my notebook for the rest of the time anyway, so I can just do that in the hall? If you want? I mean, if that's okay? Hound Dog looked between the girl and Izuku before sighing and opening the door all the way. Okay, but stay right outside until your guardians get here. And don't hesitate to knock if you need anything. Izuku quickly gathered his things and headed into the hallway, avoiding eye contact with both Hound Dog and the crying girl. And remember what I told you? Ask them. Hound Dog called after him. Once the office door was closed, Izuku felt his shoulders loosen. He didn't dislike Hound Dog, but their sessions were always tense. Izuku still felt like he was saying the wrong thing, still second-guessed all of his answers, still didn't totally understand the point. Still, he was grateful for the hero's time and determined to use the rest of the session as instructed. It was only about 10 minutes, anyway. There were chairs arranged against the wall as a sort of waiting area between Hound Dog's office and what Izuku assumed was the infirmary. Izuku had just gotten situated in one, with his notebook in his lap and his pencil poised, when he heard someone rounding the corner down the hall. Izuku looked up, briefly wondering if it was time for Shoyuta and Hizashi to meet him already, but realized it was just one person. Too late, he'd already made eye contact. All the blood drained from his face and his mouth went completely dry. The pencil he was holding slipped out of his suddenly numb fingers. All of him felt numb. Standing in front of him was the emaciated form of the number one hero. His favorite hero, well, his former favorite, All Might. Even an hour after the last class of the day let out, the halls of UA weren't completely empty. Still, the school was quiet enough for Toshinori to enjoy a leisurely stroll as he reminisced about his own school days. It was the perfect way to pass the time while he waited for his meeting with Nedzu to discuss his search for a successor. Mirai wanted him to choose an upperclassman, but Toshinori couldn't help wanting to wait for the incoming class of first-year students. He wanted to discuss the matter with the principal before getting Mirai's hopes up. Their relationship was still tense, after all. He was so lost in thought that he didn't notice the young boy staring at him until he was nearly right in front of the child. The look on the kid's face, wide eyes, slack jaw, was one he was more accustomed to seeing when he was in his muscle form. In his skinny form, people usually looked right past him. Toshinori nearly looked down at himself to confirm he wasn't All Might at the moment, but caught himself at the last minute. That was silly. There was no way this child could know him. Could he? Except, as he looked back at the boy who was looking at him, something tickled the back of his mind. And actually, there was something different about the way this boy was looking at him compared to the way children usually looked at All Might. There was an added sense of fear? That was not something he was used to. The boy's voice started to jog his memory before his words sank in. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to tell, but they found out anyway," he stuttered. "Please, I'm so sorry all." Tashinori rushed forward and clamped his hand over the child's mouth before he could finish saying his hero name. "Hush, young man," he hissed. "You never know who might be listening." The boy flinched hard, then went completely still, eyes impossibly wide. He waited a moment to ensure the child's silence before removing his hand and stepping back. Tashinori remembered him now. Naomasa would chastise him if he realized he'd forgotten the child who had discovered the secret of his transformation. Tashinori had already been scolded more than enough for leaving the boy behind, his protest that the boy said he was fine, falling on unsympathetic ears. Looking at the child again now, he supposed he could see Naomasa's point. He was a scrawny little thing, and quirkless if memory served. And were those bandages on his arms? Perhaps that's why he was waiting outside of Recovery Girl's office. Though how a child like him would get through UA's gates was beyond Tashinori, he certainly couldn't be a student. Should he mention it to Nedzu? Still, the child's presence here was proof enough that he had survived the incident with the sludge monster just fine, wasn't it? Naomasa had nothing to complain about. All was well that ended well. Tashinori realized he had been silent for too long. "Ah, hello my boy," he prompted. The boy's voice was hoarse. "It's the Izuku, sir. Midoriya Izuku." "Midoriya, I must confess, I did not expect to see you again." He rubbed the back of his head awkwardly. The boy sputtered and flapped his hands. I'm so sorry, of course, sorry, sir," catching himself at the last moment. The boy's apology reminded Tashinori of what he'd said earlier. What had the boy meant when he apologized for telling? Surely he would know better than to just run and tell his friends, and Tashinori would have heard if news of his transformation reached the media. Or would he? What reputable news outlet would take the word of a child like this at face value? "Young man, when you said they found out, what?" If the child had let his secret slip, Tashinori would need to do damage control right away. Regardless of if anyone took the boy's story seriously, rumors could lead to increased scrutiny. The last thing Tashinori needed right now was a conspiracy theory running rampant on the internet, least of all one based in fact. The child had tears in his eyes. Tashinori braced himself for the worst. "I only said I met you, I promise. I didn't say anything about your transformation," the boy exclaimed desperately before devolving into a sniffling mess. Tashinori heaved a sigh of relief, so his secret was safe. Plus, even if the boy had blabbed to his friends about meeting All Might, it was likely no one believed the story. He supposed it was a bit much to expect from the child. If he remembered right, the boy had been a fanatic. He had pursued Tashinori relentlessly, even after getting an autograph, just to talk to him. Tashinori had experienced fanatics before. Many of them, in fact. He reevaluated his assessment of the boy. He may be a child now, but it was dangerous for him to know this secret when he was clearly incapable of keeping it. He would bring it up with Naomasa and see if there wasn't something his old friend could do to impress upon the boy the importance of discretion. Or, Tashinori was going to be a teacher soon. He would be responsible for guiding young minds like this one. Perhaps he could give it a shot himself, and then speak to Naomasa afterward and have the detective drive the point home. "Young man," he started hesitantly, then cleared his throat and continued in a louder, more commanding tone. "I must impress upon you the importance of this secret. I understand the impulse to talk about a hero you admire, but surely you understand that secrets like these are more important than your social life." He raised his eyebrows for effect, something Gran Torino used to do that always made him listen up. There could be serious consequences if the wrong person were to discover this information. You wouldn't want to be responsible for that, would you? Best to keep it to yourself from now on. You're lucky nothing serious has come of it so far. Was that too harsh? Tashinori thought it was better to impress on the youngster the severity of the situation than to have him spilling secrets to his friends for clout. He felt awkward trying to act like All Might in this form, like he couldn't quite remember how to act. Hopefully he'd gotten the point across, at least. The boy was pale, perhaps a sign that he finally realized how important this all was, and had averted his eyes at some point. Toshinori realized he was making some sort of noise. Maybe mumbling? He caught a few words, something about only heroes, and they guessed. He decided not to indulge the boy's excuses or press the issue any further, feeling satisfied with the success of his first teaching moment. Well, young Toshinori had forgotten his name. Moto something? Better not to risk getting it wrong. Young man. I'm glad we were able to have this talk. Please consider taking my words to heart this time, though. I can't say we'll meet again, but please do take care. And with that, he resumed his walk, not bothering to look back. He had to admit, it was unsettling to be around a stranger who knew his secret. He would rather forget the way that child looked at him. It was unnerving and made Toshinori feel like something was terribly wrong under the surface. Well, he had done what he could to handle the situation. He would speak to Nao Mesa later to ensure it was covered on the legal side of things. For now, he decided to push the matter from his mind and resume his reminiscing on the walk back to Nedzu's office. It was nearly time for their meeting. As he strolled through the halls, Toshinori basked in the warmth of his memories and the golden afternoon sun streaming through the windows. Izuku couldn't breathe properly. He hadn't taken a full breath since he'd seen All Might. Since All Might had clamped his hand over Izuku's mouth and held it there, cutting off his air. Your fault, useless loudmouth Deku. He had been about to blab All Might's name where anyone could hear and potentially connect it to the gaunt man. Not that there seemed to be anyone around, but Izuku should have known better. Of course he would run into the number one hero here. Sure, Izuku hadn't had any reason to expect it. It's not like All Might was a teacher or anything, but the hero had way more right to be in UA than Izuku did. It was his alma mater. He was a hero for goodness sake, and Izuku was just an intruder. He didn't deserve to be here. He felt guilty for being upset. What right did he have? Still yet. Been caught off guard by just how angry All Might was. Or, not quite angry, more disappointed. The scolding tone had felt totally out of place coming from All Might. The hero never sounded that way on TV. Was it just because they weren't on TV? Or was it something to do with Izuku? His heart sank at the realization. Of course it was Izuku. Izuku was quirkless. Izuku didn't count. Izuku had creeped him out and broken his promise not to tell. Izuku had hoped that the fact he'd kept All Might's transformation a secret would make a difference, but the hero hadn't seemed pleased at all. Instead, he'd launched into a lecture on the importance of secrecy. Izuku was so stupid for thinking it would matter. Telling part of a secret was as bad as telling the whole thing, and who was Izuku to think he could decide what was important to the number one hero? All Might had told him not to tell, and he'd done it anyway. The hero had been so serious about the consequences of telling. It made Izuku's chest ache, because he had just been starting to think it was okay that he'd told Shoyuta and Hizashi. Most of the things they said made a lot of sense, but this was All Might. Who was right? Secrets like these are more important than your social life, All Might had said. Izuku had messed up. But worse, he'd known he'd messed up, but he liked the attention Shoyuta and Hizashi gave him, so he'd told himself it was okay. When they guessed that it was All Might, he should have lied. He should never have told them anything in the first place, then they wouldn't have had anything to guess. Take my words to heart this time, All Might had said. What did he mean by that? What had All Might told him last time? Be realistic. You can't be a hero. His breaths were getting shallower and quicker. Izuku had been realistic. He tried. He'd been so realistic he hadn't just given up on his dreams, he'd given up on everything. All Might couldn't have intended for Izuku to do that. Could he? Izuku supposed it wasn't a stretch. If there was one thing the average person could be expected to know about quirkless people, it was the high suicide rates. At least once or twice a year there was a news story about quirkless suicide pacts, when teens all around the country jumped off of buildings on the same day. Izuku avoided those stories as best he could, but the kids at school never let him forget. Had All Might been trying to hint at something like that? Sure, Izuku had been suicide baited by his classmates plenty of times. His teachers had ignored it at best and implied their agreement at worst. And, of course, he'd recently discovered that his mother shared the sentiment. Hopefully he'll do it right next time. Izuku's mouth was dry. He couldn't stop chewing his bottom lip. There was no way out, right? All Might would never tell someone to kill themselves. He didn't have to tell you, he just heavily implied it. Deku? Be realistic. Was that why he had been so disappointed? Didn't expect to see you again. He left you there, on a rooftop. Because Izuku hadn't taken his advice? Can't say we'll meet again. Izuku's hands were shaking. Take my words to heart this time. Had Izuku let All Might down twice? Once by not dying, and then by surviving and telling Shoyuta and Hizashi? Useless. Worse than useless. Villain if indeed creep useless worthless Deku? Izuku didn't want to believe it. It didn't fit with anything he knew about All Might. All Might was a shining, bright, cheerful hero. He was the hero who fixed things just by saying, I am here, and smiling. He was the hero who said anyone could be a hero. That had always meant so much to Izuku. But Izuku didn't count. Izuku wasn't anyone. Izuku couldn't be anything. For someone to tell you you couldn't be a hero, that I think he was wrong. Shuda's voice cut through the relentless chatter in Izuku's head. Of course, those words had been from before he found out Izuku was quirkless, but a traitorous part of his heart said Shoyuta would still insist it was true. If you want to be a hero, you can. Izuku could see Hizashi's blinding smile in his head. It was so much brighter than All Might's, so much warmer and more genuine. Without power, can one become a hero? No, I should think not. Izuku felt a whine building in his throat and nearly sobbed around the pressure. His head was spinning with too many conflicting voices. He distantly realized he was tugging on his hair, and he knew that if Shoyuta or Hizashi were here they would try to redirect him, but the sensation was soothing. Izuku's eyes burned with unshed tears, but he used all of his willpower to keep them from spilling over. Shoyuta and Hizashi would be here any minute to take him to Recovery Girl. He had to keep it together. They couldn't find out. No one could find out. Not this time. He held his breath to try to reset his breathing pattern. He blotted at his eyes but didn't rub them, hoping they wouldn't be too red. He tugged on his sleeves and the hem of his shirt to try to curb the urge to bite his lip and pull his hair. Don thinked and thinked and think. If he didn't think about it, it wasn't a problem. There wasn't anything he could do to fix it anyway. Be realistic. You have a right to be happy and comfortable. Worthless useless Deku. He took a deep breath, held it, and let it out slowly. They want you to be happy and recover. Izuku wasn't sure he could do this. Nedzu had been suspiciously dismissive of their concerns about All Might. Sure, they hadn't been willing to give him the specifics of Izuku's story, but Hizashi had hoped that saying, we have reason to be concerned about All Might's demeanor with children, would be enough to at least get a reaction out of the principal. He and Shoyuta had strong rapport with Nedzu. Shoyuta had always been one of his favorites. Instead, the principal had just waved them off and said that the #1 hero had plenty of time to work on his teaching skills before the next school year. Shoyuta had agreed that they should ask Izuku if it was okay to share some of his story with the principal, but they didn't think Izuku would go along with the reasoning of, we want to get All Might fired. Something told Hizashi the kiddo wouldn't want to be a part of that. They'd figure it out, maybe see if they could get Tsukachi involved? But first, they had some bandages to get off and some wounds to get healed. Hizashi was looking forward to seeing Izuku geek out about Recovery Girl. He was eager to show off the lively, clever boy who'd been living with them for the past few weeks. They really needed to get Namuri or Tensei over to the apartment soon. Maybe Izuku would feel up to a little post-healing celebration in the next couple of days. When they rounded the corner and saw Izuku waiting in the hallway, Hizashi had to double-check his watch. Had their meeting with Nedzu run long? No, they were right on time. Izuku must have finished his session with Hound Dog early. They'd have to speak with the hero about that and make sure everything was going okay. It was probably good to check in with Izuku about how things were going, too. Hey there, kiddo, he exclaimed, maybe a little too loudly judging by Shuda's glare in his direction. Did you miss us? Excited to meet the one and only Recovery Girl. When Izuku didn't look up or respond right away, Hizashi paused and looked at him more closely. The kiddo was paler than usual, and his eyes were a bit red. Maybe a tough session? That would explain ending things early, maybe. Hizashi's heart ached at the thought of Izuku hurting, but he also felt a flutter of hope. Tears in therapy were a good thing, right? That meant they were making progress. Izuku had looked up by now, and was wearing an obviously forced smile. It reminded Hizashi of when he'd first woken up in the hospital. His eyes burned at the memory. He didn't like that smile. He lowered his voice when he spoke again. "Izuku, how are you doing, kiddo?" Izuku's voice was smaller than it had been since leaving the hospital. "I'm good. Everything's great." Hizashi shot a look at his husband, who was leaning against the wall next to Izuku. To a casual observer, Shoyuta would appear relaxed, even bored, but Hizashi could read the tension in his stance. Their eyes met, and Hizashi could see that Shoyuta shared his concerns, but he didn't look alarmed. "You nervous, kid?" His husband's voice was gruff but filled with fond concern. Hizashi figured Izuku was probably good enough at reading Shoyuta by now to pick up on it. Then his words registered. Of course. Hizashi wanted to smack himself on the forehead. It wasn't just a tough therapy session, or the idea of meeting a new hero. Getting his bandages off and his arms healed was probably really intimidating for Izuku. Hizashi would never, ever forget the way the boy had acted in the hospital the first time he'd been awake for his bandages being changed. There had been a primal fear in his eyes, and the way he'd clung to Hizashi. The aftermath had brought the three of them closer, but Hizashi never wanted to see Izuku that scared again. He'd hoped that with how comfortable Izuku had been during their regular bandage changes at home, this would be a piece of cake. But, of course, it was a new environment and a new person. Hizashi scolded himself for being so naive. He plopped down in the chair next to Izuku and looked at him with concern. The boy was chewing his lip absently, and didn't seem to have heard Shoyuta. "It's totally okay to be nervous, you know. But I promise we'll be with you the whole time. You can hold our hands as tight as you want, okay?" Izuku shot him another weak smile, but it didn't reach his eyes. "I'm okay, promise. I'm ready." Hizashi shot a look at Shoyuta, who was still leaning against the wall, but had somehow moved closer. His husband remained silent, clearly thinking. Well, Hizashi had always been good at talking. He infused his voice with false cheer. "Great. Let's go get these arms healed." Shoyuta was concerned. Izuku was quiet. Too quiet. Way too quiet. This morning, the kid had been positively affectionate with Hizashi. And he'd chatted with Shoyuta all afternoon about heroes and quirks. Shoyuta had been prepared to have to referee a flurry of questions about Recovery Girl's quirk. He'd at least been expecting a muttering storm. But Izuku simply sat there while Recovery Girl unwrapped his arms and examined his sutures. His eyes were unfocused, but he followed all of the healer's instructions without hesitation, lifting his arms and turning them this way and that, giving one-word answers or simply humming when asked about his pain level and mobility. Shoyuta glared at Recovery Girl a few times when her commands were too stern for his liking, but neither she nor Izuku seemed fazed. Hizashi was equally unresponsive, his eyes fixed on the kid. Shoyuta knew he was remembering that first time, in the hospital. Shoyuta was remembering it too. But Izuku wasn't shaking, or crying, or showing any signs of panic. He was just quiet. He didn't even flinch when Recovery Girl started pulling his stitches out with tweezers, even though Shoyuta knew from experience that it was an uncomfortable process. The kid was out of it. Still, Shoyuta was hesitant to do anything to bring him back. It wasn't the best way to cope, but if some mild dissociation was keeping Izuku calm, he'd have to let it continue. It would be illogical to try to ground Izuku during a potentially triggering process. That could very well lead to a full-blown panic attack and meltdown. Izuku did finally react when Recovery Girl kissed the back of his hand to activate her quirk. He held out his arms in front of him and stared at the long, angry scars that ran down them. They were red and raised, but fully healed. The expression on his face was unreadable as he looked up at the healer and said, "Thank you, ma'am," then inclined his head in a respectful bow. Recovery Girl was scrutinizing the boy, and when he lowered his eyes back to his arms, she glared directly at Shoyuta. She looked like she was accusing him of something, like she wanted to rip into him. She at least had the good sense not to do it in front of Izuku, but he knew he'd likely get an earful later. Whatever it is, I know. The kid's not okay yet. We're doing our best. He'd take all the help he could get though. He and Hizashi were out of their depth and they knew it. They were incredibly lucky to have UA's resources at their disposal, and to count Recovery Girl and Hound Dog among their colleagues. If only they didn't have count that jackass as well. While Izuku chewed on the vitamin gummies Recovery Girl forced on him, Hizashi, bless him, tried his best to prompt a quirk conversation. So, kiddo, that quirk is pretty cool, right? I remember you had some pretty clever questions about it when we were talking before. I'm sure Recovery Girl wouldn't mind if you asked a few, would you? Recovery Girl sighed. Of course not, dearie. Shoyuta glared at her. Couldn't she be a little nicer? But she glared right back. He supposed he was a bit of a hypocrite with that criticism, but this was his kid. The thought startled him, but upon reflection, he wasn't sure why. The talk about adoption was long overdue. They were just waiting for Izuku to get a little more comfortable, and maybe some news on the case against his mother. Izuku was still too quiet. He hadn't even looked up at Hizashi's suggestion or Recovery Girl's response. Hizashi shot Shoyuta a worried look, but Shoyuta shrugged. They couldn't make the kid talk. If he was uncomfortable in a medical setting, they couldn't exactly blame him. Hizashi seemed to read what he was thinking, because he sighed in defeat and changed the subject. Well then, I know you're probably a bit tired from the healing, and it's about dinner time anyway. Want to stop for ramen on the way home? As they were leaving the infirmary, Izuku stopped and turned toward Recovery Girl, bowing deeply. Thank you very much, ma'am, for your time and energy. I know you didn't have to help me, so I'm really grateful, and I won't take it for granted. Izuku didn't wait for a response before shuffling out into the hallway. The three heroes shared a shocked look between them. It was the most Izuku had spoken since they met him in the hallway, and his voice had been remarkably clear. None of the mumbling Shoyuta had become so fond of. Recovery Girl's wide eyes narrowed, once again directed at Shoyuta. You take care of that boy, you hear me? Whoever thought you two troublemakers should be in charge of a traumatized child needs their head checked. You're basically children yourselves. Shoyuta knew that Recovery Girl's words weren't meant to target his insecurities so directly. That kind of criticism was just par for the course with the old healer. Every time he saw her, she called him a child, irresponsible, reckless, and so on. She meant it, but no more than she did with everyone else. That was just her way. But he couldn't help the sharp pain that shot through his chest, and judging from Hizashi's face, he felt the same. She was right, they weren't cut out for this. But there was no way they were letting Izuku go. That just meant they needed more support, like a healer who would do her FING job and heal without further traumatizing her patients. Shoyuta was building up the courage to tell her just that when he caught her eye. Her gaze had softened. You too. The moment something happens with him, you come to me, you hear me? None of that, tough it out, nonsense you seem to live by yourselves. That's a vulnerable child. You have my number, so use it. And it wouldn't hurt to lead by example, you know, take care of yourselves. Shuta's anger fizzled out. We will. His voice felt a little hoarse. Sho's been eating so much better since the little listener moved in. You'd be proud. Recovery Girl clicked her tongue and shook her head fondly. You'd better get after that child. Don't leave him alone for too long. Remember what I said. And with that, she shooed them out of her infirmary. Shoyuta felt a flare of urgency when he realized they'd let Izuku walk out alone, but of course, he was just sitting in the same chair as before, holding his arms out in front of him. Shoyuta didn't like the way he was looking at his arms. Ready for some ramen, little listener? Izuku looked at Hizashi and nodded. He didn't even attempt a fake smile this time. Just what had Hound Dog said to their kid today. Izuku had been getting more and more independence lately, and it seemed to be good for him. Shoyuta didn't want to spook the kid by taking any of that freedom away, but he also didn't like the idea of leaving him alone tonight. Maybe he could subtly prompt another movie night. His pride would never let him suggest it outright, of course. Hey Hizashi, what's that Ghibli movie with the ramen scene? I want that ramen. As Hizashi launched into an enthusiastic rant about the absolute magic of food in the works of Hayao Miyazaki, Shuta's lips twitched. His smile faded, however, when he looked down at Izuku, walking between them. The kid was too quiet. Izuku couldn't taste his ramen. The noodles were paste in his mouth, and the broth may as well have been water. It seemed like every bite took an eternity to chew, and it became more and more difficult to swallow. There was a ringing in his ears that competed with the low chatter of conversation in the restaurant. As hard as he tried, Izuku couldn't focus on anything Hizashi said during the meal. Interview with Mr. Brave, Izuku? He hummed a vague agreement without looking up. Any more water? He shook his head, eyes on his bowl. Izuku knew he was doing a bad job. He knew he was doing it wrong. But he couldn't make his brain focus on what was going on, and he was certain that if he looked up, he'd see something in Hizashi's eyes he wouldn't like. Shoyuta had stayed quiet since they left UA, and Izuku was sure it was his fault. Just like the growing anxiety in Hizashi's voice, it was because Izuku wasn't acting the way he was supposed to. Here they were, treating him to a meal out, after taking him to, for goodness sake, to get his arms healed by the best healer in the country, and Izuku was acting like a spoiled, ungrateful child. He risked a glance up at Hizashi, hoping to gauge his mood while he wasn't looking, but met his furrowed green eyes head-on. Izuku dropped his gaze back to his bowl immediately. He hated that he was the reason for that look on Hizashi's face, but he couldn't bring himself to act any differently. Every time he tried to focus on the meal in front of him, it seemed like his mind spiraled further and further away from the present moment. Eventually, Hizashi's attempts at conversation died out. Stupid Deku, making everything worse. Making people's lives harder when they're only trying to help. That must have been what it was like for his mom. When Izuku was young, he could remember her trying harder, being more attentive, but of course her patience ran out as the years went on and Izuku only got more useless and sullen. Was that what would happen with Shoyuta and Hizashi? When the novelty wore off, would they get tired of him too? Izuku didn't want that to happen. He had to try harder. He should be trying to lift their spirits, not the other way around. They'd done so much for him. They deserved good behavior. But he couldn't smile convincingly. When he tried, it only made Hizashi's brows furrow and Shuta's eyes darken. Better not to try. The ride home from the restaurant was completely quiet. Izuku's anxiety spiked, and he was desperate to break the silence, to say something that would relieve the tension in Shuta's shoulders, but there were too many competing thoughts bouncing around his head. Should he thank them for taking him to Recovery Girl? Or would that make things more awkward? Maybe he should avoid talking about what had happened at UA? He certainly didn't want to risk mentioning All Might. That would definitely only make things worse, especially if the #1 hero found out. He'd already messed up enough by telling Shoyuta and Hizashi in the first place. He couldn't let it happen again. But then again, both of his guardians had told him All Might was wrong to ask him to keep their meeting a secret. Was All Might wrong this time as well? He was the #1 hero, certainly he knew what was best. The car ride home was over before Izuku realized any time had passed at all. In the blink of an eye, he was on the couch, and Hizashi was making popcorn. Izuku hadn't been able to finish his ramen. There was no way he could stomach any popcorn. The thought of it made him unreasonably anxious. Would Hizashi think he was ungrateful if he didn't eat it? Would he be angry that Izuku hadn't told him before he'd made it? Or was Izuku being selfish, thinking Hizashi would care? Maybe he was just making it for himself. He knew he was overthinking everything. Izuku recognized these thoughts as trivial. He knew they were stupid. He was pretty sure it was just a way for his brain to direct all the adrenaline he was feeling from the day. That didn't make it any easier to deal with. The silly thing was, it had been so easy yesterday. Until he'd seen All Might again, things had been getting better. He'd been worried about some things here and there, sure, but not like this. Izuku hadn't felt this frozen, this overwhelmed by dread, since the day of the sludge villain attack. He couldn't decide if he was naive for letting himself feel better before, or if he was stupid for letting today get to him so badly. What was right? The evening passed in a fog, and the next day was worse. Izuku woke up feeling like he hadn't rested at all, even though he knew he'd squeezed in at least a few hours of sleep. Throughout the morning, he found himself zoning out for long stretches of time without realizing it. He ricocheted between trying to make sense of the competing arguments in his head and trying to avoid them completely. Shura's attempts to engage him in hero analysis were unsuccessful, as was his not-so-subtle strategy of periodically picking up the cats and dropping them near Izuku. Izuku felt bad, of course, but he remembered the pained look on Hizashi's face at the ramen restaurant when he tried to smile, and decided it would be worse if he tried to pretend. Plus, as his brain got foggier throughout the day, he found it easier to ignore his guilt. He supposed it probably wasn't healthy to have gotten so good at ignoring his problems, but he was grateful in the moment. A few times throughout the day, Izuku came close to saying something to Shoyuta, asking for his help. But he knew that anything he said about All Might would raise the man's suspicions. He couldn't bear the thought of Shoyuta confirming All Might's words. Useless. Worse than useless, dangerous. And for what? What was the point of Izuku, if all he could do was blab secrets and take up space? He made life more difficult for everyone around him. He could see it on Shura's face, the way his brows furrowed when Izuku didn't smile. He could sense the tension in Hizashi's shoulders when he came home from work and Izuku was still moping. Their lives were more stressful with Izuku around. He stayed on the couch, silent, while the heroes prepared dinner. He could at least stay out of their way. What did he add to their lives? To the world? Nothing. He couldn't be a hero. He'd probably never be able to get a normal job. His mom always talked about how she'd end up supporting him for the rest of his miserable life, and now she was out of the picture. What would he do when Shoyuta and Hizashi got tired of him? Would they tell him when they were done, or would they drift away slowly like his mother had? And he couldn't shake the feeling that All Might had known what he was doing when he left Izuku up on that roof. At first, the idea had seemed absurd. A small part of Izuku still knew it was, but the more he thought about it, the more it made sense. Be realistic. All Might had told Izuku to give up, and then left him on a rooftop. He'd handed Izuku a solution on a silver platter, and Izuku hadn't taken it. He'd wasted it. No wonder you're such a disappointment. Stupid. Something that obvious, telling Izuku to give up, then leaving him on a roof. To think it was a coincidence, wasn't that just Izuku's wishful thinking? Like wishing Shoyuta and Hizashi still thought you could be a hero? Like wishing they actually cared about you, and would keep caring? Izuku's chest ached and his throat felt tight. He knew his thoughts were getting out of control. He knew he had a tendency to think the worst, to hurt his own feelings and then poke at the wound. Hound Dog had challenged Izuku to notice when he was doing it, and Izuku could tell this was one of those times. But that didn't mean it couldn't be true. Izuku tried to get his breathing under control. Dinner was almost ready, and he needed to get through it. He'd been quiet and sullen since they got back from UA yesterday. He couldn't break down now. He needed more time to think. Even if he couldn't smile and be happy the way Shoyuta and Hizashi wanted, he could at least try to avoid upsetting them further. He tried counting his breaths the way Hound Dog had taught him. It helped a little. Hound Dog, what had he said yesterday? Izuku had nearly forgotten all about it, what with seeing All Might and then Recovery Girl. Your guardians could easily have let child services take care of you, found you somewhere else to stay, his therapist had said. They had lots of options. Do you have any idea why they didn't? Because I'm weak. Quirkless. I threatened to kill myself if they didn't take me home with them. Because they're heroes and they like helping people. Weak people. Because they want me to be happy and recover. Because if there's something they can do to make me happy, it makes them happy to do it. It didn't make sense. Was Izuku a burden or not? Why were they still caring for him when they could have given him over to child services or found him another home and still be doing their duty? How could he be sure they wouldn't do that tomorrow, or the next day, or the next? Ask them, Hound Dog had said. He really tried his best at dinner, but Izuku could feel both heroes' tension as they ate. Hizashi kept up a steady stream of small talk, mostly with himself, but his eyes shifted rapidly from Shoyuta to Izuku and back again. Shoyuta, on the other hand, was silent, but every few minutes he would set his chopsticks down and press his lips together like he was getting ready to say something. He never did. Izuku finally worked up the courage to ask the question he'd been stewing over. He started, not sure exactly how to ease the tension. Hizashi ceased his chatter immediately and snapped his eyes to meet Izuku's. Shoyuta also gave him his full attention, although less dramatically. Izuku felt nervous under the weight of their gazes and had to look away. Yeah, little listener? Hizashi prompted when Izuku didn't continue. What's on your mind? He could do this. It was just a question, right? Izuku's head was buzzing with nerves, and it all came spilling out at once. It's just, I've been wondering since yesterday, Hound Dog said, and you don't have to answer. He just said I should ask, and I guess I don't even really know what he meant, but maybe you do, and I have been wondering and… He cut himself off when he felt Shura's hand on his wrist. Izuku looked down at it, and realized he'd been gripping the edge of the table so hard his fingertips were white. He consciously relaxed his grip and looked up to meet Shura's level gaze. It's okay, kid, take a breath. You can ask us whatever you want, and we'll do our best to answer. Yeah, Izuku? Hizashi piped up, a little too brightly, whatever you want. Izuku took a deep breath in, held it, and let it go slowly. I was just wondering, why am I here? His cheeks burned. What kind of FNG question is that, Deku? And he tried to explain himself a little better. Why did you guys bring me here, let me stay? Why me? He still hadn't managed to explain completely, but when the confusion on his heroes' faces eased, he figured they'd got the gist of it. Oh, Hizashi said. Izuku could tell the question made him sad, by the tightness of his voice and the way his eyebrows scrunched together, but there was a small smile on his face. He reached over and grabbed Izuku's hand, rubbing his thumbs soothingly against Izuku's palm. Am I a burden to you? He wanted to ask. When are you going to get tired of me and leave? Would you have been happier if you didn't find me at all? But Shoyuda was already speaking. You needed us, kid, that's all it took. He was looking at Izuku quizzically, like he knew he was missing something and thought he would find it in Izuku's face. Yeah, kiddo, Hizashi added, we wanted to help you. What kind of heroes would we be if we left you all alone? Hizashi said the last part like a joke, but it hit Izuku like a shard of ice in the chest. Of course. They're doing their duty as heroes. Izuku let out the breath he realized he'd been holding and did his best to hide the way his heart was sinking. That was okay. He could work with that. It was inevitable, really, that someone like him, weak, useless, worthless, would spend his life being rescued by people stronger than him. It didn't mean anything special. He should practice not getting his hopes up. Izuku smiled up at Hizashi as genuinely as he could. Thank you, he said, infusing the words with every ounce of gratitude he could muster. Hizashi beamed. He meant it really. He didn't look at Shoyuda, couldn't face that quizzical stare, wasn't sure he could keep himself from cracking under it. He tried not to think about how badly he wished it did mean something special, this time, to them. Something was wrong. Hizashi had bought the kid's reaction, but Shoyuda was sure something was still wrong. After Izuku retreated to his room to browse hero forums on the old phone they'd given him, Shoyuda followed Hizashi to the living room, where his husband was lounging with one arm up on the back of the couch, a clear invitation to cuddle. Hizashi was obviously feeling relieved after getting an explanation for what was on Izuku's mind. Instead of taking the invitation, Shoyuda sat cross-legged on the opposite end of the couch, facing Hizashi. Zashi, I'm still worried. Hizashi furrowed his eyebrows and tilted his head in a clear question. About Izuku, Shoyuda continued. Something about that seemed off, don't you think? It doesn't really make sense, but isn't that what anxiety is like? Hizashi tilted his head the other way. I read that in early stages of treatment like this, kids will often seek reassurance over and over again, and it's okay to just keep repeating ourselves. Eventually it'll sink in. Right? Shoyuda rubbed the bridge of his nose. I don't know. And he thanked me. It was nothing like when he was faking before, don't you think? It was like he really meant it, really felt it. Hizashi was getting animated, gesturing broadly with his hands. I don't know, I think this is a good sign. He had a hard day yesterday, sure, that's to be expected, I read up on it a little this morning. But he came to us for reassurance afterwards, in his own time. What's wrong with that? Something just felt off. I don't know. He looked devastated for a second. But then he was smiling again, and you're right, he really did look like he meant it. Shoyuda wasn't as certain anymore. His gut still said something was wrong, but didn't it always? Hizashi had clearly been doing his research. Maybe Shoyuta was just getting too caught up in his own emotions. Hizashi was the emotionally intelligent one, not him. He was supposed to be logical. Methodical. It made me think, isn't it time we brought it up with him? I know we were going to wait until we hear from Tsukachi about his mom, but that could be ages, and if Izuku is feeling insecure, maybe it would help. Zashi, we need to be careful not to promise anything we can't. Oh, come on, I mean, he's perfect, his husband exclaimed playfully. Shoyuta narrowed his eyes, an unspoken reprimand. Sorry, babe, I shouldn't have interrupted, Hizashi said quietly. He sighed. It's not that he's not perfect, obviously. But if we bring it up and can't follow through. Hizashi's tone was much more sober when he said, I know. But keeping him in the dark like this, uncertain, that can't be good either, right? Look, Hizashi rearranged himself on the couch to face Shoyuta head-on. He belongs with us. He's already part of our family. He's already our kid. It's just a matter of making it official, making sure everyone knows. And making sure Izuku knows, Shoyuta thought, but smiled at his husband anyway. You don't have to convince me, Zashi. I think you're right. Let's check with Tsukachi one more time before we bring it up with Izuku, though, so we can be sure we're up to date with what's going on with his mom. Hizashi tackled him with a kiss, and they settled back against the arm of the couch together, tension finally leaving both of their shoulders. Shoyuta closed his eyes and let himself be soothed by his husband's voice as he chattered on about the day they had in store tomorrow. I'm really curious about this all-faculty meeting tomorrow, aren't you? I mean, I guess it's probably about All Might. Shoyuta scowled into Hizashi's shoulder at the number one hero's name. But what do you think? There's also all that stuff going on with Power Loader, and I know Nedzu has been talking about ways to get the different courses to interact more, or, maybe it's another one of his mind games, like that time he gave everyone that tea, do you remember? Shoyuta hummed non-committally and buried his face deeper in Hizashi's hair before something occurred to him. Zashi, he started, but his words were muffled. He spit out a mouthful of long, blonde hair, then pulled his head back and started again. Zashi, are you sure it's okay to leave Izuku alone tomorrow? After how he's been? Hizashi frowned at him. I thought he's okay, right? We just talked about this. It's just for a few hours. And this is an important part of his recovery, getting some freedom back. But what if he's not okay? What if something happens? He'll have a phone, he knows he can contact us. Or Hound Dog. Hizashi sighed. I mean, it's not like I'm not nervous. I'm scared. I keep thinking, what if we come back? I don't think I'll ever forget what it was like, finding him like that. They were both silent for a moment, remembering, until Hizashi cleared his throat. But, he announced, a little too brightly, we have to do this. It'll be good for Izuku to know he has our trust, and to have a little time to himself. Shoyuta was still silent, caught up in the memories of finding Izuku, carrying him against his chest, straining to find his pulse. Hizashi seemed to sense his anxiety, and tilted his head to meet his eyes. Shoyuta closed his, unable to hide the intensity of what he was feeling. You okay? When Shoyuta didn't respond, he felt a kiss on his forehead. If it's really that bad, maybe we can see if Tensei can swing by? Izuku would probably be thrilled, honestly. Shoyuta opened his eyes and met his husband's glistening green ones. He immediately felt calmer, safer. No, he let out a deep breath. No, sorry. I was just remembering. Sorry. He kissed Hizashi's cheek. No, don't be. You're right. Izuku can handle it. I can handle it. It'll be fine. Really? Hizashi's smile was sweet, proud. Before long, it was time for Hizashi to head to the station, and Shoyuta was alone on the couch. He still felt strange on nights like these, when he wasn't patrolling, wasn't grading papers, wasn't doing anything. It made him restless, no matter how peaceful he'd felt after talking to Hizashi. He checked on Izuku 6 times before he finally crawled into bed to wait for Hizashi to get home. Each time Shoyuta peeked through the boy's door, left slightly ajar as per their agreement, Izuku was asleep in bed, safe. Exactly as he should be. It would be fine. Frankly, Hizashi should have seen this coming. Shoyuda had been on edge all morning, since last night, honestly, but Hizashi brushed it off as his husband being tired or grumpy about a morning meeting. Izuku was subdued at breakfast, but not as badly as yesterday, so Hizashi had been hopeful for the day. Izuku would have a few regenerative hours of privacy, they would get this boring meeting over with, and Shoyuda would go home and back to bed. He'd send Hizashi a cute picture of Izuku snuggling with the cats, reassurance that everyone was okay, and then Izuku and Shoyuda would come back to UA for Izuku's meeting with Hound Dog, and they could all be together again. Heck, Izuku would probably be feeling better after therapy, and Shoyuda would be feeling better after a day with the kiddo, so maybe they could do some shopping on the way home. They could all cook a special meal together. He had been so optimistic. Barely 15 minutes into the meeting, Hizashi realized he'd been a fool. He was right earlier, when he'd predicted that the meeting would be about All Might. If he'd thought about it for a moment longer, he might have realized that the man himself would be present. And that's why I'm looking forward to working with this new generation of young people. Hizashi could feel his blood boiling, but Shoyuda was positively radiating steam from the seat next to him. Yeah, young people with strong, heroic quirks, right? Shoyuda snapped, loudly. Sho! Hizashi hissed, eyes wide. Yeah. He was mad, and yeah, the guy was a total hypocrite, but they were still at work. Even Nedzu had his limits. But Shoyuda loved pushing limits, and had never cared much for professionalism. Yes, Aizawa-kun, was it? It seemed the #1 hero couldn't detect the sarcasm in Shuda's tone. Yes, this new generation of heroes will surely have promising quirks. I look forward to training them at your side. I will be relying on your advice as I begin this new stage of my career. It took everything Hizashi had not to hide his head in his hands. All Might had walked right into this one. Shuda's grin was feral. Oh, looking for career advice, Yagi-san? You know, someone with your experience and abilities. I think the best thing I can tell you is to be realistic. Hizashi pinched his husband's leg hard under the conference table. Shoyuda gave him the stink eye, but stopped talking immediately. All Might looked confused, but quickly plastered that disgusting, fake smile back on his ugly, stupid face. Yeah, of course, Hizashi was angry too. He just knew better than to show it right now, in a faculty meeting. He was saving it. The rest of the hour continued in much the same fashion. All Might said something stupid, Shoyuda snarked at him, and Hizashi did his best to rein in his feral husband. All Might was blissfully, ridiculously oblivious, never reacting beyond a slightly puzzled twitch of his eyebrows. Nedzu said nothing one way or the other, but Hizashi knew better than to think they'd gotten away with it. Surely enough, just as everyone was getting ready to leave, Nedzu appeared on Shuda's other side. Aizawa, would you perhaps join me in my office for some tea? I'd like to speak with you, Vlad, and Tashinori, to discuss some particulars about Tashinori's involvement with the first-year hero classes. There are some things you need to know. The principal's gaze slid over to Hizashi. His eyes were just as black and inscrutable as they'd been when he was their homeroom teacher. Hizashi repressed a shudder. Yamada, you may as well come along. It will save Aizawa the trouble of telling you later. They hung back for a moment to give Nedzu a head start. Hizashi felt a bit like they were in high school again, on their way to be scolded for sneaking onto the roof or experimenting with their quirks unsupervised. I think we should tell Nedzu the whole story, Shoyuda said under his breath as they gathered their things. It's the perfect time to bring it up. All Might can't weasel out of it if the rat's there. I don't know. Would that be breaking Izuku's trust? If we hurt him? Hizashi remembered Izuku curled in on himself in the hallway. I don't want to do anything that would hurt him. Hizashi didn't like the idea of talking about Izuku without his permission, not when they were working so carefully on trust and communication. All Might, and keeping his secrets, was still Izuku's worst trigger. If Izuku found out they'd shared his secret? But he also saw red whenever he looked at All Might, when Hizashi remembered the way Izuku had broken down and sobbed in the hospital, when he'd said he left me up there and I should have jumped and he said no. Shuda's voice cut through his memories. I respect the kid's trust, but he's still a kid. Would we let someone get away with hurting a child just because the kid doesn't want to get them in trouble? No, because kids don't decide what's right or wrong, or what's illegal. It's our responsibility to take action, sometimes, even if the kid doesn't want us to. We have to do the right thing. As heroes. As adults. As parents, Hizashi thought, excited in spite of the serious topic. Shoyuta totally wanted to say parents. His excitement dissipated when they reached the doors of Nezu's office and found All Might waiting there, chatting awkwardly with Vlad King and the principal. All Might's smile widened when he saw them. Ah, Aizawa-kun, present Mike. Forgive me, but I thought there were only 2 first-year hero classes? His gaze slid down to Nezu. The principal held up a hand. I invited Yamada to sit in, Toshinori. I believe we will all benefit from including them in your confidence, and they are very trustworthy. Nezu grinned deliberately at Shoyuta as he continued. Also, given that they and Aizawa are married, anything we say in this meeting is bound to reach their ears by dinner time. Shoyuta scowled at Nezu, who only twitched his nose before turning to lead them all into his office. It wasn't like their relationship was a secret, at least among UA faculty. Life was too short for them to spend all day pretending they weren't the most important people in each other's lives. But Shoyuta enjoyed playing mind games with new staff and seeing how long it took them to figure it out. Nezu usually played along, but it seemed that depriving Shoyuta of his entertainment was the principal's punishment for his bad behavior during the meeting. As they entered Nezu's comfortably furnished office, Hizashi felt Shuta's shoulders rise again. Was his husband going to make it through this meeting? Was Hizashi going to make it through this meeting? Was All Might? Should they confront him now, while they had him, or wait until afterwards, when they were done with whatever this meeting was about? Should they wait and speak to Nezu first? Tsukachi? Would they even get a chance? Hizashi was no longer feeling optimistic. The group settled in a small sitting area away from the principal's desk. Shoyuta and Hizashi sat next to each other on a small sofa, while Vlad and Nezu each took a chair. All Might stayed standing, clearly too large for the furniture. Forgive me for not preparing tea, the principal said, not sounding sorry at all. I think it would be best if we got straight to it, don't you, Toshinori? Very well, the hero sighed and deflated. Where All Might, the number 1 hero, the symbol of peace, had been standing, now there was only an old, emaciated man with sunken eyes and a too-sharp jawline. There was no trace of the idiotic signature smile. A fake? Hizashi wondered. This is the real me. He sank into a chair. Am All Might. Had Hizashi spoken out loud? He must be picking it up from Izuku. 5 years ago, the sickly-looking hero continued, sounding rehearsed, an enemy did this to me. As Shoyuta listened to the BSDRD's story, puzzle pieces started falling into place, and he didn't like the picture. Is it possible? Shoyuta might not like it, but it made sense. It would explain why Izuku was still so shifty about his encounter with All Might, why he still acted like he was hiding something. The kid didn't mind talking about the abuse he faced at school or the neglect he faced at home, but he still wouldn't tell them the whole story about All Might. He had a bad feeling about this. And because of that, it's absolutely vital that no one outside of this room find out about my time limit, and no one outside the faculty find out about my true appearance. Only 4 people outside this room possess this knowledge: Recovery Girl, Sir Night Eye, a former teacher of mine, and a personal friend. I am putting myself at great risk by sharing this information, you have to understand. You must promise me you won't tell this information to anyone, for any reason. Shoyuta bristled at the phrasing, and he sensed Hizashi react similarly next to him. Vlad had been sitting silently since All Might shrank, jaw slack. He showed no reaction. It puts you 3 at risk as well, Nezu interjected quickly, and I know it's a lot to ask. We're not only asking you to take on extra work, covering for Toshinori when he exceeds his limit, but to guard a high-level secret as well. However, I've assessed the risks and I believe that the benefits of having All Might at UA will ultimately outweigh the costs. The principal folded his hands in his lap. I am, as always, grateful for your cooperation, not like we have a choice, Shoyuta thought, but I know I do not need to ask for your discretion, because you are heroes and teachers of the highest caliber. Shoyuta rolled his eyes at Nezu's obvious attempt at manipulation, but he was more concerned about how All Might seemed to be approaching this entire thing. When he'd seen the hero shrink, his anger had been overpowered by shock. But the shock was fading and his anger was rising again. How can you possibly expect to hide this from the rest of the faculty? Hizashi asked. We all share a lounge, we have long meetings, we eat lunch together. Are you going to be all puffed up that entire time? Someone is bound to catch on. The rest of the faculty will eventually be made aware of Toshinori's true appearance, Nizu answered, but knowledge of his time limit must be limited to you three. It is the far more dangerous piece of information, to you, to Toshinori, and to the world. You're only being told because there is a high probability that Aizawa and Vlad will have to cover his classes on short notice, and a not insignificant likelihood that he would accidentally expose the secret to one of them in his first month of teaching. I'm simply getting ahead of the issue by telling you all now. I have a question, Shoyuta growled, and I expect Yagi to answer himself this time. What would you do if a student found out? If you ran out of time and one of our kids saw you? How would you handle that? He felt Hizashi's foot bump up against his, and looked at his husband. His eyes were a warning, narrow and serious. Think carefully about what you're doing, Shoyuta returned the look and held it. I'm not backing down. It has to be done, and I'll do it if you won't. Hizashi responded with an almost imperceptible nod and placed his hand on Shuta's knee, a silent expression of support. The exchange only took a moment, and All Might had yet to answer. Shoyuta sharpened his gaze and turned it back on the thin man. Well, if everyone acts responsibly, Aizawa-kun, no student will ever be in a position to find out. It will not be an issue. I haven't survived this long as a hero by waiting for things to go according to plan, Shoyuta sneered, and high schoolers are even less predictable than villains. Use your imagination and answer the question. What would you do if a kid found out? All Might looked nervous. Was he finally starting to catch on that Shoyuta didn't like him? Or maybe Shoyuta was right. Maybe he didn't have to use his imagination. He didn't want to be right. I suppose. Well, I should hope that students aspiring to become heroes would understand the importance of discretion. He wouldn't make eye contact with Shoyuta, but his voice grew bolder as he went on. If they longing to be successful at UA, or in any aspect of their lives, they must learn to act with honor. I would consider it an educational experience for them, perhaps. All Might's eyes darted to Nedzu. And, I'm sure that they could be persuaded, so to speak, even if they did not fully grasp the severity of the situation. This is a competitive school. Shoyuta clenched his jaw, torn between his burning longing to tear into the man and the logical benefit of letting him dig himself deeper. He held back, barely, but Hizashi did not. Are you seriously thinking about how you would protect yourself in that situation? It's our responsibility as teachers to protect our students. Nedzu just said it's dangerous to know this information, and you're saying you'd threaten them with expulsion. All Might brightened suddenly and held up a finger, as though he'd had a fantastic idea. Actually, when I worked with Night Eye, our agency's legal department would send a form to any witnesses who learned the details of his quirk. Something like that might be useful. That was it. Shoyuta was done. Oh, you're not just an idiot, you're effing BSRD, he sneered. You'd ruin a kid's education, ruin their life, just for being in the wrong place at the wrong time, wouldn't you? Just to save your own dignity, because you can't accept your own weakness, because you want to pretend you're still strong. He was shouting somehow. In his peripheral vision, he saw Vlad's eyes were as wide as they could go. Hizashi's fingers were digging into his thigh. Despicable, Shoyuta spat, and slammed his hands down on the table between them. If not as a hero, then as a teacher, you have a sacred responsibility to nurture young people, to protect them, not force them to protect you. He put his weight on his hands and leaned over the table, fixing All Might with his most derisive glare. But I wouldn't expect you to give a shit. You're a BSTRD. Do you have any idea what kind of impact your words have on young people, especially kids who want to be heroes? Is that something you've thought at all about? The power you have to lift them up or, his throat was tight, too tight, break them with a single sentence, a single word, I bet you've never even considered it. You're so caught up in the importance of your own life, your own secrets, that you could crush a child's dreams and walk away without looking back. I bet it didn't even register for you. Shoyuta was out of breath. That was the longest and the loudest he'd spoken in years, maybe ever. The room was silent. Vlad agape, Nedzu calculating. He couldn't see Hizashi, but he could feel his husband's hand as a comforting weight on his back, completely still. All Might was looking at him through narrowed eyes, apparently finally picking up on Shuta's animosity. BSRD. Idiot BSRD. The idiot BSRD broke the silence. Aizawa-kun, what is this really about? I can't honestly believe you'd react this strongly to a hypothetical situation. Is this some misplaced resentment? I can assure you, although I am eager to try my hand at teaching, I have no interest in making it my career. Your job is safe. Shoyuta stared at All Might in disbelief. Hizashi gripped his arm and leaned forward. Oh, you, drawled his appealing husband. They exchanged a look. Screw it. No holding back. We'll have to hope Izuku forgives us. You know what? Shoyuta asked, leaning back a bit so he was even with Hizashi. You're right. All Might frowned and scratched his head. I sympathize, but it's not a hypothetical. All Might snapped his mouth shut. You did do all that and more, to my kid, our son, and you apparently don't even remember. Shuta's hair was rising, though he wasn't fully activating his quirk. Or does he not count, because you made him promise not to tell? Or maybe because he's quirkless? Or if a thought occurred to him, but it was horrible. Did you think he wouldn't be able to tell anyone? You didn't even get him medical attention. The horror turned to anger again, but this time his eyes were wet and burning. You left him alone after a villain attack, alone on a rooftop, you FNG monster. You told him to give up, and you left him there. I figured it was just negligence, stupidity, carelessness, but what if he trailed off, uncharacteristically unsure of himself? The hurt and anger and disbelief warring in his chest were overwhelming. Shoyuta couldn't think straight. He wasn't thinking logically. His breath was coming too fast. Hizashi was gripping his hand so tightly it hurt, but he didn't want him to stop. Is this about young, Motoya, was it? If I had known he was your son. He hadn't been at the time, of course, but that shouldn't make a difference. He technically still wasn't, but that certainly didn't make a difference. Not now. Yeah, if you had known, what? You'd have called paramedics for him? Not just tried to leave him alone in the street the moment he regained consciousness? Maybe you would have thought twice about telling him he could never be a hero if you knew his parents were heroes? If you knew we would find out, would you still have left him there, on that rooftop, alone and heartbroken? Could you tell? Hizashi's voice was frighteningly soft and even. He clasped his hands together and rested his elbows on his knees, staring blankly at All Might. Could you see how much it hurt him, how badly he was already hurt? Because if you had even an inkling, if it even crossed your mind, that Izuku would try to take his own life that night, he trailed off, the threat unspoken, his tone icy. All Might immediately went pale, sputtering and waving his hands in front of his face. How could I know that? I mean, that's terrible, but I can hardly be blamed for the child's mental state. You said yourself he was already unwell. I mean, isn't that really something you should have been focusing on at home? And honestly, clearly he pulled through. He seemed fine when I met him here the other day. I doubt. Shuta's heart stopped. His ears were ringing. In his split second of hesitation, Hizashi shot to his feet. When you what? He screamed. Glass shattered, out of Shuta's line of sight. Everyone was standing now, moving all at once. Nedzu was nearly to his desk, Vlad was reaching for Hizashi, All Might was scrambling backwards and wiping blood from his ear, but Shoyuta was faster. His fist met All Might's bony jaw with a sickening crack. All Might instinctively puffed up into his heroic form, but Shoyuta was having none of that. He activated his quirk and the man was small again, blood erupting from his mouth. Shoyuta moved quickly, kidney, solar plexus. With all the speed and certainty he'd developed in 10 years of underground heroics, nose, vagus nerve, where a moment of hesitation, even a split second of mercy, lateral to the knee, could cost him his life. His assault on the #1 hero was swift and brutal. Whether Shoyuta actually caught him off guard or his thin form was simply that weak, All Might crumpled to the ground. Just as Shoyuta was gearing up to kick him in the spine. Enough! Nedzu shouted, slamming his hands on his desk. Vlad, for goodness sake, restrain him. Vlad acted immediately, though he'd been frozen throughout the assault. Shoyuta didn't struggle as his colleague pinned his arms behind his back, but he did manage to spit on All Might's bloody form before Vlad wrenched him away. He released his quirk, but All Might didn't transform. He just lay on the ground, letting out a slow, wheezing groan. As Shoyuta let himself steer toward Nedzu's desk, he made eye contact with Hizashi, who was watching the scene stony-faced. He cracked a tiny smile at Shoyuta, but then turned his glare back on All Might, upper lip curling into a sneer. Shoyuta couldn't help the wild grin that stretched across his face as he turned to face Nedzu fully. I'm done for now. Promise. Nedzu only hesitated a moment before nodding at Vlad. See to Tashinori, then. Yamada looks 3 seconds away from finishing the job. His tone was exasperated, but his face was more serious, brows furrowed, whiskers twitching. He approached All Might where he was being helped into a chair by Vlad, though he kept Shoyuta in his peripheral vision. Tashinori, he said gravely, is any of this true? All Might looked at Nedzu incredulously. Blood dribbled down his chin. No, I apologize, this has been an unsettling conversation. The principal clasped his hands behind his back. We'll speak about this later. I need to make some calls, see if I can get Detective Tsukachi involved. Tsukachi is already involved, Hizashi chimed in. He took Izuku's statement the other day. He was lounging on the sofa across from All Might, and was that his phone? Shuda's grin widened. Hizashi was taking photos. I was supposed to meet with him tonight, All Might wheezed wetly. Something serious, he said. I thought. Vlad, take him to Recovery Girl. Nedzu cut him off sharply. Tashinori, I ask that you not leave the building for now, I'll get Tsukachi here as quickly as possible. Return to my office after you've been healed. No stopping in the halls, no speaking to any students. Stay in this form and keep your head down. He was looking at Vlad, not All Might. Keep him in line, his eyes said. Vlad looked entirely out of his depth, but nodded and looped All Might's arm over his shoulders, shuffling out the door with the battered hero. Hizashi clicked his tongue as they passed, but said nothing. All Might stayed silent as well, and kept his eyes down. When they were gone, Nedzu exhaled deeply and motioned for Hizashi to join Shoyuta in front of his desk. I can tell there's still much I don't know, he sighed. I wish you two had brought this to me sooner, but I understand you must want to maintain Izuku's privacy. However, I do not allow violence and anger between my staff, not in my school. Their former homeroom teacher fixed them with a disapproving glare. You should know better. There are cameras everywhere, you're lucky the ones in this room. He tapped something on his keyboard, happened to be malfunctioning during this meeting. Shoyuta darted his eyes over to Hizashi, who was biting back a smile. Had they been working, the principal continued, also with a slight smile, Tashinori could very well have pressed charges. In light of the circumstances, I will not be pursuing any internal disciplinary action, as long as this doesn't happen again. Nedzu narrowed his eyes at them, his voice firm. This will not happen again. He turned sharply on his heel, away from them, and clapped his hands together. You are both relieved of all UA duties for the day. We'll discuss this later with cool heads. See to your son. He waved them away, attention already fixed on his phone. As Nedzu's door closed behind them, Shoyuta felt the adrenaline fading from his body. His elation at finally taking his anger out on All Might was rapidly being replaced with anxiety as he remembered what had finally broken his composure. Izuku. All Might had met him, presumably spoken to him, recently. Presumably the day before yesterday, when he'd been at UA for therapy with Hound Dog. When he'd suddenly withdrawn from them. When the light in his eyes had faded, almost as dark as they'd been when he'd first woken up in the hospital. Shuda's breath was coming too quickly again. What had that monster said to their kid? Hizashi started, and took both of his hands. Shoyuta hissed, suddenly aware of broken skin and bruised knuckles. It wasn't much, But the pain was enough to cut through his panic, and he started to count his breaths. "Oh baby, I'm sorry. Come here." Hizashi lifted his injured hand gently to examine it, and pressed a soft kiss to his curled fingers. "I'm sorry you're hurt, but that was amazing. I hope Nedza didn't actually wipe the footage, because I want to watch that again and again from every angle. It was the hottest thing I've ever seen. Seriously. Don't make it weird, Zashi," Shoyuta grumbled, but couldn't resist smiling. He pulled his hand back and offered his uninjured one to Hizashi instead, lacing their fingers together as walked through the halls. "I'm worried," he admitted, once they were in the parking lot. "I know, but me too."